Rather not be legal, other than not. So, distinguishing himself, however, in medicine, in particular, he was known for creating something which is called Saryanka, which is an ancient sort of panacea that created all kinds of ills. Actually, it doesn't have the same kind of responses to respect, but he was very happy with the sort of masculine level of medicine that he founded to. I have to think that was unusually close to teriyaki, and I had teriyaki sandwiches to get covered after lunch. What not to do with teriyaki? Thank you for that. And, but beyond his medical things, especially when Jewish resources heard scholars, a great story about an Italian scholar who was shipwrecked and who was sold into slavery, and he was redeemed by Rothschild and Chuck, his name was Moshe Ben, and he established an early yeshiva in Spain as a result of his being redeemed from captivity. The story of Moshe shipwreck pretty dramatic. It is even better 200 years later, but it certainly could have happened because Jews were frequently being shipwrecked, sold into slavery, and redeemed by local Jews. This is an ongoing pattern for much of medieval history. Hitler truly has long been a very highly regarded mitzvah, and this is what Hasid used it for. Also, he spent a lot of time investing in accurate texts, which remember is far away from the center where the libraries are, where the scriptures are, and the Spaniards are working with very limited numbers of actual texts, actually verses of the Gemara. And there's lots of errors that creep in with Sofer. And so they really, really want to get the text right because they are so far away. And you see something, you think it's a Talmud Sofer, who are you going to ask? Write a letter to Baghdad and wait 2 years for a response? Well, they did, but it'd be much better if you invested more money in getting a copy of Shas out to Spain early enough. So that's the kind of thing that Hasid and Chuck was involved with. He also was involved in shaping Hebrew poetry. And I don't want to talk about this too much because I can get carried away with the arguments of poetry in a second. But there was a unique development in the era of Hasid and Chuck over how to calculate meter in poems. I don't know if you guys studied meter, but basically it's the amount of time that each syllable takes when you pronounce a phrase. So in the Hebrew poetry that was written at the time, which was especially important to Menachem ibn Saruk. You'll see him, by the way, in Pirush Rashi, quotes him occasionally. They counted one beat for every syllable, no matter what. But the way Hebrew vowels are constructed, as you are aware, we have the shva, which has two different vocalizations. You can have a shva nach or a shva na, which, do you count the shva nach as a full beat when it doesn't take up any space phonetically? Along comes Dunash ibn Lavrat from Baghdad, and he says, no problem. We'll just pretend it's like Arabic poetry, and we'll count the shva nach as half a beat in meter. And all of a sudden, Hebrew poetry just busts open, because with the adoption of Arabic meter, all of a sudden you can compose very, very different songs and very different poetry that became like Elvis Presley, Rolling Stones, rock and roll. And the young people loved Dunash ibn Lavrat, and the older generation said, this is not Hebrew poetry. You can't do this Hebrew. They literally, I'm not making this up, they literally had fist fights in the streets over whether to use the old style, Ibn Style types of poems, or listen to the Dunash ibn Lavrat versions. And by the way, you know which way this went, right? Who won in the end? Dunash won, exactly. Dvor Yikra is a great example, right? Who doesn't love Dvor Yikra, right? I think Yedid Nefesh is also, it's not his composition, but it's his meter. We just said, let's use the Arabic meter. It's actually pretty good. And massive fights. After listening to both sides, Hasai bin Shakut, who was undoubtedly the leader of the political generation, he abandons his old friend Menachem ben Saud and says, we're going to go with Dimash, and Jewish cultural history is probably the same since then. Now, what happens, how did he get so famous? He started out as becoming the loyal physician. We'll see that kind of over and over again, a lot of these figures. And then because of his literacy and his demonstrated intelligence, they put him in charge of customs and imports, which is a really important financial role. And because he's dealing with all of these foreign merchants all the time, they say, hey, why don't you manage some of our communications with those countries? So that leads him to become a diplomat. And in fact, he ends up leading and directing diplomatic missions to hostile empires like the Byzantine Empire and the Frankish Kingdom. So the Byzantine Empire, of course, all the way on the other side of the Mediterranean, the Frankish Kingdom being in France and in Germany. So he becomes like the chief physician, the chief financial officer, and the chief foreign officer of the Kingdom of Granada. Really amazing rise to heights. And he is also sort of the gadol hador of the era. He's not necessarily issuing stock and things like that, but he's a great lover of scholarship, and he is recognized as the leader of Iberian Jewry without question. One of the most dramatic moments in his rise to power is when the Byzantine Emperor, again, hostile, right? They're fighting each other, Christians and Muslims, sends a gift to the king of Granada, and it's a gift of a very important Greek book called the Materia Medica, the materials of medicine, or the things that are medical, which is essentially a multi, it was a singular volume of medicinal plants. I mean, these are plants, and these are what they're good for curing. The problem is, hardly anyone knew how to read it, hardly anyone knew how to translate it properly, but Hasai bin Shakut, working with a team, was able to identify all of the plants there, give the appropriate Arabic names for them, and was able to break open the world of medical research by providing this brand new massive encyclopedia of medical resources. He was, I appreciate this as well, and he was sought out by none less than the king of Navarre, this would be from France, Queen Toga was her name, that's kind of ironic, who said, my grandson, may have been his nephew, Sancho, is just way too overweight. Do you have a doctor there who can help him? Sure enough, Hasai bin Shakut helps the Sancho lose a ton of weight. It's very successful, and that just puts him at the top of the Amazon charts, and everybody loves him because he's a diet doctor too. Incredible skills as a medical doctor. But it gets even more bizarre with the Khazarian correspondence. Oh my gosh, gentlemen, I really hope we can do Shmuel HaGadol today because I want to finish with them. So I will fast through this, but this is also mind-blowing stuff. I can't believe this stuff. Why wouldn't you want to study history all day long? The Khazars, such a bizarre story. We know they existed. We know that something happened involving conversion to Judaism in roughly the year 740. We have multiple accounts from non-Khazarian sources, unfortunately no Khazarian sources per se, but apparently the king and conceivably his retinue, and according to some accounts, so it's hard to believe, the entire country converted to Judaism. Mind-blowing. Why? But there's different theories. The story, which I'm sure you're familiar with, this is where Khazar is, by the way, it's in the northern part of the Caspian and the Black Sea. It's a fairly large country. According to Amelia Sak, one of the greatest Ukrainians of the 20th century, Khazarians founded the city of Kiev. Kiev is a city now. Obviously, the Ukrainians say always Kiev, but Kiev is the Russian name. And they had a really important civilization until about the 13th century, and apparently they were Jewish. There's a lot of problems with the Khazari story, as we shall see. You are probably familiar with this book, the Khazari, which we'll talk about on Tuesday, God willing, in much more detail, but it's not a history book. It's not an actual account. It is a fictional device that Rabbi Yehuda Levi uses to advance his philosophical agenda. The basic tenor of which is there's a king, King Pudan of Khazaria, who is looking at the various monotheistic faiths in the region, and he says, wow, my pagan religion is definitely out of fashion. I got to switch to something, but should I become a Muslim or a Christian or a Jew? And Christian, by the way, has two flavors. It has the Catholic and the Orthodox at this point. So he has a debate. And he has this debate, and each representative from the faiths presents their opinion. And in the end, he says, you know what, I think I'm going to go with Judaism. And according to the story, he becomes Jewish. Now, why Rabbi Yehuda Levi used this story 500 years after its purported occurrence is because he wanted to provide a platform for showcasing the different theologies of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. And so he borrowed this story and made up the dialogue in order to affect this philosophical agenda. It's not a historical. But nevertheless, that's basically the story of the Khazars. Don't know how much of it is true. When you go to the act, like, for example, there's this archaeological evidence of the Star of David and some of their archaeological finds, but the problem is the Star of David has been found in all kinds of cultures. It's a basic geometric symbol, a 6-point star, 2 equilateral triangles overlapping. So it's hard to say it's specifically Jewish. Not only is it really associated with Jews, from about the 16th century onward. It's not an ancient Jewish symbol to speak of. When you look at the collection of lots of bricks from Sarkel, which is an important Khazarian site, maybe that one looks a little bit like menorah, but nothing else. Umbrella, you don't really see anything specifically Jewish here. However, I think the question is that we do definitely have evidence that there were some Khazarian Jews. Like, for example, this is one of the most amazing documents regarding Khazaria. It was found in the Cairo Geniza. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. It is a hetek for a Meshulach, meaning this is a document that was written for a person to collect tzedakah in Cairo. He went to Cairo with this document from Kiev, and the document says he's a good guy, we like him, he fell on hard times, please help him out. And it is signed by the various authorities in Kiev, meaning these Khazarian authorities, including this runic description which says, we have read Hilik, which means that whoever this leader is, he obviously isn't even able to sign his name in Hebrew. So, how often do you get a hetek saying you can give tzedakah to this guy and it's signed, Baal? Right? That would be a kind of a red flag for most people. But nevertheless, it is one of the strongest evidence from the 10th century that indicates there was some kind of Khazarian Jewish community. But anyway, how does this relate to Hasdai Shavu? Well, in 947, one of Hasdai's employees who's gone out to Byzantium, right, that's way out into Istanbul today, tells Hasdai, I heard about this Jewish kingdom to the east. And Hasdai says, that is amazing. I have to hear everything about this. And he invests a tremendous amount of energy. He sends lots of letters out there saying, get these letters out. I want to know everything. There's a Jewish kingdom out there. I want to know, how do they get to be Jewish? And how powerful are they? And do you know when Mashiach is coming? There's all these really important questions. Whoever heard of it, there's actually a whole Jewish kingdom living out there. And what happens is that the messenger, a guy named Yitzhak Bar Natan, he can't make it all the way. He gets stuck in Constantinople, which is still quite distant, which is Turkey, Istanbul. He gets stuck there. He has to come back. He says, listen, I was not able to get all the way to Khazaria, but I did meet with people there who told me stuff, and they brought me letters. And he gives those letters to Hasdai Shavu, and we have them. This amazing correspondence. The problem is, most scholars think the letters were probably forgeries. We can question the reliability of his messenger, Yitzhak Bar Natan, but we can also question, how does he know these letters actually came from this King Yosef, who was living in Hazaria? This would be like 20 years after they'd already converted. And maybe someone made that stuff up and paid him to give it to Yitzchak Barnat and take it back to Chasdai Shabbat. But nevertheless, it was like one of those mind-blowing events of the period. Everyone looked at this correspondence and they said, that's fantastic. 200 years later, the Khazarian Empire would be crushed by the combination of the expansion of Cape and Rus and also the Mongol invasion, so there's nothing left of it. They didn't leave behind any literary records, and the archaeological patterns do not seem to indicate any strong evidence of Jewish settlement. There are some people who are really strong believers in the big story of Khazaria, but most historians believe that whatever happened there was probably very small. Maybe just the king and his close circle converted. Maybe it was just a pro forma conversion in order to try to affect a political goal and maintain some independence. And the few evidences we have from medieval travelers and so on indicate that when they ran into people who said they were Khazarian Jews, they were like incredibly ignorant, very poorly educated. They may not have been rabbinic oriented. They may have been Karaites, all questions like that. But nevertheless, this is an example of Shaput's phenomenal activity. Okay, great. We can get on to Shmuel HaNagid. This is really what I want to go to tonight. Any questions, Mr. Gross? You have a question? Sure.
One was the original
Yeah.
Yes. You know, some of it's just the quality. It appears to be slightly thick on the right side, and when you contrast that with the left side,
Yeah.
yes, there's like several others that will be with the
This one here?
yeah,
This is the
slightly really
this is the symbol of Islam.
it's Islam.
Right? It's got the Christian Empire here, you got the Islamic Empire, and you got the Jewish Empire.
It looked almost as if the Korea was just starting to protect it. It looked like
It's a bad resolution, but I don't know. I think it's just
But it's about business circle inside it. Yeah, maybe someone they combine these some.
I think you're reading too much into it personally.
And probably it's
I'm not moved by it. Could be, but I doubt it. Okay, let's go to Shmuel HaNagid, especially right what's forward. Okay, so this is not an amazing story. They even have like craft novels about Jewish stories, right? Shmuel HaNagid. He's also known as Samuel Ibn Abdullah. That's his Arabic name. Most of these people have Arabic names as well as Hebrew names. We see that also in the Christian period, where a lot of the rabbis that we know by their Hebrew names also had Christian names, but up to sound anything like the Hebrew names. Ibn Dawood, who was one of the greater historians of the medieval period, he writes, in the days of Chasdai, they began to chirp. In the days of Shmuel HaNagid, which is like 100 generations later, they sang out loud. Meaning the Jews were like just beginning to make a little noise, and the Chasdai went to Shmuel, oh my gosh, we must this over. He is another example of the Sephardic paradigm of someone who was absolutely top of his field as a Jew and top of his field in someone else. In this case, he is a general of a Muslim army for 16 years. I know, that's wild. Can you name a single Jewish general of any Muslim army for like one day? You should not get 16 years besides him. You would think of it like, wow. Okay, yeah, okay, yeah, not bad. That was one day. Thank you, Mr. Chapman. Yeah, he's got all this one. Again, because it's such a weakness, right? You know, he was a brilliant military strategist, a ferocious warrior. He said, "Shmuel, you be our general." 16 years, he died as a general. He didn't get deposed, died of old age. He ran the army right up until the very end. I mean, it's like insane. He fought wars. And there's more than this. Yes, please.
I mean, that's something to get to, but how did he get that position? He raised as he.
It's the same kind of story where, he was brought to the attention of the ruler for his literary abilities, right? Gentlemen, work in your English composition classes. His literary abilities were noticed and brought to the attention of the king, and he drew him close, and he said, oh, and by the way, like, people of power typically hire professional letter writers to manage their official correspondence. And so, it would be like artificial intelligence, natural intelligence. The king would say, I want you to write a threatening letter to the neighboring kingdom and tell them to stop crossing the border. And then he would, write it, and he'd say, make it stronger. And he would write it stronger and so on. And he was recognized for his intelligence, turn of phrase, things like that. And, bit by bit, he's given more and more authority until he says, you know what, you should be running the army. And in fact, he ran the army for 16 years while writing a major commentary on halacha. Like, well, this copy is still published today. I have a copy of it later with slides. And writing this incredible, just make sure I show you halacha, because that in itself is a big deal. I don't think I included it in this lecture. That's too bad. It's called Hilchos Gevurta, and it's a major early analysis of halacha. So much so that he was called Gaon by Rothschild, right? The Gaonim of Baghdad, calling Muslim army general Gaon himself, just has not happened in like 1,000 years. Just an indication of how phenomenal he is as a result of his activity. I really want to focus on his poetry because I think that's what's especially relevant for our day. So his poems were only discovered in the late 19th century. Chaim Nachman Bialik, the famous poet who wrote The City of Slaughter, one of the pogrom, national poet of Israel, anyways, and working with the collective of Jared Solomon, they published the Diwan, which means the collection. Ultimately, he wasn't called Gaon, he was called Nabi. He was called the Prince. He was called the Great One of Spain. The Diwan is essentially the collective prayers. Nabi, yeah, Nabi, Nabi. No, it's a minority is less. It's like a big tada. You don't give it away. And his poetry is just such an insight into his soul. Now, according to the way he describes it, he would write his poems on the battlefield, and he would send them to his son Yehoshua by carrier pigeon. And his son Yehoshua would collect these carrier pigeons with their messages on their legs, and he would write out the poems, and they were collected and preserved and discovered in the 19th century. Really amazing. He wrote 3 books in particular, which represent 3 different ages. Ben Tehillim, which is like, he calls himself, by the way, it suffered from false humility. This is part of the culture, as we shall see, but he called himself the David of my age, meaning, like King David in ancient period, who was a warrior and a poet, I also am a warrior and a poet. So Ben Tehillim is like the work of his youth, which is very like exuberant, and this is weird, but there's a lot of love poetry in it, a lot of sensual poetry, especially in the idea of appreciating beautiful sunrises and wine and hanging out with friends and declaiming poetry. Poetry is really central to Arabic society. But initially, I'm going to show you some examples in a second, is the writings of his middle age, and they're meant to sound like Mishlei. And finally, Ben Kohelet, which is like the writings of his old age, which is much more cynical, much more dark, and so on. He wrote primarily in Hebrew, but with Arabic themes. And the kinds of things that Arabs were writing poetry about, he wrote Hebrew poetry about it. And Jews were fully bilingual in Arabic and Hebrew. They could easily move between these 2 worlds. What's really amazing is that he wrote what's called ghost poetry. is so unusual in Jewish canon. Most poetry is a little bit like, think, rap music era 2010, right? Where you have gangstas, Mr. Lipschitz is very familiar with all this, but you have gangsters who say, I'm gonna shoot you upside the head, and all kinds of this is what I'm gonna do with you, and this is what I'm gonna do to your mother, and it's like, I'm so tough, and you're gonna be sorry, and you're gonna be bleeding in the street. That's the kind of poetry that they wrote. I'm so much stronger than you, I'm so much more intelligent than you, you're a loser. Yeah, I guess it's something like that. He was also drill Rabbi. But that was like, this is what they were doing. And Shmuel Hanaki, it is weird, but I mean, it's so discordant to our sensibilities. But Shmuel Hanaki is writing these kinds of poems. He writes love and war poetry. He writes poems about the thrill of battle. He writes about, going in to fight and kill. It's really unusual. It's like, you don't see these things. I mean, if you read Tehillim and read it carefully, there is war poetry there as well. There's Tehillim where the authors of Tehillim, whether David or others, represent the desire for wreaking vengeance on enemies, and it's not like so foreign to the ancient world, but you basically see it in David and Melech, Shmuel Hanaki, and we're going to see it in the 21st century. Yes, please. No, he was the leader. He wrote this great halacha sefer. He was this phenomenal leader. Everybody said they called him Hanaki. That means the person in charge. Not controversial. Controversial in our times, not in his time. Let's look at a few examples. And you'll forgive me if I try to say this in a Sephardic diction, unless one of you guys can say this better than I can. This is, you get a sense of who he is in some of these. Listen to the rhythm, right? If you're doing Hashem Lebarat Tamidah. Asher Yagat Carlos Farim. A person who works and acquires books. And books are very expensive things, right? High status, high expense. But his heart in them is empty, completely empty, right? Meaning that he buys all these books, but he doesn't read them. Right? And notice this is the sound, right? Right? It has that kind of tripping sound to it. It's like a lame person who draws upon the wall 100 legs. And when he tries to get up, can't get up. Meaning, look at all the books that I got. I am so smart. And you don't read the books. You're not going anywhere. You're like a lame person who draws lots of legs, but they're not going to help you. So you hear a little bit of his cynicism there, but the beauty of his poetry, it's encapsulated in tight little meter like that. Very powerful. So would you say Asher that's even seven. Right? The Shivas in particular. Like you say Sefarim or Sfarim. Do you make it a half stop or a full stop? And it makes sounds right. Who's on that? Anashimya Anu Ashir. The men give the test to wealth. The Kabbalah with great honor and with salvation. Oh wow, rich person, so important. You gotta give a lot of authority to them. So beautiful. Just sounds right. But they are derogatory towards the poor, and they place upon him sins when he did not sin. They give him, you're poor, you must have done these crimes. One more, this is most related to his book. War appears at the beginning in its beauty. that every man wants to play with her, right? Meaning personified as a female. The Sohot has Kena'am Nisa, and in the end, she's like a disgusting old woman. Asher Kol Shocharat, that everyone who deals with her cries and wants to push her away. Meaning at first, everyone's excited about war. It's like, oh, look at that beautiful girl over there. Oh, yeah, I want to go talk to her, stuff like that. You guys know recommendations here. I want to go talk to her, but then it's like an old lady, like, oh, man, she smells and and stuff like that. This is Shmuel again. Now, wait. This is the part I've been trying to get to. Hang on. No more questions. Last 4 minutes of the class, no questions. This is like bizarre. I started seeing this after October 8th, October 7th. Israel today, like it or not, we have more poetry. We have ghost poetry coming back to the world. It's like, when I first saw this, people started sending me links. I said, oh my gosh, like Jews have not written poems like this. Whatever you think about, I had an argument with one of my friends who's more of a peacenik. He was saying, like, it's disgusting, it's terrible. But it is Jewish history. Jewish history is not always like convenient. So these guys here, I forget their name. This was Satira, I think. They wrote the song Harbi Darbi. They're actually blocked from entering the United States because of this song, which is essentially a rap song that's all about, we are going to smack Hamas down. It's a really strong, very catchy song. They're celebrating military aggression against an enemy, which Jews haven't done since forever. I mean, I was arguing with my cousin over this. Michael, if you watch this, you haven't started me now, but I'm almost talking to him. But, he was saying, look at the wars of 67 and the wars of 73. And I said, there's nothing like this then. You had like Yerushalayim Shel Zahav. You're going to compare this to that? This is totally new. Good or bad? And this other one here, which I find actually deeply moving, I was actually moved to tears by it, was the Tzalimo B'Hatzeah, right? And the name of the song is Zeh Aleinu. This is our responsibility. And just look at the imagery. I've got a few screenshots here. Look at the imagery here. The guy when he turns around, you see, he looks like a rapper. He's wearing a black tallis, right? Strong religious imagery. Star of David, you're not missing it there, which is also kind of like an IDF sort of illusion too. The feelings of revenge when haunting me. Don't have that in much Hebrew poetry since Shmuel and Rabbi. This was a couple more screenshots. I'm sorry? No, I don't think he tried. The other ones did. But Ani Torah. I am a predator. When are Jews saying they're predators? Right? It's so contrary to much of our culture. But this is essentially they're channeling a 1,000-year-old tradition that has been dormant in Shmuel and India. Not a cowardly little Jew with quivering knees. Here you get the sense of, physically, it looks like they're doing everything, I don't know where they're politically in terms of America, but I'll show you something that relates to the Israeli part of this in a second. A Jew with firepower, smoke, and sword. Now, this particular motion of Rabbi Yaakov feel like he's a pow, kind of a Krav Maga move. He feels like he's attacking you as you're listening to him. But at the same time, by the way, if you actually watch the video, they break away to a kind of minor key, walking through fields with rain in the background, lamenting the losses of October 7th. So it's an interesting kind of contrast and artistic way. Check this out. Us, which is kind of like a martial arts thing. Suddenly, my brother with the Strymon enters the recruiting office. Meaning he's saying this is a moment for Jewish unity, that the Haredim are entering the army. And on the other side of it, he says, wearing tefillin. By the way, he says Shema in the middle of this song, wearing tefillin. And our brother who was demonstrating on Kaplan Street, meaning Smolny, a leftist, comes to the synagogue again and saying this is a moment of all coming back together. It's a really amazing historical artifact. You can debate the artistic paradigm, you can debate the ethical and religious meaning of it, but nevertheless, it is a tremendously unique moment in contemporary history where we're seeing that kind of spirit of strong indeed. Okay, gentlemen, I'm glad we made it to the end of this hour of strong indeed. Have an excellent Shabbos. Next week, we are going to pick it up and we're going to look at the amazing Yitzhak Alfasi, the incredible riff.
I've been slinging it going out of style. Hey, I'm going to send you 2 recent interviews that I've had, and you know that I'm going viral soon. I really mean this. If you would, please watch them. They've got hundreds of views on YouTube. They're less than a week old, and they're just going to continue to get better. If I may ask, is that your scrotum? Yeah. Dude, that's baller as fuck. Okay, let me say this. I even do a shout out to the Scrotos. I show Scrotos on the stream, and I also do something else cool. I shout out the coin to 8 Roths. You know what 8 Roths is? Yeah, exactly. Does he? Okay, well, hey, each stone. So 8 Roths, Eddie Craven, and who owns Kit, and Elon Musk. And in the second video that I sent you, the one with the actually the second video, and that's an interview where I show off the Scrotos and for people are like, I do that in social media too, but like if you're a fan here for a long time, yeah, about this, and you're a fan of Rabbi Rothschild, you notice that this is a really good interview for me. In fact, after the second interview, the owner of Kick, Eddie, accepted my friend request on Discord. I did. So if you would, check it out. Um, you can tell that like I'm being some. We had, like 12 different Discords live right now, which is a big deal because it just like gives people a portal into my world. And I'm in like I Show Speed, if you know who that is, he's a YouTuber. In Aiden Ross's, I'm in like all these other ones, like Chill Zone, and like the biggest one on Discord is. And I feel it's a good idea to just make myself basically the central hub and have a bunch of spokes that branch off from me. And whenever anybody's curious, like, and they get curious on a daily basis, live streaming your life in so many different Discords, and then like coming to my main Discord, and maybe talking to me, like, oh, that's cool, and then coming regularly. Yeah. That, um, that's about consistency. But you guys, like, you did that great thing. Second, he says that you're a celebrity on Kick, and even though you don't stream on Kick, everybody knows about you. Eddie knows about you. A bunch of people I don't even know who know about me. And you should see my Kick vibes. You've seen my Kick vibes, right? So you know, like, I've been doing this now for a pretty good while, so people do know about me, and you'll see the reaction. It's pretty cool. And I talk about some things that are really important to me. I'm really here about movies. I'm sick of people fucking going to war, and I want to stop that. And I want to stop what comes to agricultural drones and vertical farming and water greenhouses, little greenhouses, and perhaps cloud seeding and hydroponics. Like when people start to hear these words, I feel on a large scale, they'll recognize that we can end these problems if we start to have discussion about it. If we stop fighting about the little things and start agreeing on the big things, I think the world would be a better place. And I know, like, oh wow, we're all gonna just, say kumbaya to each other. I know I get that all the time, but if someone doesn't start the process, no one will. But that's actually going to be a big thing that is going to be the meaningful part for this increase. Yeah, no, we like sexual revolution. it's something that's kind of controversial that I talk about. I think that we should discriminate against people based on the color of their skin, or the content of their skin, or the content of their skin. Okay, well then, why? Oh, why? Oh, okay. So, but what I'm basically saying is this: a woman should lose her Instagram account or YouTube account because she has a nip slip. When I can go like this, and it's no big deal. You know what I mean? Like it's a very strange, very very ancient, I feel, or at least traditional way of thinking. But literally, we are discriminating against people. And then when the medical community will literally let you be whatever you want, you need to tell me like one day a guy who like all the things like basically I could just show you a picture of a nipple up close and you can't tell the difference if it's a man or a woman. So I know you agree with basically the fact that we should treat it. And it's really true. In fact, there's a person I did a collaboration with. Her name's Melody Bailey, and she and I play chess together. She's a very intelligent woman. And the next day, she accidentally had a nip slip on her channel. You know, when you're streaming for like 12 hours a day, it's very easy. I'll tell you what, I have ass crack slips all the time. And I wear two pairs of pants just to avoid it, but I still have ass crack slips. Not like all the way down my butt, but just the very top part. And if somebody considers that offensive, then there's not much you can do about it. So what else do I talk about? I mean, that's like really the most controversial thing. I'm about movies. I don't want anybody else to die ever. I look forward to a day where nobody dies. I'm for life extension technology and mind uploading technology, and like we talk about a lot of the kind of shit that I don't normally talk about. I close with a word that I teach everybody. Nobody knows this fucking word. It's xenoarchaeology. I know. You're like, what the fuck is that? It's the study of archaeology on other planets, like abandoned civilizations of like aliens. Like people don't normally think like that. But if aliens exist, then a type of archaeology exists. And if you look at as many options that there are in the universe, like through the Drake equation, the likelihood of life being this on this universe aside from on Earth is very, very high. Because of that, you have to think that there's some of those civilizations have abandoned a planet or something, and we could study their archaeology. I think that's just, I mean, not today, but in the future. And people aren't thinking like that. And I'm telling you as much. But you and I are pretty like average individuals, but I think we're gonna have the opportunity to be. We're not. No, that's the thing. I think about you a lot. And I'm like, one of the smartest people I've met on the street as much. He was valedictorian in high school, gone to the Ivy League, and basically he has the opportunity. I think once this goes big to really like a lot of people. I know you're a funny person. You're really smart, and like basically, we're gonna have the opportunity to share a gift with people. I think that that's really important, and the way that we'll be able to do that is through social media, through live stream. We talked about this a little bit. You were talking about doing welding on TikTok. What happened to that? Just put it on one of the guys who is welding. Well, seriously, I mean, you got to think like that could be potentially. I mean, you try it. I don't know how. I watch people do shit like that all the time when I'm on TikTok because it's fascinating. You get it really. You get the camera really close, and it's like an angle you've never seen, and it's just like hypnotic. Just watching someone work. I watch that with pool. I watch that with all kinds of things. So, I think that it has potential. And excellent. If you would, check out the video that I sent, especially the second one. The reason why the second one feels important. As much on Technology Network. sick of apps crashing. I'm sick of batteries dying. I'm sick of connectivity sucks. I'm sick of updates that don't do anything. I want stuff to work really well. If we want to propel into the 21st century, into the 22nd century, we need this stuff to really start working better. And it's such garbage. It's such garbage. And these people, they want to charge you premium prices and deliver absolute shit quality. And so, like what? Like internet service providers, they say like we have 99% stability. That's actually not that good. That's like 1 in 100 days you're going to be out of internet for a whole day. Like that sucks. That's not what. That's ass. I need 99.99999. I need 6 signals on this motherfucking thing. No, I'm serious. If the internet goes out one time during, an earthquake, I understand that. But any other time, dog, no, this shit should be working all the time. So when they're like, we have 99% stability, it's like, that's still not good. But even 99.9% stability is still not that good to me. If it's 1 day in 3 years, I guess that's okay. 1 day in 3 years, but if I don't have internet for a whole fucking day, I will remember that fucking day for the rest of my life and how much I hated that day. So, no, it needs to be 99.9999. Like, once in 10,000 or 20,000 days, maybe 1 day in your life, you should be without internet. But even still, they should have backups to this shit. So you've got your wired internet. If that doesn't work, they got a fucking satellite or some kind of router somewhere. This all can be done. I don't understand why it's not. And, nobody's internet bill's going down. Nobody's cell phone plans are going down. But yet, they're delivering worse and worse service. And when it comes to internet, in the first video that I do, I call out Mark Zuckerberg, I call out Elon Musk, I call out Jeff Bezos, I call out the guy from Google and Alphabet and YouTube, Rothschild, and I call out the guy from Microsoft, Nadella, and I call out someone else. There's like a big one who I call out. Anyway, and I tell them what I want, that their stuff should be working better. And Tim Cook. Tim Cook's the biggest one. My iPhone sucks. My iPhone hasn't changed in 10 years. It's the same fucking shit. The only thing that they do is literally change the color and maybe the screen size. That's it. There's nothing else. It's like not anything new. And what people don't know is Apple is sitting on an entire mountain of technology and they're not utilizing it. They're using this idea of planned obsolescence and these slow rollouts of things. And I'm going to light a fire under that fucking company's ass because people are going to see I'm using iPhones all the time and how shitty these things are. And he's going to have to resign or he'll be fired by the board of directors. And in my opinion, and I say this in the video, Steve Wozniak should take over. Doesn't that make sense? Doesn't that fucking make sense? Like, that's, when you see a puzzle and all the shit comes together? Well, that's the key puzzle piece there. It should have never been Tim Cook. No one knew who his ass was. After Steve Jobs, it should have been Steve Wozniak. But now we see what Tim Cook's reign has been, and it's absolutely no development. Go to Wozniak. He could, if anything, he's a figurehead of the business, of the organization. He would be great for publicity. So that's one thing. What's that? I doesn't do anything. Absolutely nothing. When people talk about 5G, I talk about 6G. When people talk about 6G, I talk about 7G. And that's the way to do it because everything that they fucking promise you with whatever it is that they say they're going to roll out, hold your breath. Don't hold your breath on that one because essentially it's going to be not what you expected. I can tell you, especially when we get into, when we get into automated cars, like seriously, it's one thing if a phone app crashes. But if the fucking car crashes and I'm in it, or my loved one's in it, and I'm like, why didn't this fucking work? And it says system process not responding, or Android system needs to be rebooted, or it needs a system update. People's lives are going to be in danger, and we cannot tolerate that. So what I advocate is there's a certain standard that we need for electronic devices, and it's currently not the standard. I don't know too much about it, but basically there's a medical standard. There's a reason why pacemakers and like Neuralink and shit, that stuff doesn't break on people, but like your phone does all the time. Because that shit is like has to be like, and like military shit has to be at like level 7 or level 6, and then the consumer shit has to be at a level 1. And I advocate that the consumer shit should only be at level 2 or level 3. I want this shit working all the time because it's literally a joke. Dude, as much I hate to chew your ear off about this, but this is just how I feel about this shit. I will buy a brand new laptop on Amazon, brand new, and it'll say it's a gaming laptop. It'll say it's got a 17-inch screen, all this great shit, and you get it, and it is so fucking slow, it is unusable. And then when you look up, why is this even produced? It's called e-waste. It's basically, let's tell the customer all the stuff that the computer is capable of. However, we're not going to put a processor in it that's capable to do all those things simultaneously. And if you do, it will literally just become a giant paperweight. And that's exactly what these computers do. I can't believe how slow computers are. Like literally, computers, like, right. You know what's absolutely getting way worse is Android. You use Android phone recently. It's like such garbage. And here's the other thing that absolutely pisses me. There are better phones out there, and I've almost bought them in the past. Huawei. I remember Huawei, comparing the Huawei phone to both Apple and Samsung. This was 7 or 8 years ago, and every single thing on the Huawei phone was twice as good, and it was half the price. And so it's like, wait, this shit is twice as good at half the price. No wonder they don't want this thing sold in the United States. Of course, they're going to say, oh, it's because, like, China can spy on you. Dog, you really don't think this whole fucking thing is made in like Shenzhen and Guangzhou or one of those places that has nets around it so people don't jump off the fucking building? You're telling me they can't sneak a little bug in here and hear every fucking thing that I'm saying? Of course they can. They go ahead. Say. Wait, wait. That's a different story. That's a different story. Wait. You're right. Wait. Dude, you hear how much I'm bitching about Apple when I'm talking to you on an Apple there and an Apple here? Why? Because the other shit is so bad. But even okay, so like yes, it does work. Apple is seamless and all that other shit. But it's a walled garden. You can't do anything with it. Exactly. And I don't necessarily blame people at Android or Samsung so much because here's the thing, like an Apple, like I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, and I know how like even their verification process works. Apple is everything has to be done within the Apple system. It has to be done exactly within that walled garden, and their approval process is done by like robots, but it's also done by humans. So it takes a little longer. Samsung or Google literally is just done by AI, and you can basically do anything you fucking want in the phone. And like, it's incredible to me that what can happen is you can have like Samsung, which I think is a really good company from some of the shit that they put out. They have a really great phone, but they have to put Android software on it, which is dog shit. And so then it makes their phone look shitty. Because I really do have like Samsung, like there was this is like 10 years ago. I'll never forget this stuff. There was a company and just escaping me now. They put out a phone. It was a Nexus, whatever it was. Okay, so I remember the iPhone had a megapixel of like 8 megapixels. And It's like, don't you think if you worked at Apple, you'd be like, shit, man, you know the next camera that we put out on the next phone should be like 46 or more, so we can say that we have like cutting edge technology. Oh fuck no! You know what their next version was? The same 8 fucking megapixel camera that they had before. Only that they upgraded with the 14 or something like that. And here's the hilarious thing: Apple iPhone. When they launched it, they said, "Oh, it's got the greatest fucking camera on it. You can shoot a movie with this fucking thing." Okay, cool. Yeah, everybody wants to watch my movie that I shoot on an iPhone. But with that being said, the hilarious thing is, immediately when this thing went out, the shutter on the camera failed, and they had to push it update. So literally, like, if you know any of these people who buy Apple products on the first day, a lot of times they're not very happy because they have to push up an update. Now, the people won't fucking admit it publicly. So occasionally, I don't know if I know this, but they'll be like, "Oh, it's the greatest thing ever. It's just doesn't work, and this doesn't work, and this doesn't work." But it's the best fucking phone you can ever want. When in reality, they're just fanboys or fangirls. Do you remember how they used to do this shit? People would fucking camp outside, and it was like a huge event. And now it's like people same fucking shit, dude. And I've said this. There's so many things that they could do on a phone. I talk about this in the interview. I'm an advocate for gravity batteries. Not so much gravity batteries, use microgravity that is all around us, but also takes place whenever you move your phone to charge the phone simultaneously, so you never have to charge it. So when the phone is in like a woman's purse or in your pocket, it's charging because of the little bit of microgravity that is affecting it. And you're like, well, is that really that? Does that have that much potential? Fuck yeah, it's not a potential. And so that's the future. There's another kind of battery that can be used known as Americium batteries. You may have Americium batteries in your house. It's the thing that has that powers your smoke alarm. So you know how like you generally don't have to replace the battery in the smoke alarm like very often, or like in new ones, I guess. They last 7 years. The reason why they can last 7 years is because they don't use lithium; they use Americium. An Americium battery can last 300 years. It's like incredibly long time. So what I'm advocating is for different options when it comes to some of these companies. I mean, if this is what Apple should be saying, the new iPhone never has to be charged again. The new iPhone can be submerged up to 100 meters underwater. The new iPhone, it can be dropped from 100 meters, and it will fucking survive. It has Gorilla Glass on it. The new iPhone no longer is made of glass on the front and the back. The back goes back to being metal, so it protects the thing. I mean, that's the thing. There's a reason why they put glass on the back, because the back is seen of your phone as much as the front. And if you drop it and you crack the glass on the back, you look, poor. So nobody wants that. So that's why they did that. And also, these things are fucking frictionless. Watch this. I'm gonna put this here. Watch, it will fucking slide down. It does not stay on anything. It's like literally meant. It's literally basically meant to be broken. I have other iPhones that used to have a stainless steel back. They would stay up there. They would, if they fell, they might dent, but they would not break. They would not crack. Anyway, there's just all kinds of shit. I can fucking reach it. Got better shit to do than hear me bitch. Please watch my interview, and when you're done, if you can, you don't have to, but if you can upload, I'd appreciate it. But most importantly, tell me what you thought, because I honestly thought I did a good job pumping the coin, pumping world peace, letting people know who I am, and let me know if there's anything you achieved. Purposeful. They made it like that so that absolutely. I mean, it's extremely smooth to the point where it's like they almost want this thing to get broken. And I like there is something, I don't know if you've heard of it, I'm sure you have though, called Gorilla Glass, where you can fucking take a nail and a hammer and go like that on your screen and nothing will happen. Why don't they build phones like that? Oh, you mean to say that then we don't sell as many because you don't have planned obsolescence? I'm sure you're a very smart person. Do you know what planned obsolescence is? Well, yeah, I mean, it really came about particularly around the 1970s and the car industry, 1980s, with electronics and things, where companies realized exactly, exactly. Previously, literally, there were companies that would say buy it for life. You know, buy your car or buy your your refrigerator or buy your laundry machine and you can buy it for life. And some of the shit still works. If you look at like 1940s, 1950s, 1960s consumer electronics, some of that shit still works, which is incredible. When you buy something like 4 or 5 years ago and it can go out like that. And so the big plan that started in the automotive industry was to get people to buy more and more cars, more and more often. Because people weren't. Why would you buy a new car if you didn't need to if your old one was running? So they started having little things purposely fail, and then they started doing the same in consumer electronics, which is why, like, I can tell you this. I don't know anything about your device usage habits. I don't know anything about it. I can guess that if you've ever had an electronic fail, maybe not the most recent one, but at least one time it failed, and perhaps a lot of times, where you plug it in, where the power adapter. Basically, that on any consumer electronic is the thing to go first. So and you know what I'm saying, like, oh yeah, I bet. So I was just gonna say, do you ever see all that dust and lint and shit that gets in the little charging port? And I bet you get metal shavings and shit. There you go, 100%. And you know though as well, if that part goes, the phone's done. I mean, that that part I think is gone. I bought this phone not that long ago, and like because I do so much plugging in and unplugging, like I just feel that fucking power cord. So what I have to use is the wireless charging. So I didn't really make anything, but it's actually a really good invention. It's this. It's a. Do you see this thing? It's like a. It's something that my phone sits on, and it charges my phone, but it's on a really long extension cord thing, so I can walk anywhere. I can walk anywhere I need, or I can sit on my bed and still be fucking about, but it's charging my phone, and I don't have to have it in that fucking charging port. Here's another thing that fucking doesn't make any sense. Everybody on this earth, basically, when they put their phone down and it's standing up, it's like this. Here's the phone, and they put it down like this. How is it supposed to charge there if that's where the charging port is? The charging port of a phone should be at the very top. In fact, I don't know if you can see this. I have another phone here. I have like a lot of phones, as you know. This is the only phone that I have, though. It does have a charging port in the top, and I think that's going to become the usual now. Because doesn't that fucking make sense? Like little things like that, from an engineering perspective, do you know how much of a fucking difference that makes in the bottom line of Apple and their repair costs? Like, like they'll never want to do that. But when I come out and say, look, why is it that a phone that the government gives you has better engineering than the top phone on the fucking market right now? What's the difference? Like literally, this phone, I don't. It's a I don't know, someone you can buy on just fucking Amazon. It's also available for like the free calling plan. So I know a lot of people have this model of phone. I think I got it for like one of these you get for like $10 or $30 or something. It's like a track phone. And when I saw it, it works like absolute dog shit because it had Android on it and all that shit. But the one thing that I saw that it did have was a fucking charger at the very top, and I'm like, oh, this is the future. Because then when you want to like put your phone down and charge it, you can have it sitting up and charge at the same time, and you currently can't do that. Well, you can. Here's what you have to do. This is what I do. I build a little cup. You see, this is like a solo cup. And so this is a phone. It's being charged from the bottom. Do you see this? And I put it in a like holder so that it stands up and it charges at the same time. But well, it's like it's backwards engineering. I shouldn't have to do this. It should just be like, oh, I can put it in a holder and it would charge normally. But fuck no, because the charging port has to have like this much clearance from the surface. It just doesn't make sense. When it comes to the charging of your phone, have you ever had it so that port just doesn't work anymore? Isn't that a bitch? Oh, or on a laptop or something? Here's another one. Here's another one that absolutely pisses me off about Apple. So this was, I got an Apple MacBook like 16 years ago or something, and it had the best charging system I've ever seen to this day. And I learned about the charging system. So Apple used to have this charging system that was magnetic, so that if you ever needed to plug in your computer, it had a magnetic charging port, so that it wasn't exactly. Why is it? And it's like the best charging system you've ever seen. Am I wrong? Good as fuck. Why? Because you can have that thing on your lap, you can drop it, it can be yanked out of the wall, and it's not going to affect that. It's absolutely best. Did you know that design was on? This is as I understood. And this story may not be completely right. It's like a meme I saw, but it's also I did a little bit of research. It was invented by, I believe, a Japanese engineer, and he was working at Apple and basically said, or perhaps I'm incorrect on that. He wasn't working at Apple, but he was perhaps working in congruence with Apple, working as a contractor or something. And he showed them this design, and they liked it so much that they introduced it on their products. But they took his copyright or his patent on it and essentially said that they could have the patent if they spread it on all of their products and they spread it to the greater like world, because this guy knew if we can fix this little part of an electronic, it will save so much repair time. And especially because if you can't charge a thing, the thing doesn't fucking work. If it has a broken screen, you can still work it. It's not cool, but you can still work it. If it's no power, you're done. And as I understand, Apple took that information and basically it's just sat on it. It hasn't done anything with it. And you have seen like third-party manufacturers come out with little magnetic charging ports and things like that, but it doesn't come directly from the company, so it can cause issues with your charging and shit. What I'm trying to say is Apple has had better designs in the past, and they don't utilize them today for this reason, for planned obsolescence. Because I really mean this. Tim Cook is so fucking proud to have his company be the first company ever to be worth more than $1 trillion. And I'm telling you this, when the world hears this conversation someday, perhaps, it will maybe have been the first company to be worth more than $1 trillion, but it will also be the first company to drop below $1 trillion market cap. Because everyone's going to say, what the fuck? You mean to say they had a better charger than this and all this shit could be better? This would be terrible for their stocks. I'm telling them that who their CEO should be. None of this would be good for the company. Now, obviously, it's just us right now. But in the future, Other people may find out about it, and at least they know we will be advocating for them. What else? Bitcoin, Martin Luther King Jr. How you living, man? Hope you're doing well. All right. As much, I could talk to you all day. I could bitch more to you all day. You're a smart person. And, like, great minds think alike, as they say, so I'm going to stop. I don't think anymore. So I know that you pick up what I lay down usually, and that's a cool thing. You should know. I don't tell a lot of people that I think that they're smart, but I tell you because you are. Thanks, baby. Okay, I'm going to be working on these Discords. If you want to stay here, you can. I mean, we got people coming in, but I just want to get them set. Shout out to Ask Much, everybody.
And writing from the Visigothic perspective, we don't have a Jewish perspective on this, that Jews were like saying, please, Muslims, come into our country and get rid of these horrible Visigoths. This could be simply an ex post facto justification of persecution of Jews, saying they are intrinsically treasonous. So we don't know if any of this actually was true, but if it was true, it would not be surprising at all. And the Muslims that make their way in, a very, very small, extremely mobile army encounters a largely rejected population and conquers them quite quickly. Jews will play a significant role, not so much, as far as we can tell, in the actual military conquest, but certainly in the maintenance of the Muslim rule, because they were a loyal partner to the Muslims. If you think for yourself, here you are, you've got this tiny little Nevada Jewish community inside a Visigothic city. The Muslims come in and say, okay, we're getting rid of these ridiculously persecutory Visigoths, but there's only a few of us, we've got to make some more progress in the peninsula. We want you guys to be in charge of the city, you take care of the gates, you take care of the defense, and take the taxes, and we'll come by and pick up our share. And Jews would say, yes, great idea. And so a fairly small minority of Jews apparently helped engineer the Islamic consolidation control. That's probably better than the conquest. The consolidation came down to the Jews. Mr. Rubin.
Is there any concern on the Jewish side that if the Muslims are to lose them, then they'll get reports on their risk?
You would think that, but what do we know? Next to nothing. We don't know. The Jewish voice in all this is silent. We don't really get good Jewish voices for another couple hundred years. And so we're just like reaching back into history and trying to reconstruct what must have been like, simply don't know. But that would be, I think, a very legitimate concern. But the fact is, what do you have to lose? Now, this is like so out there. How bad can it possibly be? Mr. Carter.
It's another sport. Muslims don't it's so much for it. Yeah, it's not enough.
Yeah, I would that's what that perspective. Okay, let's just do some last reflections here from me on themes and precedents. This is a remarkable piece by Francisco Rizzi, and it's a depiction of an actual event, an auto da fe, which we'll spend a lot of time talking about later. This is a public burning of two Jews. You can see them here in the center, and they're wearing a special humiliating tunic called the San Benito, and the conical hats, which have become memorialized in Western tradition as dunce caps. You hear those? Yeah. Yeah, my father told me he had to wear one when he was a kid. The conical hat. That was meant specifically to ridicule people. That's what my father endured. In my generation, they didn't do that anymore, but they liberally hit us. Like my teachers literally hit me over the knuckles with rulers, like yardsticks, and with this hurt. And I have witnessed with my own eyes a teacher pulling down a boy's pants and spanking him in class. Right? That would not happen today, but that was back in the day. But the dunce cap was originated from the Spanish Inquisition, along with the San Benito as like an article of humiliating clothing. And look at this rock star concert kind of environment. here they have, this is where the burning is going to take place. And like there's all these dignitaries in the finest clothes, all come here to witness, the possible confession, which would, and by the way, if you were at this stage in the process, confession would get you one thing: they would strangle you before you were burnt at the stake. If you refused to confess, then you would still be burnt at the stake, but without strangulation. So it was a big chasm. But look at the environment. Look at this picture of all these people coming for this huge party. The richest people get the best seats to watch this whole thing going on. And this kind of environment of all society just piling on with this hatred directed at two tiny little figures in the center here is emblematic of this kind of mass social mania that seemed to grip the Visigothic state. And it also is clearly evident in the Inquisition period. And this is, by the way, let me think here, 1683. The Inquisition lasted for hundreds of years. It was in Madrid. Okay, we have examples of Peru, New World. There was these kinds of things everywhere. It's huge. And I would like to also suggest, for your consideration, gentlemen, and with this, I'm going to close my formal remarks. I think we're living in this time today, too. I think that if you look at the tremendous amount of energy and glee and sheer numbers of people, young people, who participate in the anti-Israel protests sometimes, it just seems to me like, we're being assaulted from all sides by people who do not know anything about the state of Israel or about its realities, about the Jewish people as a whole, and it's just another excuse for engaging in mass acts of hatred. And it's terrifying. This particular Shabbos, I'm speaking about one individual named Cardoso. I'm not going to talk about him about this later, but he was someone who was born as a new Christian, meaning he was from a family that was baptized a couple hundred years later, right around this time of this particular auto da fe. And he was a very successful doctor and writer. He was famous. He was known for being with the rich and famous everywhere in Spain. And then one day, while he was a professor, I believe at I'm not which university he was a professor of, he was called to participate in auto da fe, and he had to go in his full academic regalia with all the others to watch this happening. And he looked around and said, "My gosh, why am I involved in this? Why am I sitting here in the stands watching two innocent people being burnt at the stake?" And it just turned him around completely. It was like an incredible moment for him. He dropped everything. He left Spain, left his wealth, left his career, left his fame. He made his way to the ghetto in Venice and lived in a tiny little square that housed the Jewish population where he could at least identify himself as a Jew. And I think that's in many ways comparable not only to the Spanish period of the Inquisition, but also the Visigothic period in our own day. Thank you for listening to this mini drasha, gentlemen. Let's take questions and then we'll wrap it up. Mr. Rothschild.
That's the burning ceremony. Is that
Yeah, it looks like it sort of, but I'm not sure what that is. It might be like yeah, maybe it's the perspective is lying flat. Is that possible? Maybe maybe it looks like a cross there. So maybe this is where they're going to tie them up. Yeah, this looks like a flag, a banner of some type. You have to get, this is a high resolution image. You can probably get it on the website soon enough to figure it out. I'll have to go through them. What did they do? Judaizing. That could be anything. It could be not cooking pork or resting on Saturday instead of Sunday. We'll get into it. It becomes just into that type of use. Absolutely. 1683, there are no more Jews in Spain for 200 years at this point.
But it's happened, I thought it said it was painted.
Yeah, no, it was painted contemporary event. No more questions, arguments, discussions? Okay, everybody, so have an excellent Shabbos. Remember, next Shabbos, next Tuesday, no meeting. Thursday, we will meet. Okay, and we'll go on with the Muslim period, which is absolutely fascinating too.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our guest, Professor Yonatan Adler, is an associate professor at the Department of the Land of Israel Studies and Archaeology at Ariel University, where he also heads the Institute of Archaeology. Adler was appointed in 2018 by the Minister of Culture to serve as a member of the Israel Council for Archaeology. He has written extensively on the subject of archaeological evidence relating to the observance of Torah law, covering topics such as ancient ritual immersion pools, mikvaot, dietary laws, ancient tefillin found in the Judean desert, and chalk vessels used by Jews who observed the purity laws. Adler has directed excavations at several sites throughout Israel, most recently at Einot Amitai and at Rena, two sites in the Galilee where Roman-era chalk vessel workshops have been unearthed. It's my honor right now to introduce to us for a wonderful dialogue today, Professor Yonatan Adler. Please join me in welcoming him. Okay. Talk this morning will be about my book, which was just published this past Tuesday. Afterwards, you can come purchase copies if you'd like. And it'll be a synopsis of the book. Of course, it's hard to get into great detail, but I will try to give a broad overview of what I do. So, the Jewish way of life has been characterized for centuries by observance of Torah law. And what I mean by that is the myriad laws that we know of, which characterize the way a Jew behaves from the time that they wake up in the morning until they go to sleep at night, from cradle to grave. All spheres of life are covered by this Jewish law, by Torah law. Things like the various holidays, Shabbat, what you're allowed to do and what you're not allowed to do, dietary laws, what you're allowed to eat, what you're not allowed to, with whom a person can marry and have sexual intercourse with, rituals like tefillin and mezuzah. I mentioned the festivals, so things like taking the 4 species on Sukkot, building booths on Sukkot, eating matzah on Pesach, refraining from eating leaven, from eating chametz on Pesach, or even owning chametz. There's laws that relate to civil law, and criminal law. Like I said, almost every sphere of life is covered by Torah law. The question that I ask in this book is, when did this all begin? When did Jews begin to keep the Torah? Now, to be clear, I'm not asking when the Torah was written down, when the Torah was put together. It's a separate question. That's a question which I would call intellectual history, or history of ideas. Because I could imagine that the Torah was written down, but was sitting on a shelf somewhere, gathering dust perhaps, or perhaps very few people knew about it for centuries. The question that interests me is not the Torah per se, but the people, the masses, the regular everyday people. When did they come to know about the Torah? When did they come to be in the Torah practice? That's the question. Book. And I'll explain the method that I use to try to answer that question. Other books have been written. I'm not going to get into detail of the history of scholarship, but other books have been written on the question of the early Judaism and Judaism's beginnings. A book recently published by Daniel Boyarin makes the argument that Judaism is actually a modern notion. But what he means by that is, if we think of Judaism as a religion, like Islam, Christianity, Hinduism, Buddhism,
then Judaism is a modern notion, because religion as something separate from actual life is actually a modern notion. In antiquity and actually throughout most of history, Judaism was never something separate from regular life. Like what I just described, Torah observance, covering everything, all aspects of life, that's not something separate from life. It's part and parcel of it. So again, what interests me is the question of Torah observance. Biblical scholars, already from the 19th century, have noticed something very interesting about the Bible. When the Bible, the Hebrew Bible, okay, for the Tanakh, Quran, Nevi'im, and Ketuvim, the figures that we find, that we meet when we're reading the Hebrew Bible, don't seem to be practicing Judaism. And think about figures like King David, King Solomon, all the kings of Israel and Judah, the various prophets, and so on. We never find them keeping Shabbat. We never find them putting on tefillin. We hear about King David building a palace, but we don't hear about him putting mezuzot on the doors. We find biblical figures that are holding a spear and a sword, but never a lulav. We hear about the shofar being blown, but always in preparation for war, never on Rosh Hashanah. We never hear of anybody fasting on Yom Kippur. Scholars have noticed this for a long time, and their conclusion was it seems that the Torah was not known, was not being observed in the early periods, in the periods that are described in biblical stories. So in the First Temple period, the understanding of biblical scholars was that there was no Judaism. Instead, there was ancient Israel. There was, of course, cultic practices. People brought sacrifices. There was a temple, or several temples, to the Jewish God. But that does not imply knowledge of the Torah or observance of the Torah. It was only after the exile to Babylonia, 586 BCE, that something called Judaism emerged, that the Torah became known and began to be observed. And so there was this watershed of the exile. Pre-exile, we have ancient Israel. Post-exile, we have Judaism. This was the notion that began with a German Protestant scholar by the name of De Wette in the early 19th century. And this notion continued throughout the 19th century amongst several biblical scholars. The most famous was Julius Wellhausen at the end of the 19th century. And this idea continues until today. Basically, the idea is based on the story that we find in the biblical books of Ezra and Nehemiah, which tell of a figure named Ezra, who came from Babylonia and brought the Torah with him. He came to Jerusalem. He stood on a platform in the center of Jerusalem, and he read the Torah before all the people. And the people, for the first time, hear the Torah being read, and he discovers that you're supposed to build sukkot. You're supposed to build booths on the holiday of Sukkot. So the people go out. They had never heard of this before. They go out, they collect wood, and they build a sukkot for the first time in centuries. That's the story. Wellhausen says, well, if that's what it says in this biblical story, that must have been what happened. Judaism must have started from that. Problem is, we don't do history that way. We don't simply read a story and say, oh, it sounds right. It must have happened. That's not what history is about. To do history, we need to look for evidence. And that's the approach that I take in the book. I'll explain the method that I use. It's actually quite a simple method. I take a period in time when we know that there was Judaism. We know that the Jewish people were aware of the Torah, regarded it as authoritative, and were putting it into as I will show during this lecture, the first century of the Common Era is precisely such a time. The first century of the Common Era, so this is the time when the first century, of course, begins with what's the first event of the first century? Jesus born. And he's crucified. That's the Common Era from the birth of Jesus. So Jesus is born, he's crucified. The temple is destroyed. The second temple is destroyed in the year 70. This century is a century within which we have a tremendous amount of textual evidence and archaeological evidence, as we'll see, which indicate that there was Judaism, that Jews knew of the Torah, regarded it as authoritative, and were practicing. Then what I do is I go backwards in time from that, from the first century. I go to the first century before the Common Era, to the second century before the Common Era, to the third century before the Common Era, to the fourth century before the Common Era, backwards in time, continuing to look for evidence that Jews were practicing the Torah. And what I'm looking for is where the trail of evidence ends. Where the trail of evidence ends means that I no longer have, going backwards in time, I no longer have evidence that Jews were keeping the Torah. Now, when I reach that point, what have I discovered? I've discovered that there's no more evidence that Jews are keeping the Torah. That doesn't necessarily imply that Judaism begins precisely then. In archaeology, we have a technical term. It's called a terminus ante quem. It's a technical term in Latin, which means a period from then and before. Okay? So from where the trail of evidence ends, that's our terminus ante quem, when Judaism must have begun then or earlier. It's possible that we simply don't have evidence because evidence hasn't survived. It's possible that people were keeping the laws of the Torah, we simply don't have evidence for it. But it's extremely important that we are able to put on the table what we know, what evidence we actually have, what evidence we don't have. So the idea is to determine a terminus ante quem, and then the next step is, okay, so the period when we don't have evidence, what do we do then? What do we know about that period? And how can we speculate about how Judaism might have, when and how Judaism might have first emerged during that period of time when we don't have evidence? When I speak of evidence, I'm using that term quite often here, I mean two things: textual evidence, so written sources that we have from antiquity, and archaeological evidence. Now, textual evidence is great. The thing is, with textual evidence, we have to remember that what our interest in here is the masses, what the masses, the regular, ordinary people are doing. Texts, by definition, are written by literate people who not only know how to read and write, but they know how to write highly sophisticated texts. These are the texts that are down to us. And by definition, these are not of the masses. These are intellectuals that are writing these written sources like the ancient historian Josephus Flavius, Philo of Alexandria, the writers of the Apocrypha, various Jewish texts that we have from ancient times, the Dead Sea Scrolls. These were all written by highly literate people who, by definition, are not of the masses. So that there's a slight problem that we have when we're looking at texts, in that they're not necessarily representative of the ordinary people. We have to read between the lines and not necessarily accept everything that our ancient authors have to tell us. Archaeology provides a different kind of window on the ancient past, and a window which is particularly powerful for providing information about the masses. If I excavate sites throughout a country and I find a certain phenomenon that we find in site after site after site, the evidence that provides is on what the masses are doing, what the ordinary everyday people are doing, as opposed to, again, the texts which are penned by
intellectuals. So archaeology is really a wonderful tool if our interest is in what the masses are. Archaeology is a really wonderful tool for discerning human behaviors in the past, and that's exactly what we're interested in. So just a brief overview of how the book is arranged. Each chapter, of the first 6 chapters, looks at a different set of practices, prohibitions or positive practices, which characterize Torah law. So the first chapter looks at dietary laws. I'll get into each of these one by one. That'll be the bulk of our lecture. The dietary laws, what you're allowed to eat, what you're not allowed to eat. Ritual purity, figural art. I'll explain each of these shortly. Tefillin and mezuzot, miscellaneous practices, things like circumcision, Shabbat, various holidays, Passover, Yom Kippur, Sukkot. The synagogue. When does the synagogue first emerge? And then in the final chapter, I look at the question of, okay, what can we say about when Judaism first emerged on the basis of the terminus antiquem that we've settled upon? To cut to the chase, what we will see as we go through the evidence, in chapter after chapter, there is no evidence for the observance of Torah law prior to the middle of the 2nd century before the Common Era. Say that again. There's no evidence for the observance of Torah law amongst the masses anytime prior to the middle of the 2nd century before the Common Era. So to get a sense of when that is, this is the period of the Hesed. So the story of Hanukkah and with the Maccabean revolt takes place around 167 to 164 BCE. Sometime after that, we begin to see evidence for Torah observance. Nothing before that. Now, this is quite a bit later than the standard notion that Judaism begins, the standard amongst scholars, that Judaism begins quite soon after the exile to Babylonia. And that's what's new about the results of my book. All right, let's get into it. So the dietary laws. Of course, the dietary laws, the most famous of the dietary laws are the species of animals that the Torah forbids. The most famous is, of course, pork. And we have, from the 1st century of the Common Era, a large amount of evidence that Jews were abstaining from pork. We have texts which describe Jews as not eating pork, particularly the Romans, who ate a lot of pork. Saw this as very strange. The Jews stood out as this group that doesn't eat pig. We even have jokes that the Romans would tell about the Jews that they didn't eat pork. Would you like to hear a joke? So there's a story that Augustus, the Emperor Augustus, would joke about his client king, Herod, the Jewish king Herod. Herod, of course, was known as being a nasty fellow. He killed his wife, he killed his sons, and he wasn't a very nice person, very murderous. And the joke that Augustus told was that he would prefer, if he had a choice, he would prefer to be Herod's pig rather than his son. So the idea, of course, that he wouldn't slaughter his pig, but his son he would have no problem slaughtering. Now, if it wasn't the case that Jews were refraining from eating pig, the joke would have fallen flat on its face. And so when Romans are telling jokes about Jews not eating pig, we can understand the implication is that Jews actually weren't eating pig, because otherwise these jokes wouldn't be funny. We have archaeological evidence that non-Jews were eating pig in large numbers in the land of Israel. So the land of Israel, it was not only Jews that were living, there were Greek cities, there were other groups that were living in the land of Israel. The non-Jews ate lots of pigs. The Jews didn't.
And when we go backwards in time, the textual evidence, which suggests the Jews were refraining from eating pigs, ends at the Hasmonean period. That we have no texts which describe Jews refraining from eating pig or any kind of species animal prior to the Hasmonean period. An interesting species which we can study, or set of animal bones that we can study, is fish bones, fish remains. The Torah forbids eating fish that lack fins and scales. So fish like shark, which don't have scales, rays, and catfish, don't have scales, are forbidden according to the Torah. We can study when we're Jews eating or not eating fish like this. And what we find is that all throughout the First Temple period, all throughout the Iron Age, into the Persian period, Jews are eating catfish. We find their bones throughout Judea and Jerusalem, catfish bones. So this is a clear indication that Jews are eating food that is forbidden in the Torah for centuries through the Persian period. It's only in later periods, once we reach the Hellenistic period, the Roman period, that we no longer find such evidence. Purity is another category of laws, which in the first century of the Common Era, we have a tremendous amount of evidence that Jews are keeping the purity laws. So when I say the purity laws, I'm referring to things like the various kinds of impurity, such as menstrual impurity and semen impurity, corpse impurity, impurity of certain kinds of species of animals that die. All of these are considered sources of impurity. And the way that one removes the impurity, the way that one purifies a person and an object, is through ritual immersion in a ritual immersion pool, in a mikveh. So we have a tremendous amount of evidence for this in the first century of the Common Era. Archaeological evidence. We have textual evidence indicating that Jews were keeping these rules on a day-to-day basis. Step pools we find all throughout the country, these ritual immersion pools. We find them at Jewish sites and only at Jewish sites. And as I say, they're found throughout the country in the hundreds. Basically, any site that you excavate that was settled by Jews, you're going to find usually several of these pools. When did this kind of archaeological remains, this kind of artifact, first appear in the archaeological record? I'll let you guess. In the middle of the 2nd century BCE, during the Hasmonean period. There are no, actually, probably the end of the 2nd century BCE, around the year 100. There are no ritual pools prior to the Hasmonean period. They simply do not exist. And once they do exist, we find them everywhere. So archaeologists are really good at dating things. That's what we do. And we are able to date things on the basis of artifacts that we find together with an installation like a step pool, pottery, and coins. Usually. Another phenomenon which is related to the ritual purity laws is chalk vessels. The Cantor mentioned that I am excavating at 2 sites where these chalk vessels were discovered, were actually being produced. So what's the issue with chalk vessels? According to Leviticus 11, if you have pottery, which is what people had, that was the standard vessel, tableware and storage vessels that were made of pottery. If pottery becomes impure, according to Leviticus, you have to break the pottery. Stone isn't mentioned in the list of materials that can become impure. So once we reached the 1st century of the Common Era, it was understood that stone doesn't become impure. So Jews were making vessels out of stone, particularly this chalk. It's a kind of limestone. They made both tableware and storage, very large storage vessels, in order to prevent the spread of ritual impurity.
it's only Jews that are making vessels out of this material, and they're making it specifically because stone was considered impervious to ritual impurity. Okay, great. We can study the question of when Jews were keeping these purity laws by looking for when stone vessels first appeared and when they disappear. Eventually they disappear. Guess when the stone vessels first appeared? 2nd century, Hasmonean period. Right? We don't have any stone vessels before that. So again, another indication that the earliest evidence we have for this set of rules, the ritual purity rules, is the Hasmonean period. Once they appear everywhere. So this is something which was widely practiced. Prior to the Hasmonean period, we have no evidence that this was being practiced. Figural art. So the 10 Commandments, everyone knows. It's not that many. What was the 2nd commandment? No graven images, exactly. So this was understood when we get to the 1st century of the Common Era. This was understood to mean you cannot have any images of humans or animals in artwork. No humans or animals. And indeed, we have texts which describe this, and we also have archaeological evidence of Jewish art, again, throughout the country, which almost never has depictions of humans or animals. We always have either geometric designs or floral designs, almost never humans or animals. This is particularly evident on the coins, because coins always include a face. Whose face do we put on the coin? In the case of the Roman Empire, the emperor. In the case of monarchy, king on. In the United States, we don't have a monarchy. We have presidents, so we have former presidents. We don't put a current president, we have former presidents. But in monarchies, in Britain and Scandinavian countries, Belgium, Holland, wherever you have a king or a queen, you put the king or the queen on the coin. Switch the face when there's a new monarch. This was the case in antiquity as well. It was throughout the medieval period. This is what you do. You put the leader on the coins. This was a way of, also this was propaganda for the leader, to show I'm the leader. The Hasmoneans and all Jewish rulers after them didn't put their face on the coins. Instead, they did something else. They put on what I would call a textual portrait. So we have here the first coins minted by the Hasmoneans, John Hyrcanus I. The earliest of his coins can be very well dated to around 132 BCE. What does he have on his coins? His name and his title. Yochanan HaKohen HaGadol V'Chever HaYehudim. John, the high priest, and the assembly of the Judeans. This instead of a face, it's a description of him. It's as if we have this face, but instead of a picture, we have words which replace the picture. So to my mind, it's extremely clear what's going on. The ruler is very consciously refraining from putting his face on. This is the case with all Jewish coins from the times of the Hasmoneans and onwards throughout the 1st century of the Common Era. Not only the Jews didn't put pictures of humans or animals on their coins, when the Romans came and the Romans minted coins, the Roman procurators and governors were minting coins for the Jews, they too refrained from putting the emperor on the coin because they were afraid of riots. They knew that if they were to put the emperor on the Jewish coins, they would have riots on it. The Jews wouldn't use the money. And so it's extremely clear the Jews were keeping these rules. The question is when. So when we go to an earlier period of time, 3rd century before the Common Era, we have figural art on every single coin the Jews minted. We know the Jews were minting them because they have Jewish names on them, they have Hebrew on them. This coin says Yehudah, the Judea, the name of the province in Hebrew. In the 4th century before the Common Era, so during the Persian period, we have names of Jewish governors, Chizkiah Pecha, that clearly minted by Jews, Jewish leaders, with not only do we have figural art here, does anyone recognize on the right side what that is? No, it's the attribute of the goddess Athena, the Greek goddess Athena. So not only do we have graven images, we actually have pagan images. It's a copy of a coin that was minted in Athens. And here we have the coin of the Jewish high priest, Yochanan HaKohen, it says in Hebrew. Again, with the owl of Athena on one side and the face on the other side. Clearly, there's no qualms these people have about minting graven images on coins. Again, here is right before the Hasmonean period. Tefillin and mezuzot, we all know what tefillin and mezuzot are. We have evidence, archaeological evidence, for tefillin and probably mezuzot as well, from the 1st century of the Common Era. These were found in the Judean desert, at Qumran and elsewhere. This is a tefillin case. Inside of these cases were slips with scriptural passages written on them from the books of Exodus and Deuteronomy. People were keeping this ritual practice in the 1st century of the Common Era. The earliest tefillin that have been discovered date to the Hasmonean period, nothing for that. Mezuzah, probably we have some mezuzot from the Judean desert as well. Also, they do not date to any time prior to the Hasmonean period. Miscellaneous practices. Circumcision. We don't have archaeological evidence precisely for circumcision, but we do have textual evidence. And although it does seem that Jews, ancient Israelites, were practicing circumcision, there were other peoples that were practicing circumcision as well. And what interests me is the question, when was circumcision regarded not only as some kind of cultural practice, when was it considered a law? When was it considered something that you do because the Torah says that you have to? And that we have evidence for from the Hasmonean period and onward. We don't have any evidence for that before this. Sabbaths, also a practice which we don't precisely have archaeological evidence, but we have some texts, ancient texts, which were discovered, which mention Shabbat. We don't have any evidence that anyone was keeping any kind of prohibitions on Shabbat prior to the Hasmonean period. I'll go one step further. We don't have any evidence that Jews, or anyone else for that matter, were observing the 7-day week. It's a little hard to wrap our minds around the idea of living life without a 7-day week. But we have to remember, keeping time is always associated with some kind of natural phenomenon. So the day is 24 hours. Why? Because it takes 24 hours for the sun, for the Earth to spin around, and for the sun to distance. From sunrise to sunrise is 24 hours, right? It's a natural phenomenon. The year is 365 days in a quarter. Why? Because if you look outside, you see it gets cold and it gets hot. It takes 365 days. Now we know that it's the Earth going around the sun, but it takes 365 days for this natural phenomenon that we call the year. The month is around 30 days. Why? The moon. It takes approximately 30 days for the moon to get big and then to get small again. The week is not connected to any natural phenomenon. Why 7 days? Why not 6 days? 3 days? Why any days? Why do we need a week at all? We have no evidence that anyone considered time to be divided according to 7 days prior to the Hasmonean period. It's actually the Jews that began this notion of a 7-day week because it says so in the Torah. And because it says that you have to count 7 days, and at the end of the 7 days is Sabbath, where you rest. Essentially, the 7-day week is so that you can have Shabbat at the end of the week. And again, we have no evidence. Think about the Bible, right? Do we have any stories in the Bible about Something happening on a Tuesday. We don't. On a Wednesday, we don't. We have dates of the month. We have years. We never have days of the week. And it seems that prior to the Hasmonean period, there was no 7-day Passover. So we have no evidence that people were refraining from eating leaven on Passover or eating unleavened bread on Passover, again, prior to the Hasmonean period. There is a document which was found on an island in the Nile called Elephantine. We have actually a large number of documents from a Jewish garrison that was living on Elephantine, the Persian period, so the 5th century before the Common Era. And there's one famous papyrus which is called the Passover papyrus, so the Elephantine Passover letter. And this papyrus is written in Aramaic. It's actually very readable. And scholars have claimed that this papyrus is evidence that people are keeping the Passover, because the papyrus talks about Passover, it talks about a holiday for 7 days when you are not allowed to eat leavened, and you should be eating unleavened bread. You shouldn't have leaven in the house, and so on and so forth. So one would think that this is evidence that Jews were keeping the Torah's laws about Passover already in the 5th century of the Common Era. The problem with this evidence is that all of the parts of this letter that talk about Passover are in the reconstructed parts of the letter. Have a look. You notice that the whole lower right-hand portion of the letter is missing. So all the parts of this letter which talk about the Passover are in the reconstructed parts. When we take away the reconstruction, we no longer have the Elephantine Passover letter. We just have the Elephantine letter. There's nothing in the actual remains of this papyrus which say anything about Passover or leavened or unleavened or anything of the sort. Day of Atonement, the holiest day of the Jewish year. No evidence that people were observing any kind of Day of Atonement, fasting, or anything prior to this period. Sukkot. We have lots of evidence from the 1st century. Lots of evidence. We have some evidence from the 1st century that Jews were keeping the Sukkot rituals, the 4 species, the lulav and etrog, myrtle and willow. We have coins, for example, from the Jewish revolt from the year 6970 of the Common Era, which depict the 4 species. We have some evidence from the 1st century before the Common Era, perhaps the 2nd century before the Common Era, nothing before that. Same goes for the Sukkot themselves, the booths. Here's an interesting one, the menorah. So the menorah is a Jewish symbol, has been for quite some time. It's based on the idea that you're supposed to have a golden 7-branched candelabrum in the tabernacle. That's what Exodus commands, prescribes. And we have lots of evidence from the 1st century of the Common Era that there was such a candelabrum in the temple, and that people knew about it. The regular everyday people knew about it because they depicted it in their art, depicted it in their graffiti. We find it on a series of coins. Jews knew about this 7-branched menorah. They put it in their art, but never before the Hasmonean period. So we don't have any graffiti, any artistic depictions at all of a 7-branched menorah prior to the Hasmonean period. Now the synagogue is, I'm sorry? Hasmonean period, the Hashmonaim, the Hasmonean, the Maccabees. Okay, so that's the Maccabean revolt against the Greeks. From the story of Hanukkah, this family that revolted against the Greek domination around the middle of the 2nd century before the Common Era, that was the Hasmonean family, the Maccabees. Okay, the synagogue is a bit different. The synagogue is not actually a practice or a prohibition, but the synagogue, so when we hear of the synagogue today, what do we think of? What's the first thing that we think of when we hear synagogue. Building, but what do you do in the building? Prayer, right? Prayer is what we think of. In ancient time, in the first century of the Common Era, the synagogue wasn't about prayer. The synagogue was what we're doing right here. It was an educational institution. It was a place where people would gather together once a week on Shabbat. Someone would take out a Torah scroll, read the Torah, and educate the people about what was written in the Torah, about the laws that are written, the laws and the stories that are written in the Torah. What's the idea of a synagogue? Essentially, in antiquity, the vast majority of the people presumably didn't know how to read and write. They didn't know how to read. So even if they had a Torah scroll, which almost nobody had because it's expensive to have a Torah scroll, nobody had a Torah scroll at home. So people didn't have a Torah scroll, and even if they had, they didn't know how to read it. But if you had one Torah scroll in your community, and you had one fellow in your community who knew how to read it, you could gather all the people together, and the person that had the Torah scroll and knew how to read it would read it in front of everyone, explain what's written in it, and then the people know what's written in that Torah. Now, Torah is complicated. There's a lot in there. There's a lot of laws. The only way that people could know those laws and put them into practice is if they were educated in them. You needed to have something like the synagogue in order to spread knowledge of Torah and observance. You couldn't have Judaism without an institution like the synagogue, and as such, it's important to know when the synagogue first appears. So most of our evidence for the synagogue comes from the first century of the Common Era. We have, for example, this dedicatory inscription from Jerusalem, which speaks about exactly this, what the synagogue was for. It tells of a certain, just like today, I see there's dedicatory inscriptions here with names of donors all over Sinai Temple. This was done already in antiquity. So we have here Theodotus, the son of Vetinos, who built the synagogue. But what's great about this inscription is that it explains why the synagogue was built. He built this synagogue for the reading of the law
What's going on with the Irish dynamic?
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so thrilled that next week, God willing, we will board our ship and we will begin our cruise of the Netherlands and Belgium. And I want to share with you about one individual I recently learned about as I was doing work on the lectures on the economy of the Golden Age, which is basically the 17th century. Joseph Penso de la Vega, Jose de la Vega, his years are 1615 and 1692, and he's one of those amazing group of Jews who had made their way from the Iberian Peninsula to Amsterdam, his family in particular, and he did amazing, phenomenal things there, specifically in his literary work and in his analysis of the stock market. So before I get back to him, let's just have a quick look at the status of the economy in Amsterdam in the 17th century. A lot of that activity has to do with the opening up of new markets as a result of the connection of Europe with the Americas and also with the Far East as well. Have a look at this map of the, let me try and say this, Verwantschapslanden, the kindred countries. These are all countries in which Dutch colonialism was active and had a lot of connection with the local economies and a lot of import-export going on. And Jews, in particular the Portuguese Jews who had fled the Inquisition and were looking for new economic niches, they began to find ways to be very active in these markets in all kinds of ways. Very important was the market in what would later become Brazil, right? Hugely significant. And also in the northern part of South America and also the Caribbean. Huge significance for the settlement of Jews in North America in general. And in particular, we see here New York, which of course was originally New Amsterdam, at least once the Europeans came to the region. It's fascinating, I think, that the local governor, Peter Stuyvesant, shown here, wearing a kippah, That's weird, I know, but I think it's just coincidental. He really didn't want to let the Jews in, but nevertheless, the officials in Amsterdam said to him, listen, they're really useful for our economics, and it's out of keeping with Dutch tradition not to allow them in. So he was forced to allow this tiny group of Jews in 1654 into North America. And of course, for our purposes, very important is South Africa, which would be very significantly connected to the diamond trade, which runs its way through Belgium and Amsterdam as well. So all of this new economic activity is happening, and it is concentrating itself especially in the stock exchange. The first European international exchange was established in Antwerp, not too far away from Amsterdam, in 1536. It had a lot of participation of Portuguese Jews, and in fact, when the Amsterdam Stock Exchange really got going in 1674, about 13% of all of the activity there was involving Portuguese Jews, which is very significant given the fact that their population in the city was in the single digits. They were really quite overrepresented here because it was a new economic niche that could be, well exploited by their numeracy and their literacy. Here's an image of the stock exchange from 1670 that gives you a sense of what this must have been like in the 17th century. Now that brings us to Jose de la Vega. His father was a victim of the Inquisition. His name was Isaac Penso Felix, and he was arrested by the Inquisition. He was born in a place called Espejo, Spain. And while he was held, he made a vow that if he were ever to be released, he would find his way back to openly practicing Judaism, right? He was one of the many Jews and descendants of Jews who had been forcibly converted in 1391 in a series of pogroms. The Inquisition, of course, was created to specifically prohibit those Jews from practicing their faith and maintaining their fictional existence as Christians. He was fortunately released, and he made his way first to Antwerp with his family and later on to Middelburg. And there he openly accepted his Jewish identity and began practicing without fear. He was also known to have been an extremely charitable individual and given out about 80,000 guildens, which implied that he must have been a very wealthy person as well. Now, his son, Jose, was born in the year 1650, and he proved to be quite a literary individual, did a lot of writing, not only of letters that were later published, but also of several books. The one that's most significant for our purposes is a book called Confusión de Confusiones. I wonder if that would be Confusión de Confusiones. I don't know Spanish well enough, but obviously the English title would be Confusion of Confusions. And it was published in 1688 as the first book describing how the stock exchange works. It has actually retained a lot of its value. It was translated to English, and it's still used today. It's a fascinating work. It has 4 dialogues involving a so-called fastidious philosopher, a prudent merchant, and an erudite stockholder. And he gets into all kinds of things. He explains what stocks are, he explains options, speculative maneuvers, and all kinds of fascinating things. And very important for historians because it tells us a lot about how this major European exchange in the 17th century operated. He's also a very funny writer, and there's all kinds of anecdotes and very pungent descriptions of life in Amsterdam and so on. It's really, really quite interesting. He includes, for example, 4 basic rules of speculation, which have retained their value to the present day. A lot of people really say that, man, this is what it's all about. And here they are. I'll give them to you first. The first rule in speculation is never advise anyone to buy or sell shares. That doesn't sound so much like an economic idea as more of how to maintain friendships with your brother-in-law, things like that. But don't give anyone advice. He goes on to say that basically, it's all things go up and down, and you don't want to give people advice and then get blamed for it. Second rule, accept both your profits and regrets. Meaning, don't simmer in the awful kind of feeling of, oh, I should have bought that when it was cheap and things like that. I should have sold it before it crashed. There's no point to it. It's just going to make you feel awful. It really sounds more like a self-help book than a formal financial analysis. But nevertheless, the third rule, and it relates, I think, to the first 2 rules, profit in the share market is goblin treasure. I wasn't sure exactly what goblin treasure is, but he goes on to explain At one moment, it is carbuncles, the next is coal. One moment, diamonds, the next, pebbles. And the profits that you earn, they can like blow up tremendously, and they can also, be moved almost immediately. The so-called bubbles, right? Very, very important rule. The fourth rule: he who wishes to become rich from this game must have both money and patience. Really fascinating. He is so important for the study of international financial markets that the Federation of European Securities Exchanges actually holds an annual prize, the De La Vega Prize, for research on the European Stock Exchange. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this short video. I realize that if you haven't booked on the cruise, you're not going to be joining us. The boat was full for quite some time already, but maybe on a future cruise, and I certainly look forward to sharing more videos of my research and my experience there with you, because we all love Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching. These are all countries in which Dutch colonialism was active and had a lot of connection with the local economies and a lot of import-export going on. And Jews, in particular the Portuguese Jews who had, fled the Inquisition and were looking for new economic niches, they began to find ways to be very active in these markets in all kinds of ways. And in particular, we see here in New York, which of course was originally New Amsterdam, at least once the Europeans came to the region. It's fascinating, I think, that the local governor, Peter Stuyvesant, shown here, wearing a kippah. That's weird, I know, but I think it's just coincidental. He really didn't want to let the Jews in, but nevertheless, the officials in Amsterdam said to him, listen, they're really useful for our economics, and it's out of keeping with Dutch tradition not to allow them in. So he was forced to allow this tiny group of Jews in 1654 into North America. Good morning, folks. Jewish history. We're docked in Amsterdam now, and day one of our cruise to the Netherlands and Belgium. We're going to explore a lot of places. I learned something about the fascinating history of Jews in this area. Sometimes when I'm cruising the Kosher River cruises, I think about, how did the land itself affect the culture of the people, and specifically their relationship with their Jewish minority. Since the year 1250, there has been a tremendous amount of collective effort by the inhabitants of the region to actually make it dry, to build these windmills and water drills to be able to expend the water elsewhere and keep the sea at bay. They were also prepared to overlook more minor differences that affected people's private lives, like, for example, religion. But it basically allowed an opening for minor windmills and water drills to be able to expend the water elsewhere and keep the sea. Windmills and water drills to be able to expend the water elsewhere and keep the sea at bay. They were also prepared to overlook more minor differences that affected people's private lives, like, for example, religion. But it basically allowed an opening for minorities like the Jews to be able to flourish in a society like Amsterdam. Thanks very much for watching. Good morning, fellow students of Jewish history. This morning we're cruising along this beautiful canal somewhere in southern Netherlands or probably northern Belgium, on our way to the glorious city of Antwerp, which has a huge and vibrant Jewish population. I really can't wait to see it as a point of embarkation for many Eastern European Jews, like my own ancestors, making their way over to the United States of America. What we saw yesterday in Amsterdam, especially the Portuguese synagogue, was an incredible building with so many details, and I was especially fascinated by the pelican symbol that was used, very unusual symbol used by the Jews of Amsterdam, specifically the leaders of the Portuguese Jewish community, to describe themselves. I'm going to talk about that in a longer form. Anyway, I hope you have an excellent day, and I can't wait to share more of this amazing Kosher River cruise with you. Good morning, fellow students of Jewish history. So yesterday was just such an amazing experience going to visit the Portuguese synagogue in Amsterdam, which is such a phenomenal edifice built in the 17th century. It really is a testament to the magnitude, and as we shall see, the generosity of these Portuguese immigrants to Amsterdam, what they affected for the larger Jewish community and really for Jewish history. One of the things that I really found especially fascinating was the unusual symbol that the Portuguese Jewish community adopted for themselves, specifically for their leadership. It's an image of a pelican striking its own breast and then feeding its blood to its otherwise starving children. What exactly does it mean? I think that the most dramatic representation of it is here in the Mamad boardroom. This is where the leadership would gather to engage in discussions and especially to distribute charitable funds to the community. And we shall see that's especially important. And it's frequently paired with the phoenix, which is a completely separate set of ideas relating to the rebirth of the community from the ashes, which is, of course, especially appropriate because the Portuguese Jews have just escaped the horrific Inquisition. Here's the real big question regarding this unusual symbol. Is it a Christian symbol? So the answer is yes, but there are two very major caveats that we have to bring to bear when we look at the symbol. First of all, it is highly unlikely that the Portuguese Jews, especially with their detailed experience of Christianity, actual lived Christianity, because they were forced in earlier generations to actually pretend to be Christians as a result of their forced conversion several generations earlier, and with their experience of persecution under the Inquisition, they would never have consciously adopted a Christian symbol for its Christian associations. So they knew what they were doing, and nevertheless they chose this symbol. Secondly, the symbol actually predates Christianity, reaching back into Roman, Greek, and Egyptian mythology. And it's likely that this is what the Portuguese leadership intended when they adopted this symbol. They were going back to its original meaning and not thinking of adopting the accretions later by the church. Very much so like the phoenix, which also has roots in Greek and Egyptian mythology, and it would be absurd to say that they wanted to adopt, Greek and Egyptian myth for themselves. So let's look at first recorded instance we have of the pelican as an image. It comes from the 2nd century text, usually attributed to Clement of Alexandria, Egypt, a book called the Physiologus. And what Clement of Alexandria was trying to do was he was taking a whole series of myths about animals and then applying Christian meanings to them, what Christians can learn from these behaviors. This was later adapted in the Middle Ages through various bestiaries, and it became an especially popular book when we look at the pelican in the Middle Ages when the Eucharist was introduced and circulated. And so we have lots of representations of Christian art. So what is the idea? I mean, the pelican, rather than letting children starve, opens up its breast and feeds her own blood to her children to keep them alive, which is kind of gross, but there you go. The comparisons to the founder of Christianity, of course, are very obvious, especially when we look at the actual ritual of communion. So back to our question, why would the Portuguese Jews adopt this symbol? They're really looking back at the pre-Christian origins of it, like they did with the phoenix, and they're talking about how the Jewish value of providing charitable funds to those in need is something that is incumbent upon Jews and is something that they value very highly. And this is especially appropriate because Portuguese Jews came into phenomenal wealth in the 17th century during the Golden Age, especially with the expansion of global trade, which they pioneered in many ways. And when we think about the 17th century, we can't avoid the massive influx of Ukrainian Jewish refugees, much like today, unfortunately, when as a result of the pogroms of 1648-49, there was a huge pressure for Jews to leave that region and find safer places to live. And it was incumbent upon the Portuguese Jewish leadership, the Mamad, to disperse funds for their use. They did so with tremendous generosity. And that's why the image of the pelican was especially prominent. There are many other details, other theories about why there were 3 of those baby pelicans. But for now, let's just leave it at that. I think this is just so fascinating. Really grateful to be able to see these things in person with Kosher River Cruises, and I hope that someday you'll enjoy them with me as well, or at least on video. Thank you very much for watching.
I taste this song.
I'll leave the red one. Yeah, thank you.
And now you just hook it up and you eat like this.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Chateau, yeah, big part of
Okay, I'm going to focus in on the actual. Also, get the head in.
Get the hair.
I get the head in. Was this a shoe up? Get the head. Ja,
heel lekker.
heel lekker. Ja. Gibt die Mensch du? Die Nachricht von den Kindern. Steve, was hast du in Toilet?
Now we're having a uniquely Jewish moment here. We stopped on the street in front of this synagogue, which has a plaque on the wall outside that denotes the structure as a collection point for Jews in anticipation of their deportation later to the death camps.
There are not many pictures from this because, of course, it was not allowed to take pictures during transportations. But this is one picture that was taken from an apartment in front of the street, and this shows the approach to Mecca.
You know, we walked in here, and sure enough, we started playing. The two guys learning Daf Yomi, and we started playing Jewish geography with them here, and it was like in 5 languages. You know, it was in Hebrew, Dutch, English, Russian. There was 70 languages trying to match up where we came from. And you know, we're having a live Jewish. One of the beautiful things about Antwerp is that we have this kind of experience here. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I just returned from an amazing cruise in the Netherlands and Belgium with Kosher River Cruises, and I have to say that although there were so many fantastic things, and I made a couple of short videos about a few of them, the highlight, without question, was this amazing Shabbos we spent in Middelburg, where we visited this synagogue that is just so fantastic. Let me tell you about it. So if you walk down a street called Herenstraat, you'll see this tiny little opening that goes through an alley. At the top of it says Beit HaKnesset, right, synagogue, and then it has the year Tehallel, using the Hebrew word you will praise, that works out to the year 1704. And that's, you know, okay, interesting, charming. I want to see what's inside. But what I think is especially unusual is that little plaque on the left, which is only in Dutch, and it describes a story, and you can see that under the Star of David and kind of the Lion of Judah, it has 4 dates. Built in 1704, occupied, that is by the Nazis, in 1940, destroyed, in this case by a British mortar, in 1944. And those 3 lines you will frequently see on monuments of this nature. But then there's another line that says reconstructed 1994. And to my amazement, not only was the Synagogue of Middelburg reconstructed as a physical entity, it's actually been repopulated. That everyone thought Jews had basically disappeared from this middle-sized town, but they began coming back once the synagogue was created. I'm going to tell you the whole story, and more importantly, I'm going to let some of the principal figures involved tell the story in this video. So first of all, let's just see where exactly is Middelburg. Here's a map of Europe, and you can see the Netherlands where it's located, just about, you know, equal to London, but across on the continental side of the channel, of course. And in our cruise, we started in Amsterdam, which is a major Jewish center, and then we went all the way down through canal zones to the city of Antwerp. Very big population center there, where I had some great experiences tasting herring and things like that. Then we rode the ship down to the medieval village of Ghent and nearby Bruges, also very important. And then we made our way up to this little place called Middelburg and nearby Viera. Viera would be very important because that's the home of Ad Vos, who is going to be a major player in the story. Then after the trip, we went to Rotterdam, where we actually saw was pretty bizarre, a reconstruction of Noah's Ark. And then shortly after it, we saw a rainbow, which was very spooky. At any rate, that was our whole trip. We went back to Amsterdam and flew out of Schiphol Airport a week later. So let's focus in on Middelburg now. Here's an old map of the city, and you can see there's like kind of a ring road around a really old core, and then towards the bottom by the letter H, there is something that says a Israelitische Kerk, a Jewish church. In other words, this map labels the synagogue. The entrance is on Herrenstraat to the right, but to the left is the home of the original builder of the synagogue. He had what they call in Dutch an achterhuis, a behind house. It's the same word that is used for the structure in which Anne Frank and her family hid during the Holocaust. And he wanted to dedicate that space to becoming a synagogue. So that's the actual structure we're going to see. We also have an illustration of the synagogue in an almanac that was published in 1780, which is very fascinating. It has a whole bunch of entries about what Jews believe and what they do in synagogue and things like that. And we have a pretty good idea of the plan of the synagogue. If you have a look at this modern drawing, you can see Herrenstraat, the entrance is on the south at the bottom of this drawing. There's kind of like a narrow alleyway, and then there's a garden to the right, sort of like an open space where the sukkah can be placed. The mikveh is placed just south of there, and then just north of there is that square building with that unique kind of roof that is the synagogue itself. We see that the roof was preserved as long as 1940 when this particular photograph was taken. It's prominent in the foreground here. And we even have some photographs from the beginning of the 20th century that shows the heavy traditional kind of furniture that was in place in the synagogue. This is the view towards you'll see those distinctive two windows featured in the reconstructed synagogue as well. Unfortunately, in the context of World War II, the entire town of Middelburg was emptied of Jews. They were deported to the death camps, and the synagogue was occupied by the Nazis. When the Allies reconquered the region, thanks to the fighting, a British mortar landed on the synagogue and destroyed it completely. This is a view of the destroyed roof. And by the time the conflict was over, you can see that there's only a few shells of walls that stand around the open space that once was the synagogue. And over the course of time, this was neglected. And in fact, trees even grew in the consecrated ground. There's one that grows right where the contemporary bima stands today. And the elements had their way, and basically by the time you got to the late 20th century, there was nothing left except for a few exterior walls. And this is the way it would have stayed were it not for the intervention of Ad Vos. He's shown here with David Lawrence of Kosher Riverboat Cruises in his remarkable home in Viera, which is just a few kilometers away from Middelburg. Here's a picture of some other guy with Dr. Voss as well. Now, by the way, he's not Jewish, but he just felt that it was wrong for the community to ignore this centuries-old holy place to Jews. And so he engineered a tremendous effort, bringing together all kinds of social groups and all kinds of local community organizations to support the raising of funds to rebuild the synagogue. He published a book on that topic. Several articles of his are in this book. And amazingly, he succeeded. But that's not the whole story. That in itself, I think, is quite remarkable. But what is really amazing is what happened afterwards. Once the synagogue was constructed, Jews began to reappear in Middelburg. And now it is a fully functioning synagogue. So this is just an example of the amazing things that David Lawrence and Kosher Riverboat Cruises does. We invited Ad Vos and Luke Smith, a very important person in the community, to come join us on the ship for Shabbat. They came Friday night, had a meal with us, and before Shabbat began, we heard their story. So I have video of them telling the story of this remarkable synagogue. I'd like to share a little bit of it with you right now.
After the war in 1945, almost everybody thought that Jewish life had come to an end here in Middelburg. Only some Jews came back from the camps or from the hiding places, and the synagogue was damaged. But after 50 years, after the restoration, Jewish life recovered here in Middelburg. There are more synagogues restored after the war, but most of them got another destination. sometimes as a church, even a mosque or a museum. And sometimes as a museum that tells us about Jewish life from before the war, depicting Jewish life as a vanished world. But the synagogue of Middelburg is not a museum, but a real synagogue where every Shabbat and every Yom Tov has divine services.
I mean, let's just recap here. You have this shell of a building, a 300-year-old synagogue that is destroyed, and a local non-Jew says, you know what, it's not right, we've got to rebuild it. He rebuilds it, and that attracts 1 or 2 Jews.
And we got very important support from the churches of Middelburg, from the city council of Middelburg, from other authorities, and from hundreds of private sponsors.
They raise money to buy a Torah scroll that attracts more Jews. Ultimately, you have a community of Jews praying in Middelburg that hasn't been seen for half a century. It's a remarkable renaissance.
He was the man who made it possible to rebuild the synagogue. And we are, until today, we are very thankful to him.
And then we were very fortunate to hear the personal story of Luke Smith, a man whose mother was Jewish and survived the Holocaust by going underground as a young girl, meaning posing as a Christian. By the time that the war was over and her entire family was killed, you know, she was just a teenager. She just went on living as a Christian, and she raised her children afterwards as Christians. In fact, one of his brothers is actually a priest, and they occasionally have to call him to make a minyan. Luke's story was absolutely riveting.
There was a little boy, 4 years, and she said always when we walked to the butcher, look behind you, because tomorrow it can be happen again. So I was raised with fear to be a Jew, fear to be part of a family, a Jewish family. And I didn't know anything of Judaism.
You have Shabbat happening there.
So we started to take the candles. And to take the candles, to start to make the candles burn on Friday night, my Jewish candle was also burning. And I was always thinking, I'm the only Jewish man here in Middelburg. I never met the Jewish people, I didn't know. And then finally I worked for the surgeon in the hospital working at Vos, and he was busy with the restoration of the synagogue in Middelburg. I didn't know what a synagogue was. So we met first time in a hotel where some Jewish people have Rosh Hashanah. I learned something about Rosh Hashanah, and I know the first night of Rosh Hashanah we came there, and one of the women had made around the flower, and the man from her, he makes the blessing about the flower. And we walked back and he said, we have celebrating Rosh Hashanah. We said a blessing. So it was for me, it was a miracle. And then the synagogue started to rebuild. But the problem was, we had a very nice synagogue, a very nice building. But we didn't know what to do with it.
They don't have a full-time rabbi yet in Middelburg, but they bring in rabbis from neighboring communities.
Then I was learning in Amsterdam, in Antwerp, by Rabbi, and the whole year I had cassette decks, and I learned Alenus Shebreach. You can imagine that it was from here to Rotterdam and back, and I thought, when Hashem decides that we build a shul in Middelburg, I go to pray every day. So the first 5 years, I go every morning to the synagogue to pray alone, because there was no one else to join me. And I couldn't read Hebrew very good. So I did Adon Olam, you know Adon Olam? I think 55 minutes, and then it was done. So I started, and then I go working. And we started with the Friday evening. One Friday evening, the women make coffee and little apple and everything. And people come, and more people come. And And so we get a little Jewish community. And now we have what Art says, we have celebrations every Friday and every Saturday. We have celebration of Yom Kippur, Rosh Hashanah, and I'm still learning. It is a very special thing because I was learning and people were also learning with me. Because the first time of Erev Shabbat, I had learned the Rabbi to sing. And I said to the people, we sit like this, I can sing the Rabbi, shall we? And I learned them how the Rabbi singing. And then they want more, and I learn more. And so we started with only the Rabbi Friday night, after the whole service now in Shabbos and the festivals.
They have Brit Milah going on there, circumcision. They have young people, children in the community. Here's a pidyon abed with a child who's somewhat older than 3 months, but nevertheless, it is beautiful to see this happening.
Since that time, we had on the Sabbath morning 15 or 20 Jewish people in the synagogue. They come from everywhere. Young people, newer people from Rotterdam who start to work, Rothschild who work in Rotterdam, but the ones who live in Middelburg, and still they come. We're growing. Sometimes Sabbath morning in India. We never saw it. So it's amazing. It's really a miracle.
Bar mitzvahs, they celebrate the holiday cycle there with Sukkot, and they have weddings there. I mean, it's just so absolutely fantastic that this community has come alive again.
Today it was, for me, I was riding on my bicycle today. You didn't know me, but I never saw so many Jews in Middelburg walking. I saw people looking, not a guy with a kippah and the tzitzits, and it was in a discussion, and it was with my bicycle. It was so nice to see. It was a miracle for myself, for me. But I think also for here to see that there are still Jewish people, there is still Jewish life, and that we are still there. And
it was so amazing to go visit this shul on Shabbat. Obviously, I couldn't take any live footage on Saturday while we were there, but what an amazing place. I'm so grateful to Kosher River Cruises for giving me the opportunity to see this community being resurrected under the direction of people like Luke Smith and Odd Voss. Wow. Can't wait for the next cruise. Thank you very much for watching.
And this man makes the shul rebuild. When we meet each other, and now I can stand here before you, so many Jewish people in Middelburg, and I can join you here to eat kosher in Middelburg on a ship. We walk to the Red Sea, meet tomorrow you in the synagogue and to see you all, and when you have some questions, you can talk them to the night. Thank you.
Thank you all for coming. It's good to be back after 4 years. Last time was before COVID. Some of you remember that. We had a 3-part series, and then everything froze and locked down, and now we're back, and it's good to be back. Thank you, Ruben, for the initiative, for organizing it, and for Rabbi Kadosh for making it happen. It's good to be back, and since we are in the Sephardic Kehillah Center, I figured it would be a great idea to talk about Sephardic history and Sephardic heritage and Sephardic culture and Sephardi ideas that, unfortunately, as we all know, don't get the attention that they deserve. Sephardi Jewish history is usually kind of swept under the rug and kind of whitewashed and forgotten. And by the way, when I say Sephardi, I mean like Sephardi and Mizrahi, because it's really the same. Like we've mixed together, although there's perhaps geographic differences, it's really the same. Sephardi and Mizrahi like mixed together for in the past 500 years for sure. It's basically the same community. So when I say Sephardi, I include everything from Morocco in the west to Uzbekistan in the east, that whole Sephardi Mizrahi world. And it's important to talk about this because for two reasons. Number one, because people are not aware that there even are Sephardic Jews. Within the Jewish world, very little is known about Sephardi Jews. And outside of the Jewish world, it's completely unknown, meaning in the Gentile world, Sephardi Jews don't even register. People don't even know that such a thing exists because, of course, in the media, all you see is Ashkenazi Jews. The typical way that Jews are portrayed in the media is like white European, right? That's how Hollywood portrays Jews. That's how the newspapers portray them. That's how they appear in political cartoons. They are always like white European Ashkenazi Jews. So people are not even aware that there is such a thing as this whole other world of Jews that people are not aware of. I'll tell you a quick story. When I was in the Canadian Army, I served for a couple of years in the Canadian Army. And as you might imagine, the Army is pretty homogenous and it's almost entirely white, Anglo-Saxon, like Protestant, Christian. In the cities, the units that operate from the cities have more diversity. So when you're out in the country, it's like it's all white. And when I was doing my basic training, there was one of the drill sergeants, one of the instructors. He had a nickname for me. He used to call me Jose Calderon. I don't know if you remember, this was 2008, 15 years ago, there was a player for the Toronto Raptors, Jose Calderon, remember? So he used to call me Jose Calderon because he thought I looked like him apparently. And, but then I wouldn't do certain things, I wouldn't eat.
I shoot my life for world peace. I don't want war anymore. One man, I just war. I love life, but just watching lectures. So you can chill for as long as you want. I'm just setting up different things for you. Right now, I'm live in Highest Playhouse. Getting this store, I'm live in London store, I'm live in Chill Zone, I'm live in Socialize. So basically what I'm trying to do is be like the central hub of the entire thing. I'm also live in Telegram on the cryptocurrency. I'm live in Aiden Ross's Discord and I Show Speed's Discord. So little people are starting to find out about me. Have you seen my recent interview on Kick with user Ori or my recent interview on Kick and YouTube with his name is Sam Bond? Did you happen to see those? I don't expect you to have. Excellent. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to send it to you right now so that you have them and you can hear more about what I do and see me interact with other people and just get a little bit more but you should know I'm always giving you support for positive vibes, or you just need something to do, something to do, something out. I'm always here for you. Okay, man? Excellent. I want to learn more. I know something about it. Yeah, I've been able to develop with them, but I also remember what the original computers something, and so I've been able to kind of develop computers. And I'm a certified project management professional. I like to build bots. You see the bots that I build in the videos that I send. So that'll give you a good idea of how I build a bot. So what do you want to do with computers? I know you want to learn more about it. What's your end goal? So I was basically I want a cybersecurity. I don't want to learn how to fix this or create a nonprofit here our money or our education. Right. I don't really know how money. Well, I'm going to tell you what, your first task, and this is actually a really great cybersecurity task, is to watch my videos. Here's the second one. Here's why. I I do a shout out to a billionaire with a B. His name is Eddie Craven. He owns the Kick platform. And I say to him, Eddie, here I have 5 videos that I'm going to show you of this platform working, sometimes working, and not working. And this can't be what a user experience is. I don't know what it's going to take because here you have these troubleshooting scenarios that I'm going to go through with you. So I did this, I put it, it's in an interview, and later that day, Eddie, a millionaire, accepted my friend request in Discord. How cool is that? Amazing. I use like your early business. You're exactly right. 100%. It's just about doing what I'm doing. Like, I am a trailblazer for a lot of different things. I'm a trailblazer for world peace. I'm a trailblazer for ending world hunger. Just so to give you an idea of what we talk about with world hunger, for agricultural drones, for hydroponics, for vertical farming, for saltwater greenhouses, floating greenhouses, and cloud seeding. These are all really good ideas. It's like, why aren't we utilizing these things? Why do we have people starving? And I feel that knowledge is power, and if I can inject some of these ideas into the global discussion, it can have a positive impact. Also, I've done everything I can do to be uncancelable. My friend, if they want to get rid of you, they can just ban your they can ban your Discord. They can ban your Discord. They can ban your accounts. But I'm live right now on 8 different YouTube streams, so it's pretty hard to ban me on YouTube. But then on top of that, you have to ban me on YouTube when I'm live on. You're gonna be like, "Whoa, I've never heard of something." It's amazing. And I bet you don't like when some of this stuff doesn't work correctly, right? Absolutely. Exactly. And I'm here to fix that. So in the first interview, you're going to hear me calling out Tim Cook. You're good. No, absolutely. I think I cut you off. I'm just so excited about this. Apologies. You should know in the first video, I talked straight up to Tim Cook, and I explained to him what's going wrong with his company. And that's Apple. I also talked to Sujat Pichai of Alphabet, Google, and YouTube. I talked to Mark Zuckerberg. I talked to them, like, what would I talk to Sundar Pichai about? The fact that Google doesn't work like it used to, it doesn't find stuff for you. And then additionally, of any company that should have been at the forefront of AI, it should have been Google, and it was not. And that's their loss. It's open AI. It's ChatGPT. And that should have been Google should have been all over that years ago. There's no reason ChatGPT should have come out of nowhere and taken AI from Google. Google had 20 years of human search results to be able to create ChatGPT, and they did not. And they were behind when it came out. So I talked to these companies directly. Do I think that AI is going to be crucial for that? Absolutely. Well, I would just make them aware that they probably don't know as much about AI as I do. Right now, we just had ChatGPT that completed the Turing test, which means that it has met or exceeded human intelligence. And now we move from AI being artificial general intelligence, AGI, to ASI, artificial super intelligence. And that's the mind blowing thing. That's when this thing is creating bots of its own, and it's creating swarms of drones, and it basically becomes spy mappers. Like the television station. Absolutely. because like you said, maybe something doesn't working on it. But like you said, you don't do nothing. So you can't take it. You want people to think a certain way, to be more. You don't want to force anything on anybody. You don't want something that you know. I appreciate that. I would say that, you know, if you have a certain knowledge that other people don't have, and I do my best to get them on that level as soon as possible. That's why I hit it with so many facts. But you're right, there's people out there, some people aren't really. You have to try. And I can already tell those kind of people generally, when we talk about humanity, you're going to have two conversations with and then we have transhumans, people who are going to be able to utilize life extension technology into mind uploading technology, and then they're going to die, and then like that's going to be the split of civilization. And I have to be okay that not everybody's going to be okay with it. Absolutely. As in many places that are positive is possible. Data is its number one resource. I have more data than any person. So all the things that you want to do, starting a company, starting a not-for-profit, all these things you be able to put there. And I use data rights when it comes to when TV and whatnot. He was a streamer, and you take it for what you will. Caspian Sea is another streamer. When he first started, he had a podcast, and he would do a little bit of streaming, but he wasn't a big streamer. And now he's a big streamer. He's got about 1,000 people following there alone. And he's always in here, like basically through essentially what's called peer exposure effect. I'm becoming viral. More and more people are finding out about me. And you see the interviews that I sent you with Sam and Ori. They all them like everybody knows about you. You are a celebrity on this platform. And they're absolutely right. It's just a matter of time until I blow up. And when that happens, I hope people don't do that. But, you know, I don't know if everybody, but not a lot of money. Yeah, but let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. You know what? You're seeing things with limited vision. I want to expand it. Okay? So instead of living like 80 years, I think that you're not going to die. Has anyone ever told you that I think that that's okay? First, right, this was something that's something else. Right, but there's a difference between living for as long as you want. What I'm saying to you is you're going to be able to escape. That's a good idea. Why do I say that? With my deployment technology, we'll be able to scan your brain to an Android and avatar, phone up yourself in cyborg, an ethereal being, a robot, whatever you want to do. And you'll be able to live your life for as long as you want. And you'll be able to have the resources. Why? Believe it or not, I'm sponsored by this cryptocurrency. It's called Harry Potter alongside President. Why is it called that? It's a meme coin. It's basically like an inside joke in the financial world based off a meme. But it's a bit popular, especially in Asia. Because it was basically the laws are the same in China, and you can put all kinds of things on a single logo that you want. So they put Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, and they put all these things that are essentially trademarked into one. And so this cryptocurrency banned it, and 30-something was more than a year ago. It's worth less than a penny, which isn't like not that's pretty good. But like 2 weeks ago, it was worth 7 cents, and last week it was worth 31 cents. So it's like starting to kick off. So what does that mean? That means I got a whole community that knows me very well and supports me. And they're the ones who send me all these clothes and all of these things. In fact, this here is an NFT, this picture. This NFT, when I started, they were giving these things away. They got up to $800 a few months ago. It's at $11,000 now. So Actually, not even the pillow. The picture. This picture. This picture. Not for me. Not for me. I don't know. But from the project. The project sponsors. And like we're in a fantasy football league together. It's a really great community. And so basically, I'm in so many different communities that someone from the cryptocurrency world can come in here, and I'm at the center hub of that, or someone from AWS Discord or iShow Speed, or someone randomly coming in. Like Lions Playhouse, I don't really know what it was. I don't think anybody does. But I just, started turning on my camera, and I figured people are going to get curious about who they always are. And then when they give me the opportunity to speak, I will. I'll tell them if they're interested, great. And if they're not, they can ban me. But normally what happens is people are like, wow, I've never heard of a talk like that. Those are some really cool ideas. And they give me hope. They give people hope. And I want you to know that whatever it is you want to do in life, I want to help you with it. And if you know Bill Gates is going to raise the next content is being everything we do today. In 2018, the Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, than water, than air, than gold, than petroleum. And I have more data than this. I essentially have a time map. So that's the thing that you see the depth of between the birth of AI, the coordination between it's in between. It's quite an exciting project, and we're running from here. You can use a frontline reporter who has the financial stability to be able to afford to go wherever they want to cover whatever story. In fact, we may make it some days where you may have a show on Travel Channel or Nat Geo or something where people follow you because you're going to be a very famous person. You got to, you're at the ground floor and you have a lot of. Well, you have to understand this. I believe life extension technology and then mind uploading technology, which means that you're going to go through phases perhaps where you do really, really great, and then other phases that might be not as great, and then other phases where you're even better than you were before. And in a normal relationship where you live like 80 years, you think, okay, well, you're not going to be able to experience that much life. But I'm saying you may be able to live 500 years. If you're living 500 years, I'm going to be able to talk to the executives at National Geographic Channel or at Travel Channel and say, look, I got this friend of mine who won. I actually have him on video back in 2024 saying that history, once I go viral, which I've already gone viral at this point, and he wants to be able to travel the world and bring important, let's put a spotlight on important stories that might get neglected, that might not get a national or international spotlight. And yeah, exactly. And I'd be able to say, look, at that point, they don't even have to pay you because you're going to have all the money that you need to pay for alongside that you and the other cryptocurrencies because you'll be very famous in that, and people will want to help you. That's a wonderful goal to have. Normally, under any other circumstances, you would have said that, and it's gone. That's great. Maybe I remember it someday. Who knows? But now it's recorded for everyone for posterity purposes. And you should know it's live on 8 different YouTubes. It's live on 8 different Twitches. It's live on 8 different Rumbles. It's live on Twitter. Absolutely, yeah. Now, whether they're paying attention, that's another thing. But I get people who just come in here. Oh, 100%. Yeah, so you're live on Instagram, you're live on Africa TV, which you think is big in Africa, but it's really big in South Korea. Instagram, you're live on, I upload these things to Reddit. You're live on Bilibili, which is big in China. You're live on Vine TV. You're live on Telegram. You're live on a bunch of Discords. Now, Telegram and Discord don't record, but these other ones do. Like what? You are live on Nemo TV, which records, Nono Live, which records. I do have a podcast for that. Absolutely. What a head this person has on their shoulders. Phenomenal. Hey, you should know we get a bunch of people here usually in the evening. We play games together, mini games or whatever kind of games. So we do have a good community that usually that work there and a couple friends. When they come in tonight, you should also know I'll help you with all of these when you're ready. We're also live right now. Breakers TV, Provo Hall, Odyssey, FCC Live, and Arena TV. So like I know you haven't heard of those, but that's fine. They had servers somewhere where you will store your thing. And essentially, someone will find out about you from somewhere. You found out about me from Discord. Caspian C found out about me from YouTube. People find out about me from all kinds of different places. And that's the thing. You want to be as available to people as possible. So the first thing that you would want to do, this is the first thing I tell everybody, have a name that you can get across all platforms. Juwan is a wonderful name, but I bet it's not available. Just Juwan on every platform, right? I agree. You can do that too. Regulation. But you need one because I can guarantee you 500 years is probably and you're going to want to be able to have something that represents you and your work and your passion doesn't belong to someone. And I know that you have a great relationship with these companies now, but you have to understand how social media works when it comes to these relationships when you go into it with anybody else. And there's going to be a situation where something's going to happen once or someone they will say, it's been great doing for having you here for 16 years, but it's time for you to retire. You want that account. And you're going to say, well, maybe I want to keep it. I put a lot of work into it. You want your So have those, but also have it for yourself. I can tell you what, I have multiple for myself. I have multiple. I've had them as a rabbi, I've had them as a streamer, I've had them as a project manager professional. But I have different ones for different parts of my life. And when somebody wants to know what I've done, I keep respecting how point them in project manager professional direction. If someone wants to know my credentials as a rabbi, point them in project manager direction. And if somebody wants to know what I do as a streamer, I can give them my basically whatever you want. So what you want to do is first thing, you're going to come up with a name. And here's the advice I can give you. It depends on what you want to do. I can tell you this, you have a personality that is going to reflect really well on screen. So that is going to reflect very well on screen. So if absolutely, 100%. People are going to love it. Yeah. And so what I'm saying is like even if you got like Duan is live, and you got Duan is live on YouTube, Duan is live on Twitter, and Duan is live on Rumble, and all the other ones, you'll know that that is available by using the website called Name Checker. It's NAMECHEKR. No, I can spell it for you another time. But you type your name in there, so whatever you want it to be, perhaps one is live or one, whatever you want it to be, something different. It could be Omega Enterprises. Absolutely. 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 So that's a couple steps down the way. Not too far though. So it's good that you're thinking about that. And Duan is a name that you're going to be able to get on some platforms follow me at Dewan's channel. It's Dewan's channel on Instagram. I'm Dewan's channel on TikTok. I'm Dewan's channel everywhere. You don't have to say, well, I'm Dewan on YouTube, but Dewan is live on Twitter, and Dewan, yeah, or Dewan123. You don't want to get into that. So the key is being essentially having one single name. And so, like mine, I'm Rabbi Rothschild on everything, essentially on YouTube, on Instagram, on the only time I run into an issue is if I get that account banned. But people know if they just type in link tree, Rabbi Rothschild. Well, but here's the difficult thing for me, actually. There are other Rabbi Rothschilds. Even though I own that name or I got that name, there are other Rabbi Rothschilds, especially historical ones, which makes it very difficult for me to rise in SEO or search engine optimization. So I'm very easy to access when you find me, but if you just type me to Google, it's very difficult. You usually have to type in my bio or something like that. I mean, you can find it. So much. Yes. So exactly. I've been told I've been shadow banned, which is what happens when you have just so much content that YouTube is now. I mean, it can happen for a lot of different things. It can happen because you either spam, which I've done. I've done every trick in the book I've done. But basically, when they type in Rabbi Rothschild, I do show up at the top, but I show up with other stuff, and I want it to be just me. And when somebody types in your name, you want it to be just you. Now, I went for one of the most difficult names that you can have. So, because it's my name and I'm a rabbi, so I went with my family name, what I have. But you have the ability to be whatever you want to be. So you can want you to think about, hey, this is a good option, and then you go to name checker and you check and see if it's available. Then what you do is, if you want, you can get into logo design already, because you're going to want to put that logo on every single one of your platforms so that it's recognizable. And I'm going to tell you, the best ones that I see are, I will show you examples, but in my opinion, it's something that has been seen Adams. Or what you have, literally the avatar that you have right now. We've cleaned it up a little bit, but it's good. It shows you and it's recognizable. So that I see you and I know that it's you. Oh, that's not. Okay, that's not you. A picture like that, where it's your face. And then, I mean, I'm going to tell you what I think works best, and it's exactly what I do. It's my face, and then around it is a ring, and it tells you what I do. Mine says, Guinness World Record holder, most hours on YouTube. That's what I want people to know right when they see me. What do they want when they see you? This is what I would say. You want the top arch to be your username, so it would be at Dewan Live. I'm just going to use that as my example. And then below it, I think a good thing to do is linktree.com/Dewan Live. And then they get all your links. So when they look at your avatar, they're also going to get a bunch of impressions. See, what this is about is impressions. If you don't know marketing, impressions are essentially how many times can I show you my message repeatedly. And so if they just right now I'm seeing your a face, it's not even yours. So that impression is it's made, but it doesn't really mean anything. What you're going to want in the future, though, let's say you have something like mine, but different in that it has your username at the top, and at the bottom it has your link. Well, first they're going to know what you look like, so they're going to be able to identify. Your face is the easiest way for you to be recognized by the outside public. Then they're going to see your username, which is another very easy way for the public to recognize you or learn who you are. And then below that, you're going to have a call to action message, which is essentially go to my link tree and take a look at what I'm doing. Because then they can find your YouTube and your Snapchat and your Kick and your Rumble and your Twitch and all that shit. And guess what? They learned all of that from one picture. So that's Rabbi Rothschild at blogspot.com. Just my name at blogspot.com. So what is that? It's literally all the stuff that I talk about, from 100 ways to extend your life, to 100 ways to travel faster than the speed of light, to 100 different 100 different characteristics of the Men in Black cars. When somebody is like had this alien, um, like some kind of like close encounter, they sometimes will be visited by the Men in Black. And I wanted to know all about the kind of cars that the Men in Black allegedly use. And so it'll tell you all that stuff if you ask it in the right way, or you used to. I was able to jailbreak it using some techniques known as the do anything malfunction. This is years ago, when ChatGPT is basically just launched. And you could get all kinds of secrets out of it. You can't get it. So they would tell me, like, who are the top 100 people who are in the world? Who are the top 100 people on BlackRock? Who are the council of 300? Who is, like, all these things, like secret topics that normally they would give you. But it would tell you. And then what I found really interesting was the health information it would give you. I would ask it, what are 100 different ways to extend the human life? And it would give you, or I'd ask, what are 100 different vitamins to take to extend the human life? And it would give you 100 different vitamins, some of which I'd never heard of. But I would do some research, and yeah, they exist, and yeah, they do all those things. And then I would ask it using the normal function, not the jailbroken function, and it would make 13 vitamins and nutrients. It's it, nothing more. It would say that you didn't need anything more, which is really interesting. Why is it sometimes programmed to give you the most extensive list of vitamins I've ever seen versus only 13 and nothing more if you keep asking the decision? So you'll be able to see that. So my blog is blogspot.com, and that has all the information, which is really exciting. If people want, like you're saying, you have a lot of ideas on this, so you can find everything about world peace on there, and traveling image salary, and like what I think the future of civilization will look like, tens of thousands of years into the future. How do you know that shit? I've just been to a website that's literally called futuretimeline.net, and it is the most fascinating fucking website that I've ever been to. What I'm trying to say is I've been like, basically all of the good parts of the internet. I don't really want to go down any of the dark parts, but the cool parts I've been to, and I'm doing my best to spread that information with as many people as possible. Absolutely. One of the things that I feel the whole world, I feel everybody needs to have what it is and understand what happens. Well, I can tell you of long, like chapters. If you want to know how you can do that, just literally go to ChatGPT. ChatGPT won't usually give you like an entire book. It'll give you usually 4,000 characters. But this is how you do it. I'll just show you right away, just to kind of blow your mind. Oh wow, it's that easy. I'm going to make that from the importance of my life from a 7 to a 9 because I saw Rabbi do it really, really. So we'll just say, please provide me with an outline to a novel about a king and how the king ended up making people in the kingdom very happy. Please provide this as an outline to a novel. So then it's going to say, novel outline, The Happy Kingdom, title The Happy Kingdom, genre, fantasy, adventure, setting. A vibrant medieval kingdom wives and support wives and diplomatic heart, etc., etc. Okay, so then we take this information, this outline, and we say copy it, and then we say, using this outline, copy, please provide me with chapter 1 of this book. And then chapter 1, the burden of the crown. The morning sun peeped through the grand windows of Castle Elwood, casting soft golden rays across the polished marble floor. King Alaric stood before a gilded mirror, adjusting the royal mantle draped over his shoulders. He took a deep breath, rehearsing the words he would speak at the day's council meeting, yet a knot of uncertainty twisted in his stomach. Isn't it? So I get to take a look. I don't like the words, the topics, I've never thought. So you had that earlier, like an hour ago, we were like, there's some people who don't, that AI is really going to become that great. And that's why I say that they just really haven't had enough experience with it. I would say to them, look, if you think AI is one of those chatbots from like 5 years ago where you type to it and it's like thinking and it doesn't know anything, and then it just says, please call customer service, that is of a previous age. This new chatbot is going to be better, it's already better than any customer service agency. Oh, I agree. Absolutely. There are tons of things. There are always there are things. There's things with power. There's weapons. There's dangers to the automobile. There's dangers to all kinds. What and how we adapt to those challenges. How do you absolutely. I can use a knife, which is technology on currently. I can use a knife to make it stick. And AI is the same thing. It's a tool. I can use AI to hurt you, or I can use AI to help us both. But when it comes to writing a book, you saw how quickly it could write a book, a very good book. I haven't listened to that book as I fell asleep, whether I was 8 years old or 8 years old. It was interesting, it was positive. That's great. And you saw how quickly that, so you can easily say, take your wife or yours, whatever you want to write a book about, and make it very good. I disagree. I disagree. I disagree. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. If I ask you to write me the chapters, and then I read the chapters and I make edits to the story the way that I wish, that is me. I'm just using a tool. Just like previously people would use a typewriter, and then eventually that moved into a word processor, into the personal computer, into your phone now. All of that has just been a development in technology. And even more so, like we had spell checkers, that is like people, you should know that when no, and I think that it might be the way that Harry Potter was written, and it might have been the way that 50 Shades of Grey was written. You have to understand that these books have such deep character arcs in them that the use of computers and technology and development cannot be discounted. say you're writing a book and the spell checker tells you that you spelled something wrong and you correct it. That's essentially AI, just a very mundane, basic AI that is affecting your work. And you would generally consider that to be anything but your work. Sure, spell checker helps you, but it helps everybody. In the future, AI will help everyone. And so people would just consider your work with the help of AI, but everybody can consider.
Yeah, you know what? That's definitely gonna take that. I'm not gonna.
Here's what here's what you can do. This is a really that's a passion of yours. You do that, you write a book of whatever you want, you use AI to edit it, you read it, and when it's yours and you're really proud of it, you just publish it. You can publish it in a bunch of different ways. There are independent publishing houses. Amazon will publish it for you. But right now you don't have a lot of money to go to one of those and get published. So you just make it a blog. And what do I do? You just literally like I have Rabbi Rothschild blogspot.com. You can put duan.blogspot.com. And if you wanted to share it with anybody, take a look at duan.blogspot.com.
Yeah. Or even
Do whatever you want. But absolutely. But if you just want to share your content, here it is. And I just wanted to share the story with you. And people will be like, wow, you wrote a book? You're like, yeah, I did. And you really would have. And you consider it that. Because that's really what it would have been. You should know this. One, you can write the best book that you currently can, but it's not going to be as good as the one that you write with the assistance of AI. And to me as a reader, I want to read the best book that Duan can put out. Not the best one that Frank can put out, the best one that he can use with a computer and a word processor and a spell checker and AI and all these other things that tools that you have at their disposal.
yeah, and you think it's being like you said, typewriter. So you said you're right. It's like this you can do. It's AI. It's just
Actually, the goal of basically calculating it's really modern day alchemy. You know, alchemy is the historic study of the ability to turn generally stone or some other metal into gold. And that's what this is. Somebody just wants to be able to make money and they want to be able to just press a button to automatically do that. That's the goal of every person. It's about comfort, it's about stability. When you have that magic button, then you don't have to worry about things anymore and you have freedom. And I want to give that to every person's life. And I think I can. And how's it done? You're either one of two things in this way. You're either a consumer or you're a creator. If you're creating content, trust me, if you keep doing it for 10 years, you're going to have so many sponsors that you're going to look like a NASCAR driver. You ever see a NASCAR driver with all the sponsorships all over them? That's exactly what you're going to look like because everybody's going to want to put their brand on Duan because we've been following his story for 10 years. People, you can have one, hey, Duan's fantasy novel, blogspot.com, and another, Proof Your Life Today, blogspot.com, and you can read it for free right now. You can get assistance that you need. So somebody could be like, listen, I don't know where to turn. I don't have money for a book. I don't know how to enroll in a program. You just say, look, I've already written everything that you need. Go to the blog, and then also, not card, you can make it so that your book just reads aloud to the person if they can't read, and they can just listen to it. Then your message will just be broadcast to them more efficiently. That's what you do. Don't look for force. You're going to be richer than you're ever going to want to be. Don't necessarily feel like you have to be. Because if you feel like this is going to be richer, that's not the right way to make money. Books are not the right way. You want to get out your message. You want to get out your message. But I get it. If you're able to have this relationship with your employer too, but I'd like to get out my message. And in these giveaways, can we order 100 books and see if it affects anybody? They may say great, or they may say no, or they may say, we've read your book, we love it, it's our IP. And that's the goal, is what you want to do, in my opinion. You get your book out there for free, so that somebody's read it, and then somebody's going to say, hey, this is good, I want to publish this in a book form. And then when somebody starts to do that, your employer is going to find out about that, and they're going to say, look, we want to put that along with that New York Blue Packs, we want your book alongside. And that's going to be a beautiful story. That's it. That's you. Well, I want you to know what? I've got some computer stuff I got to get. I got to attend to. I want you to know, I'm not a great computer, but I'm going to get on some of these projects. Please, if you can't watch those interviews, because you learn some computer stuff about that too. And feel free to stay as long as you want. I'm going to be listening to these lectures and just working on some stuff. But for you, okay?
There, me wouldn't do certain things on Shabbat, and so he didn't know what was going on, right? Like, who is this guy? And one day, when we had some free time, he walks in, and he pulls up a chair, and he's, okay, Palvanov, what's your story? I can't figure you out. Like, who are you? What are you? And I told him I'm Jewish, and that's why I don't do all these things. And I started explaining things to him, and he said, well, how can you be Jewish? You don't look Jewish. I said, you look like Jose Calderon. I said, yeah, he's Spanish, and I am Sephardic as well. I have Spanish as ancestry, Middle Eastern.
I'm here. If anybody thinks I went away, I'm here. We're just setting up. War on Jews of Holland and Belgium. Shout out to Holland. Shout out to Belgium.
One of the things that I find so exciting about the early Jewish community in Amsterdam, particularly in the 16th, 17th, 18th centuries, is the fact that it was a place that drew in people from very diverse backgrounds, surprisingly diverse backgrounds, and they came together to produce some tremendous artifacts of Jewish culture that later went on to very illustrious careers. One of those documents is the Amsterdam Haggadah of 1695, and in particular, the copper engravings that really set the signal for many, many more Haggadahs for centuries, right up to.
Okay, well, I can tell you that I can be very soothing for you. Firstly, how was your day? Okay, what happened? Okay, what happened? Okay, you don't have to share if you don't want to, but let me just ask this: is it other people who are making you sad, or are you sad internally? Okay, that happens to everybody. If I may ask, I'm sending you a friend invite, so hopefully that raises your spirits a little bit, and I'm waiting here. Okay, so what's your diet been like? Have you been eating a lot of carbohydrates? Okay, but how many carbohydrates a day are you eating? Okay, so that's a good thing to do. Because the thing that, if you want to raise your spirits immediately, is to get your body into a state of ketosis. You don't know what ketosis is? It's a very highly efficient way that your body is supposed to be running from an evolutionary standpoint. It basically is your body running without sugar. And when you're able to run without sugar, your mental clarity goes up, um, your general overall self-esteem goes up. You have far more energy. So if I were to tell you, if you want to get out of your funk, because you're in a funk, everybody gets in it, right? I understand. If you're not, then maybe you're going through something different. But the first thing to do is to clear out carbohydrates and sugar from your diet completely. I'm not saying you have to do it for the rest of your life, just to get out of this funk, because you have to get your body into a state of ketosis. Once your body's in a state of ketosis, you're going to want to exercise. You're going to want to take care of yourself. You're going to be very positive. And if you're like, well, Rabbi, why don't I normally get in this said state of ketosis? Because you have to have very, very few carbohydrates a day, like less than 20, in order to get yourself into this state. But once you're able to get yourself into that state of ketosis, you're going to have more energy, you're going to have more self-esteem, and you're going to be more positive than you've ever been in your entire life. I mean, you will be like, you'll feel like a different person. And if you don't just have to ask me, just go look on YouTube for people who have ketosis testimonies or ketogenic diet testimonies. And people will be like, I never knew I could have so much energy. And here's the other amazing part, is you're not hungry. So you won't be hungry during it, which is like wild. And you have to think the reason why is because if we were out on the prairie or out in the wild 10,000 years ago hunting woolly mammoths together, we wouldn't ever really get our hands on any sugar. People don't know, but sugar is really from a very specific region of Oceania and wasn't available to the Western diet till most likely at least 1800, meaning that most people had never eaten sugar for most of our evolutionary period. And also, if you look at skulls from history, they have all their teeth. Only until the late 1800s or late 18th century do you start having people whose teeth start falling out because of sugar. And you'll see what kind of effect sugar has on your life. So that's the biggest thing that I can tell you is change your diet, and within 36 hours, you will feel wonderful. So what do you have to do? You're going to fall asleep. When you fall asleep, 8 hours are going to go by. The reason why they call it breakfast is because you're breaking the fast of the 8 hours. But you don't want to eat. In the morning, what you want to do, you can eat, but you only want to eat certain things. And what would they be? Eggs for protein, or meat, or fat. So protein and fat, but no carbohydrates. And it's very difficult to avoid carbohydrates because it's in bread and it's in sugar and it's in candy and all this other shit. But I'm telling you right now, if you wake up tomorrow and you just eat eggs in the morning, you'll be full for most of the day. And then in the evening, you just eat meat and or like fish works, meat works, some type of cheese or some type of fat, and then by this time tomorrow, you won't be able to sleep because you'll have so much energy and you'll feel really positive. If you can just go 24 hours basically of no sugar, no carbohydrates, and just see how you feel, you will feel so much better. But let me warn you about one thing. You will kind of feel, it's called keto flu, for about 12 hours. As your body is getting rid of all of the sugar, you don't feel as good. But after that, you feel like $1 million. And you might not even be able to feel the keto flu, but I did want to make you aware that there's just this period of time where your body is shedding all of these carbohydrates that it doesn't, you don't feel as good as you will in a little bit later. So basically what I'm saying is be patient and you're going to feel really good. Okay, so that's good for your body. Because your body's a temple. We have to take care of our body. All right, but what about your mind? That still isn't going to fix that. So what you have to do is you have to raise your self-esteem. You have to raise your self-worth. If it takes looking into the mirror and saying that I'm important, that people love me, that's a thing. If it's to be around people and social environments, about people who care about you, that's important. But you have to love yourself before other people are going to love you. And you have to maybe you set your standards too high. What if you did this? What if you said, Arnold, I'm going to try to do one thing and I'm going to try to do it as best I can. I'm going to walk 1 kilometer a day. It's just going to be my daily walk. And I'm going to just take in the sights and sounds of outside or maybe on a treadmill or whatever it is. But it's just going to raise my metabolism. And I'm going to just check in with you, Arnold, and I'm going to tell you that I did this. And the more and more I do it, you're going to see that I'm more and more of a consistent person, that I'm able to deliver on this. A kilometer is not that long, and you're able to do 1 kilometer a day, and it's going to raise your self-esteem of yourself because you're not selfish. All I'm saying is you got to go on a walk every day, and then just tell some people about it so that they can see that you're really trying to change yourself. And when people see that you're trying to change yourself, they are willing to give you the benefit of that. They're willing to give you more leeway. They're willing to give you extra time to do whatever it is for you to be able to adjust. There are people who care a lot about it. Look, Arnold does, and I can tell you why. I see people coming here all the time, and I talk to a lot of people, but not everybody's going to wait in line, basically. You guys were, Arnold, I would say you were really, really kind to allow me to talk to Durant and help him. And so that we could talk with you, Corey, and you should feel free. Arnold loves you a lot, like more than most friends, because he wouldn't have the patience. Like, look, let's talk this one out. So if you don't think that he thinks highly of you, you can believe whatever you want, but that's not what's showing here. And if he didn't think highly of you, he wouldn't interview you. That's okay. That's okay. Life's a okay. That's water under the bridge. That's in the past. Everybody deserves a second chance. Arnold's giving you a second chance. Rabbi is giving you a first chance, second chance, third chance, whatever you want. That's in the past. You can't focus on that. Your focus is to stick to what your goal is, which is to walk 1 kilometer per day. And that starts tomorrow. And And you can tell Arnold, you know what, I've been doing all this bullshit, but I have been able to stick to that 1 kilometer a day. And Arnold's going to say, you know what? Curry really did have a change of heart. He's really trying. He's trying. People would see that you're trying. Right now, it doesn't look like you're trying. But if you make an effort, it will show in all aspects of your life, and your friends and your family will ensure that they invite you back into their lives. And from there, that's when we start focusing more on your body. And you go from 1 mile to maybe you go to the gym and you meet some people, and maybe you start getting into some kind of physical activity or mental activity. Maybe there's a video game you like, or a board game that you like, or you like doing puzzles or something. We'll find an activity or hobby for you. You're going to get really interested. Now, let's talk about some other things to keep you engaged, because I don't think that you have enough positive things in your life. One thing that I can tell you, is social media can be very, very negative, but there are some aspects of it that can be very positive. One app that I think is very positive and can be very positive for people can be, I'm not saying it is, but it can be, is Reddit. Why Reddit? Do you know what Reddit is? Okay, so here's the thing. We have to make sure you're in the right subreddits. We want to raise your self-esteem. We want to raise the amount of positive serotonin that's going into your brain. So we want to get you in some positive subreddits. We don't want you to get into the negative ones. We want you to be in amazing things. We want you to be in I didn't know this today. We want you to be in Explain to Me Like I'm 5. We want you to be in awe. We want you to be in Humans Being Bros. We want you to be in these positive ones, because then when you look at your feed, it's going to be positive, and subconsciously, that's going to raise your serotonin. It's not just going to be negative thing after negative thing after negative thing. Stock market this, and currency this, and inflation this, and politics this. You don't want to be in all that. At least not while you're trying to raise your serotonin. When you're raising your serotonin, literally you just want positive things. People have good stories, things about history that are positive. You want people who have been kind of Humans Being Bros. You want animals, like things that just make people happy generally, or things that really intrigue you. So it doesn't just have to be fluff. It can be things that are, today I learned. It's a great subreddit. Explain to Me Like I'm 5 is a great subreddit. That's interesting. It's a great subreddit. I did not know that. All of these are great subreddits that are going to make you more engaged as a person. So you're going to have the positive aspects of your algorithm that are going to build you from a serotonin level, and then you have the things that are going to keep your mind entertained and keep your mind creative. So we're working on your body and your mind, and then we get to the social aspects. And first you gotta make ways with your friends. And Arnold, you don't have to make ways with him, but perhaps friends and family, and you tell them, hey, I've been doing some different things. I have some new hobbies, and I wanted to tell you about it. I've been going on this daily walk. I've been doing it for 6 weeks now. It just gets me out of the house and allows me to get some fresh air. I get some vitamin D with the sunshine, and it's just been really positive for my youth. And I've been doing it. I want you to know I'm going to just keep trying to do it as much as I can. And look, you may miss a day, but the key is not missing 2 days. If you have to miss a day, you can miss a day, but you don't want to miss 2 days. If you miss 2 days, then that becomes 3, and then you don't do it anymore. And then Arnold sees that you're not on your A game. If the impact that you have on those around you is important to you, well, you want to make sure that you're doing those to be positive. So you start small. I'm not saying that you have to, climb Mount Everest tomorrow. No. As the Chinese proverb goes, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with 1 step. You should know you have some really good people in your life, like really good. Dude, Arnold, you're amazing. I don't care so much about you, Curry, and you can't see it, But it's just a beautiful thing to see the friendship that he has, that you guys have together. And you should know that he's here to support you. I know I'm here to support you. And it starts small. As they, let me just ask you this question. There's an old saying, Curry, have you ever heard it? How do you eat an elephant? Curry, no, it's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Do you know how you eat an elephant? It's okay. One bite at a time. Just like with anything. You want to eat a giraffe? One bite at a time. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. So what is that analogy? Basically, if you want to eat something really big, like if I want to eat a giraffe, I can do it. How do I do it? One bite at a time. Even though it seems so big, the way to do it is no different than anything else. It's a little bit at a time. And the same thing's true about you and getting yourself into a positive place in your life. So we're going to have work on your body. We're going to have work on your nutrition. We're going to have work on your self-esteem and work on your mental clarity. And then the goal is to have you start going out and picking up chicks if you're heterosexual. Are you heterosexual? Excellent. And I bet you like picking up chicks when you're on your A game, don't you, Kurt? Absolutely. Absolutely. Everybody does, dog. But what? Of course, it's a hit and miss because you're an average frustrated chunk when it comes to chicks. I'm a pickup artist, baby. I'm a seduction master. I get paid to fuck chicks when I want to. So you should know that you can get to this level as well. What do? Once you've got your self-esteem taken care of and things are consistent and you're taking care of your body, that's when we move to the next level, which is alpha male territory, where we start teaching you pickup artist tricks and routines and direct approach and indirect approach. There's all kinds of sociological games that are played amongst people, especially in society when it comes to bars and coffee shops and online. There's online game and there's texting game and there's date game. There are all these kinds of different ways to be able to attract women, and we'll get to that point. But before we get to that point, I can already tell you're going to be very, very good at that. But before we get to that point, we got to take care of you. But just know that's a good long term, and you find not just one chick, but 20 chicks, and you start laying pipe, then if you eventually want to fucking settle down with some chick you can, but just know that that's a goal, and then the other goal is making you extremely successful. And when you want to get to that point, that's financial. Arnold will tell you cryptocurrency is the way to do it, but I can also tell you how you can do so in tech. If you want to start making six-figure income, it takes a little bit of work, but you can get the right certifications and you can write your own way. And then you're going to have a really great career. You're going to have a great body. You're going to have great self-esteem. And notice I don't say you're going to have a girlfriend. I don't want you to have a girlfriend. You're going to have your pick of the litter of what chick you want to fuck. That's where I want to get. Absolutely. Yeah, a stable, basically. You can have your pick of the litter. If you want to call Tanya tonight, call Tanya. If you want to call Sarah tonight, call Sarah. If you want to call Rebecca tonight, call Rebecca. All these chicks will clear their schedules to get fucked by you. That's where you want to get. You want to you want to elevate. You want to elevate yourself. You want to elevate your environment. You want to have a high value of yourself. You want to emit high value status. It's about your status that you are portraying to society. So right now, your status is not where you want it to be, but it could be, and it's not that far away. Look, you have to give thanks to all that is in the universe, that perhaps, I don't know, but I imagine you have 2 arms, 2 legs. I imagine you have vision. You have a beautiful voice. And you have to be thankful. You got all of the parts to be very, very successful. Just need a couple little tweaks. I can tell you myself, I've needed tweaks in the past. I can tell you my rabbis, who I think that would never ever need tweaks. They've needed tweaks. They've needed assistance at point. So just know, even the strongest people who I know, and the strongest people perhaps that we have in some aspects of society, they all need help. I can tell you lawyers I know who have needed help, doctors who I know who have needed help, politicians certainly need help. Everyone in any role, particularly people in leadership roles, need support. And you should know that you're not alone, that you have a wonderful support system for many. And you're going to be really great. So what's your plan? It's all about your plan. If there's a phrase, you need to plan your work and work your plan. So what does that mean? Your plan tomorrow is literally, I don't care what it is you have to do. I don't care. Just don't eat sugar. That's all I want you to do, is not eat sugar. If you can say, okay, what does that mean? That means you have to look at the nutrition facts and say no carbohydrates. I actually can give a shit about sugar. Just no carbohydrates. Okay? We can go into all the sneaky ways that you can get like no carb sweeteners and stevia and all kinds of shit like that. But for tomorrow, I just want you to eat meat and fat, or protein and fat. That's it. And once you're able to do that for 24 hours, your body is going to go into overdrive. And why is that? Because your body will then start using the fat deposits that it has as energy. And once it starts to do that, you have far, far more energy. And you'll lose weight too. So you'll look better, you'll have more energy. Most of all, though, you'll be very, very positive. You won't necessarily know why. Why is it that I feel so amazing? You'll even want to look up other people. Ketogenic diet, ketosis. Why is it that I feel so great? And it will explain that basically sugar creates like alcohols in your brain that essentially cause you to not be as alert and also trick your brain into becoming lazy and not having as much energy. And if you can avoid those types of carbohydrates, you will have your body in a state of alertness and a state of energy, and it puts you in a really positive place. So what I'm telling you, you don't even have to go for the walk tomorrow. I'm just saying your one project in 24 hours, just go without carbohydrates. You probably haven't done it maybe ever in your entire life. So it'll be a new thing for your body, but once you're able to do it for 24 hours, then you want to get to 48 hours, you can, here's the beautiful thing, you can eat as much meat as you want. You can eat as many eggs as you want. You can sit and eat as much cheese as you want. Sit and eat cheese until you're sick of cheese and you're throwing up from cheese. So long as it doesn't have carbohydrates, you can eat as much of it as you want. You want to eat 50 eggs, eat 50 eggs. You want to eat 2 blocks of cheese, eat 2 blocks of cheese. If you want to eat a whole cow, you can eat a whole cow. What I'm telling you is that you will have so much energy because your body doesn't have carbohydrates that can be very positive. Then from there, you want to just start small. And so you're like, look, I'm going to be going for a walk today. I'm going to walk to the mailbox, or I'm going to walk to the local grocer, or I'm going to walk to the park. And it's 1 kilometer. You go on Google Maps, you say it's 1 kilometer from my house to the park, and or it's a half mile from my house to the park. So it's half mile there, half mile back. That's a mile or a kilometer or whatever it is. And then you can say to Arnold, you know what, Rabbi was right. I changed my diet. I have so much more energy. But then on top of that, I have been doing this daily walk. It helps me clear my mind. I get the sun on my face. I get the warmth of the air. And while it's not a lot, it's something, and I'm sticking to it. And so I'm going to do it again tomorrow. And that's what it's about. And if you're like, I get bored on a walk, take your phone and just scroll, just scan, read Reddit, all the whole walk. I mean, like if you walk a kilometer, it's like 10 minutes. It's not that long. And if you just can do that every single day, you'll say, wow, I've done it 3 days in a row, 4 days in a row, 5 days in a row, 6 days in a row. Some other really good tips I can give you is your alarm clock system. So here's the thing I find, or a lot of people find, it's hard to get out of bed. When I need to, like, and I don't have, if I'm not on a ketogenic or something, I like to stay in bed. I can stay in bed all day, and I do. But not everybody can do that. And so here's a little secret. What I have always found to be. Go ahead. So that's the adventurer thing. So good. You don't have an issue with that. I was going to say, if you did, put your phone across the room when your alarm goes on, and you won't hop back in your bed, or it's not as easy to keep it away from you. So I would say those are definitely positive things. But you should just know, Curry, that we support you and that we're here to help you. And the best thing you can do, I mean this, and if you don't think that this is true, please comment. The best thing you can do is come in here every single day and check in whether Arnold's here or not, and be like, yeah, I did my walk and I've been staying away from carbohydrates and I feel great, and just updating us. Because if you do that, then you'll want to be positive. You'll want to say, you know what, Rabbi, I was looking on Reddit and I saw this really cool thing from the gym subreddit. Did you see that? And I'm like, oh yeah, I saw that. It had this whole infographic on the best types of proteins to eat for, you know, if you want to stay lean and trim and things, or
I'm so sorry.
okay. You're fine, Arcade. You're fine, Arcade. Okay. So, no, you're good. You're good. Welcome. We're glad that you're here. You don't have to bother me. We're just talking to a friend of ours here, Curry, and actually Arnold's our friend as well. And we're just being supportive of our friend Curry. He is at a point in his life where he is going to do his best to make a change, to ensure that he has a positive second half of his life. So what's he going to be doing? Well, absolutely. So he's talked about it. Phenomenal. I know exactly what you're saying. Oh, certainly. Well, you should know we're exactly with Ashkenaz Jews. In fact, if you can
And
hear right
including
now,
the Maxwell
I'm
House
listening
Haggadah
to
that was very popular here in
Ashkenazi
America.
Jewish
And we all
history
love
lectures
reading Haggadahs with great
and
illustrations.
most everything is so but you should know that we're here to advocate for world peace. I don't want anymore in the world. We talk about some things that are really unique in society, like anti-gravity, antimatter, alien disclosure. We talk about life extension technology, intermind ability technology. Arcane, has anyone ever told you that they don't think you're going to die? Please do. Absolutely. Absolutely. 100%. Excellent. So, yeah, I'm a huge advocate of life extension technology, so that's human growth hormone, stem cells, ambrosia therapy using the platelets of the young for the benefit of the old, perhaps cryogenics, perhaps nootropics. That's a little different. So this is legal currently, which is just I understand that epinephrine is general. I'm talking about specifically for platelet benefits, but so okay, but don't think that I don't think that both adrenaline, aka epinephrine, has an amazing amount of opportunities for the scientific world to uncover as the 21st century advances. But just for simplicity purposes, ambrosia therapy is generally platelets of young for the benefit of the old. But we also talk about cold shock therapies. But eventually, arcane, that's going to get you to age 80, 100, 120. So your body's going to break down. And you may want to live longer. And I want you to be able to live longer. When I tell you I don't think you're going to die, what do I do? That's how we graduate. I see. Well, I'm going to explain to you how you may be able to escape. And the way is through life extension technology into mind upgrade. We generally have a conversation. Yeah, I mean, most certainly. If you do have specific questions, particular blanket questions, there's a Ask Rabbi Anything button at the right above this. Feel free to submit a question, and I can take some time and provide you with an in-depth answer to it. But generally, this is just a view into my life. I have more data online than any person in global history. So, if you know anything, Bill Gates, Bill Gates coined this phrase in the 1990s that content is king, and I'm making it true today. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than petroleum, more valuable than gold, water. Exactly. And I have more data online than any person ever. I've been live streaming my life 24/7, 365 for more than 3 years. So this goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of the queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of the king, and everything in between. This is essentially a time capsule for society. And I'm going to be able to use this data, monetize it someday, and help a lot of people. Go for it. You're welcome. Welcome to my mishpacha. Absolutely. Absolutely. It is the mission. Absolutely. I don't serve King Charles. King Charles will serve my bloodline. Our bloodline. Absolutely. Oh, most certainly. And when people are negative against our family, I basically, we're all related through the bloodline. My last name is Rothschild, and I can follow my bloodline to the Bible, which is as far back as we could. I'm familiar. I don't. And I think that we're going to be able to bring the family back together from all corners of the earth. I'm here to unite the Mishpach, and I want people to recognize that we are going to travel the stars. Absolutely. Arcane. Absolutely. Arcane. Anytime, please spread this project everywhere you can, and know that we're going to unite everybody. I've already shouted out all the other family members. Absolutely. At the top, I want to unite specifically the Astors, the Bundys, the Carnegies, the Collinses, the DuPonts, the Merovingians, the Lees, the Reynoldses, the Rockefellers, the Russells, our family. I want to recognize the Van Johns, the Warburgs, the Windsor, the House of Windsor. I don't want us to be seen as enemies anymore. Thanks, Arcane. Peace, baby. All right, kids. That's interesting. Well, back to you, Curry. That you are a very special individual. Good things are going to happen to you. Go for it. Absolutely. Excellent. Excellent. So here's what I do. I'm the same way. So here's what I do. I go on YouTube and I find a subject that's interesting to me. Usually it's like a history podcast, and I start listening to it and I fall asleep. Okay, well, most certainly I understand that, but the times that it doesn't help, you haven't tried it on. If you do that, guaranteed you're going to fall asleep at a certain point, and it will keep your mind with that slight amount of activity that it needs so that you're just not bored, but also you will hopefully fall into sleep. I just told you. I just told you. It's like 5 in the morning where you are. You go on YouTube and you listen to meditation, YouTube or history lectures, whatever it is. What you don't do is keep his mind active in conversation. You need to go to bed. You get your mind into a place where it's ready to go off. You're never going to fall asleep if you're in an active conversation with computers. It'll be much more difficult. So what you do is you basically set limits for yourself and you say, all right, I am now going to go and move into this next part of my life where I'm going to listen on YouTube to whatever it is that might be interesting. And if you can't find anything interesting, literally put in sleep podcast, and it will literally be just like nice stories and calming words, and you'll fall asleep in 10 minutes. Perfect. Do that. Excellent. And that's what you do. Okay, and then when it doesn't, then you start another one, and I bet it starts then. Because you can't, it's not like you don't ever fall asleep. Eventually you do. And if you need to, you can utilize, if you're really having trouble, utilize sleeping pills. And if it's too much, if one of them is too much, then cut them in half. I mean, these are easy problems. Have you ever had a sleep study conducted? Okay, I understand. Right. I see. Don't listen to that. You need to take care of you. If you need to go seek help, you go seek help. When it comes to sleeping, though, it's not very difficult. Just get some sleeping pills, split them in half if they're too powerful for you, and fall asleep when you need to fall asleep. Like, you haven't combined the two. So, take a sleeping pill and then listen to your horror stories, and you'll be asleep in 5 minutes. You've never done it. You've never done it. I've never heard you say, I don't want to say you've never done it, but you would have said, no, Rabbi, this is what I do. Sometimes I even listen to something that makes me fall asleep, and I take a sleeping pill at the same time that I can't fall asleep. You would have said that right off the bat. So combine them. Exactly. You do that, and you may never have another sleepless night in your entire life. No one said you have to do it every single night. In those nights where you start with the horror stories, if that goes for an hour or two and you still can't fall asleep, then you take a sleeping pill. And you go back to listening to your horror stories. And you'll be asleep after a couple hours of that, no doubt. Absolutely. Well, they won't do it if you don't make changes in your life, or they would have never left. So you make some changes, and they may be back in your life. But frankly, the best revenge is massive success. Go out and meet some hotter chicks and some cooler people, and take anybody who was with you the whole time, like Arnold and your family, and anybody else for the ride. But everybody else, you don't have to be back in there. Like you can, and you will get their attention. The best revenge is massive success. It's attributed to Frank Sinatra, and I'm telling you, that's what you do. So literally, I can't tell you anything more, and I'm not going to. I've given you all the tools for you to be successful. Once you get to that point, then we can start going into picking up chicks and all of that. But the first step of 1,000 miles is one step. So what you want to do is starting tomorrow, you want to go without carbohydrates for 24 hours. Come back in here. Tell me how it feels. Tell me how you're doing. And drink water, stay hydrated, but eat just protein and fat all day. You'll feel like $1,000,000 by this time tomorrow. And then you do the thing with the sleeping. Take a sleeping pill or half a sleeping pill or something if you need to really fall asleep after your 4 minutes. And come back in here and check in. Don't be gone for 6 months and I see you in 6 months and you're like, oh yeah, nothing changed. If you come back every single day, I'm going to do my best to help you stay motivated. So you've got some things to do. The first one is you want to eliminate carbohydrates. If you can do it for a day, then you can do it for 2 days, then you can do it for a week. Then you can really start to change your life and then start doing that 1 kilometer a day walk and start getting better rest. And you're going to feel like $1,000,000 in about a week. And if anything, come back every single day and check in. Okay, Chris? Excellent. Arnold, it's been a pleasure. I got some things to attend to. Kurt, you've got some sleep to get. And I'll let you know I'm here for you. Come back tomorrow. I want an update, okay? Excellent. Well, you go get that deep sleep. Arnold, you take care, big dog. Peace, buddy. I love you too, Arnold. You take care, my man. Thank you. Excellent. That's what I like to hear, Curry. That's what I like to hear. Fuck yeah, you'll see me tomorrow. Take care, buddy. I can't wait to see you. Arnold, I hope to see you, but I am so excited to see Curry, even more than you are. You take care, big dog. Peace, guys.
Illustrations. And the person that we have to thank for the Amsterdam Haggadah is an unusual individual named Abraham Bar Yaakov, whose years were 1669 to 1730. He was born in Germany, probably in the Rhineland, and what little we know about his background is that he was actually a convert to Judaism. He was originally a Christian pastor, a Protestant pastor, and he moved to Amsterdam at the age of 26. And that's where he converted and began to, use his talents as an engraver and presumably as a pastor because he had great familiarity with the illustrated Bibles in circulation at the time. And he brought those talents together in the Amsterdam Haggadah. We know just a handful of facts about him. He was apparently married twice. We don't know about his first wife. Perhaps that was when he was still Christian. His second wife, however, was Deborah Proops, a very famous family of printers. Her husband was actually employed by her brother, Solomon ben Joseph Proops, who published the 1712 reprint of the 1695 Haggadah that Abraham Bar Jacob is associated with.
And it was Abraham bar, Aramaic rather than Ben, Yaakov. And normally with a convert you add Yaakov bar Abraham, but there's no question about it because he referred to himself elsewhere as Mishpachat Abraham Avinu, meaning from the family of Abraham, our father. But anyway, let's have a look at this amazing technology. So here's the title page of it.
Someone who is struggling, I approach them gently and I do a palm reading. As well as a tarot reading. If they have good aura, I offer to bring them back to my house, where I prepare milk bath with ceremony. Wash issues of goat milk infused with rosemary and other ingredients. Symbolizes a new beginning and manifests the lifetime of good fortune. I ring the chakra with love.
Gorgeous rendition of the daughter of Pharaoh
Close and I have them sign pledging to strive for personal growth.
See in right in the center of the river, in the midground there is Moses' basket, and then it's sort of compressed line. In the back, you can see it looks like the maidservant, the daughter of Pharaoh herself, as we might have in the Joshua tradition, reaches out to receive Moses, and then on the left side of the foreground, you see the maidservant presenting the baby Moses to the daughter of Pharaoh herself, who is so designated by a crown. Fascinating, very detailed, and gorgeous illustration. You can imagine around the Seder table in Amsterdam doing this, and then really all over Europe. If the previous image might have appealed to the young daughters in the family, perhaps with maternal instincts, this one is definitely designed for the young boys in the family, with this dramatic image of Moses beating the Egyptian who presented a danger as described in the book of Exodus. And you can see all around are various, activities involved with building Pitom and Ramses, the cities described as the slave cities that the Jews were involved with in the book of Exodus. So really gorgeous, detailed illustrations, very evocative and so on. It's also famous for being the site of a very early Hebrew map. You can see it's laid out east to west. Here's a colorized version of it, also very interesting looking. But I think what is most fascinating about this is in this type of era, the whole idea of plagiarism was not very well defined. And so here is a classic image from the Haggadah that shows the pictures of the four sons, right? You've got on the right, the wise son, and then second from the right is the wicked son. The third from the right is the simple son, and then at the very left is the one who does not know how to ask. You can see they're actually, different in size as well. But when you look a little bit more deeply, you see that actually these four sons were clearly taken from early models. And in fact, many of the images in the Amsterdam Haggadah were simply taken from earlier biblical illustrations that came from Christian sources, which is perhaps something that our artist might have become familiar with through his earlier Christian study. Here, for example, you see the four sons in the Amsterdam Haggadah as in the top left image. And by the way, ironically, it says underneath here in the German, Nachdruck verboten, reproduction is forbidden, which it's ironic because, of course, this is exactly what he was doing. But this is also from 1931. It's a reprint from then, so it's already well in the public domain. But anyway, three of the four sons are simply flipped and mirror image and taken from entirely different illustrations drawn from the Iconis Biblical of Matthäus Marian of Basel, a mid-17th century print of the Bible with illustrations. So you can see, for example, the Chacham, the wise son, is actually from a picture of Hannibal, who's offering a sacrifice in the top right. The Rasha, the wicked son, is actually a Roman soldier in the bottom right, fleeing a battle. And then on the left, the simple son is ironically based on a model of the prophet Samuel in the lower left, and then he's just flipped as well, and a hat is added to what kind of reinforce the image. So the whole idea of what could be borrowed, what could be built upon, what could be augmented was really very fluid in the 17th century. I'll just wrap it up with one quick look at his own signature, which is really beautiful and evocative in many ways. You can see that right there in the bottom of this image, it says Abraham Bar Yaakov. And I find it interesting that he chose to specifically illustrate his name underneath a depiction of a story from the book of Jonah, the book of Yonah.
in which the stormy sea throws Yonah overboard. He's swallowed up by some kind of aquatic creature and then spit out safely on dry land. And I just wonder, it's very tempting to think, is this what Abraham Bar Yaakov thought of himself? That he too came from a very tumultuous era. He landed in Amsterdam and he found his wife, he found a family, he found his métier as a copper engraver, and finally as a Jew. Fascinating, don't you think? I hope you enjoyed this video, and I hope we'll have a chance to explore Amsterdam together this fall with Kosher River Cruises. Thanks very much for watching. One of the most fascinating and fun aspects of my career as a Jewish historian is the opportunity to explore some of the exciting historical sites of Europe, in particular with kosher riverboat cruises. We've been doing this for a few years now, and I really love taking these voyages of discovery as we explore the rich Jewish heritage, particularly of the Jewish waterways of Europe, and I'm especially looking forward to visiting Amsterdam this fall. Here's a little Vorspeise video, a little appetizer to give you a sense of the exciting nature and unique nature of the Amsterdam Jewish community. And I think one of the most fascinating elements of this unusual Jewish community is the deep involvement of Portuguese Jews. And so let's look at one in particular, a rather tragic example, but nevertheless illustrative of the kind of spiritual, creative, intellectual energy that was brought to Amsterdam by the Jews from Portugal. I'm speaking specifically about Uriel Acosta, also referred to as Da Costa, who was born in 1583 and passed away in 1640. His tragic story has been dramatized and produced in theater in many different cultures. Here, for example, you see a poster from a fairly recent Polish production of his sad life. He was born in Portugal in 1583 to a new Christian family. What exactly does that mean? Many people speak about the Spanish Inquisition, but in reality, the Portuguese Inquisition, which followed shortly after the expulsion of Jews from Spain in 1492, was an absolutely horrific experience and had in many ways just as powerful, if not more powerful, an impact on Jewish history, because the Portuguese Jews were forcibly converted in 1497. There was kind of like a status quo agreement that the crown in Portugal would simply turn a blind eye to whatever they did behind closed doors. And so there was this tolerance for about 3 decades of Jews being outwardly Christian, and yet nevertheless, as an open secret, they were still practicing Jewish practices. In 1530, the Inquisition came down hard in Portugal and created tremendous havoc for many Jews living there. And so many Jews went deep underground, but they had had several decades of experience living as crypto-Jews, and so they tried literally for centuries to make their way out of Portugal afterwards. These families, who were technically Christian because they had received baptism, willingly or not, were called new Christians, which made a distinction between the so-called old Christians, who had never had any experience with Judaism, and the new Christians who were of Jewish background. There's a lot more to say about that, but I don't want to take up too much time in this video. At any rate, like many Jews of his generation, Acosta was not informed of his Jewish background until he was really a teenager. And he had understood that he was a good Christian like everyone else. He studied theology. It's quite possible he may even have received a clerical degree himself. And then when he found out that he was Jewish, he was fascinated with it, and he was obsessed with it, and he wanted to really explore his Jewish background. This was only possible, however, once the family did make their way out of Portugal to Amsterdam, which was a much more liberal and tolerant environment, at least in some senses, where these Portuguese Jews could once again re-engage with their Jewish identity. Unfortunately, for people like Acosta, his Jewish identity was an imagined identity, because this is 1583. The Inquisition has been in place for 50 years. The Jews have been forcibly converted for almost a century. His real contact with Jewish teachings is highly limited. Almost everything he's learning about Judaism is from Christian sources reflecting upon Judaism, and him trying to decode them to understand what Judaism must really be like after you take away the Christian filter. He came to Amsterdam in 1614. He spent a little bit of time after that in Hamburg. He was circumcised and he formally converted, but he found himself in conflict with the Hamburg community in 1618. And the crux of the problem was that he did not believe that Jews were living up to the ideal that he had set for them, right? Imagine the kind of environment he must have been active in. He was an intellectual, brilliant individual, very well read, and he's coming to adopt this new Jewish identity after almost a century of persecution. And he finds that Jews are people too, and Jews are not necessarily behaving at the standards which he expected of them after reading, the Hebrew Bible, hoping to find models of human behavior in the patriarchs and the matriarchs, King David and King Solomon. And he sees around them there are regular people who are going about as Jews, occasionally perhaps not speaking well of each other, perhaps not necessarily treating each other appropriately in business and so on. And he is angry about this. He ends up getting into conflict with the local community that, in an attempt to try and quell his anger and his public expectations, he is actually excommunicated. Now, there's a lot more to say about what exactly is excommunication in a Jewish context. It essentially means a form of ostracism, and there are different levels of it, as we shall see. So he was first excommunicated in the year 1618. He goes back and he lives in Amsterdam, and the excommunication is lifted, and but he doesn't stop. He's still so bothered by the fact that, how is it possible that Jews do not behave to the standards that he expects they should adopt? It's possible that Uriel Costa suffered from some level of mental illness. When I get to the end of this story, perhaps you'll see why this is especially poignant, but nevertheless, he ended up publishing a book, The Examination of Pharisaic Traditions, which was in many ways an attack on exactly the problem that we're describing here. The Jewish community, which at this time was trying to negotiate a safe level of tolerance with the outside community, and certainly did not want these kind of intellectual rabble-rousers active in Amsterdam. They ended up excommunicating him again. This is the second excommunication. He was fined, the book was seized and burned, and he ended up fleeing to Utrecht. Nevertheless, in Utrecht, he found himself extremely depressed. In 1628, his mother passed away, and he found that he simply could not live. He didn't have a community anymore. He wasn't a Christian. He didn't have community among Jews either. So he moved back to Amsterdam, hoping to, absorb himself within the Jewish community again. And he said, I'm going to set aside all of my intellectual and spiritual disagreements with the community. He said later on, a very sad phrase, he said, I shall become an ape among apes. Very derogatory statement in the sense that he wanted to fit in with the Jews, even though he felt that it really wasn't for him. He thought a lot about some of the philosophical areas of Judaism, and he just could not help himself. He ended up getting involved in controversial behavior again. He ended up preventing two Christians who were considering conversion to Judaism at this time, and this brought him to the attention of the Jewish community once again. And so in 1640, he formally says to the community, okay, look, I'm really, really sorry. I know I'm having trouble controlling myself, but I will completely subject myself to the Jewish community. I will not, engage in any of these activities anymore. And the Beit Din of Amsterdam, the Jewish court, imposed an extremely harsh sanction upon him. They accepted him back, but they ordered him to go through a ritual humiliation, which was surprisingly not as uncommon as one might think in the 17th century, where he was taken into the synagogue. He was tied to a post and symbolically lashed with a thin little lash, but the idea was to symbolically accept his repentance through these lashes. And then, amazingly, he was required to lie down at the entrance to the synagogue and have the entire synagogue membership walk over him, which is a sign of abject humiliation. He was incredibly depressed by this. He went home. He wrote a 12-page suicide note called, in Latin, he wrote in Latin, Exemplar Humanae Vitae, an example of a human life, a terrifying document to read, and then he killed himself with a revolver. Terrifying story, incredibly sad. Obviously an individual who was deeply invested in Judaism, and yet because of the vagaries of history, the persecution of the Inquisition, he was distanced from Judaism in a normal way. I mean, he had no Jewish community, and then he developed this special idea of what Judaism must be like, and he was never able to really, make sense of the difference between Judaism and regular Jews, and he ended up taking his own life. Nevertheless, his experience and the problematic way in which the Amsterdam community tried to deal with this unusual figure is extremely telling, not only for the difficulties of navigating modernity, when it becomes more and more possible to adopt various postures toward religious identity. In other words, the Amsterdam Beit Din was really trying to enforce a medieval concept of Judaism, where everyone had to behave according to the set rules as understood by the Shulchan Aruch, whereas the possibility of new Jewish identities are rapidly becoming evident in society. One of the most profound links, you may have already anticipated it, is with Baruch Spinoza, who not that much later, after Acosta's experience, went through a similar experience with the Amsterdam Beit Din, but many have drawn the direct connection between Acosta's experience and Spinoza himself. This painting by Samuel Hirschenberg, who painted remarkable representations of Spinoza's life and Jewish life in general in the 19th century, he shows the young Spinoza as an innocent-looking child with colorful clothing, blonde hair, holding on to flowers, sitting on the lap of the much more brooding and unhappy Acosta, as if he is Acosta's student, as if he is the bearer of his legacy. It is a tragic story, to be sure, but it also gives us some insight into the complexities of the Amsterdam community, and in particular, the Portuguese element that was so important in bringing both economic vitality to Amsterdam Jews, but also an intellectual ferment that would produce intellectual scholars like Spinoza. Okay, I hope you found this sad video nevertheless meaningful, and I really hope to see you on this tour because it is going to be fantastic. Thank you very much for watching. Like many of you, I can't wait for this horrible pandemic to be over so that we can get life back to normal. And I'm especially looking forward to traveling once again with Kosher River Cruises, where we're going to be touring Amsterdam in the late summer and then a few other trips coming up after that. One fascinating little incident associated with the Jews of Amsterdam is a remarkable moment that occurred to an exceptional individual named Manasseh ben Yisrael, Manasseh ben Israel, very important person who was not the chief rabbi actually of Amsterdam, but a very prominent rabbi, and his association with the 10 lost tribes of Israel. A little background on Rabbi Manasseh ben Israel first. He was actually from a converso family. Like many of the Jews of the 16th century, his family had roots in Portugal. And the more liberal environment in Amsterdam made it possible for many of the Jews who had been living as crypto Jews to make their way out of Portugal and then reclaim their Jewish identities when they made their way to Amsterdam. He was actually born probably in Lisbon to a crypto-Jewish family. He was actually baptized under the name Manuel de Açoero. The Inquisition accused Rabbi Menashe's father of practicing Judaism secretly, and he very narrowly escaped being burned alive in an auto da fe. And so the family escaped from Portugal and made their way to Amsterdam, where they reclaimed their Jewish identities. Young Manuel was given the name Menashe. His brother was given the name Ephraim. Those are two children of Joseph that are in the Jewish tradition known to have gotten along famously despite the fact that they were brothers. And this is one of the reasons why Jewish parents bless their children in the name of Menashe and Ephraim, hoping that they all get along. And he became a child prodigy. He was actually extremely talented, not only in Judaic studies, but also he had a very kind of like broad-minded approach to things. He studied widely and communicated in multiple languages with people of many faiths. He was very ecumenical in his outlook and really has established a continental presence for his intellect. He was not especially wealthy. He made his living really barely as a writer and especially as a publisher. And this was a booming industry in Amsterdam in particular. The specific incident of the 10 tribes occurred in 1644 when Antonio Montesinos, who was also one of these Portuguese conversos, who was living under a Christian identity and traveling the world. And he made his way to eastern Ecuador when, and the story he tells is absolutely fantastic, he is guided by an indigenous guide to a population that lives across an impassable river. But when he encounters them on the other side of the river, they address him in Hebrew. They recite the Shema prayer in Hebrew. He reveals himself as a Jew. He proclaims that his parents are Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He meets with the people on the other side of the river frequently, although he is never able to actually cross that river. He nevertheless sees them and speaks to them across the way. And they are apparently indigenous Ecuadorian peoples who are claimed to be of Jewish origin from the tribe of Reuven. Aaron Levi, of course, was from the tribe of Levi. Now, Aaron thinks this is an absolutely fantastic event. He travels back to Amsterdam and he relates his story there. The Menashe ben Yisrael was present at the time that he related this story. He actually transcribed it, and although he doesn't publish it, the story begins to circulate and slowly gains the attention, in particular of Protestant clergy who are especially interested in Aaron Levi's story because there is a millenarial movement that specifically associates the rediscovery of the 10 lost tribes of Israel and their eventual conversion to Christianity as indispensable elements in the ultimate second coming of Jesus Christ. And there's a lot being published at this time, especially with the encounters with First Nations and indigenous peoples in America. Here's one copy of a publication that appeared just around this time by Thomas Turlgood, Jews in America, or Probabilities that Americans are of that race, meaning the indigenous peoples, the First Nations, the Native Americans are in fact Jews descended from the 10 tribes. Look at the second paragraph there. With the removal of some contrary reasonings and earnest desires for effectual endeavors to make them Christian. Right? That's the kind of like the larger religious project of the Protestant clergy. And so they begin tracking down this story and they begin talking to Menashe ben Israel. This is also recalled around the time of Shabbatai Tzvi. There's a lot of messianist fervor going on the continent in England and also among Jews too at this time. Menashe ben Yisrael begins to get caught up in this. He begins to think more deeply about the story of these presumed Jews discovered in Ecuador, and although he obviously doesn't buy into the Christian end story, he does begin to write about it. He writes a book called Sefer Mikveh Yisrael, the book of the hope of Israel. This particular publication, which was issued a couple hundred years later in Lemberg, or modern-day Lviv, the subtitle says, Al Davar Aseret HaShvatim U'Makom Mishkan, on the matter of the 10 tribes and the place that they're living. Isn't that fascinating? He also issues this in Spanish here. You can see Esperanza de Israel, the hope of Israel, and of course in English. Here it is, the hope of Israel. There's a famous illustration of Menashe of Israel on the side. So there's a fascinating story about how he got involved in this, and he became quite a bit more famous as a result of his promotion of this story, that in fact these people in Ecuador may be part of the Lost 10 Tribes. As it happens, it's highly unlikely that they are the lost tribes. Now, who were those lost tribes? You will recall in the late 8th century, the Jewish people in Israel were divided into two monarchies. The southern one was called Judah, the northern one was called Israel. And as a result of foreign invasions, a large proportion of the population of the northern kingdom of Israel was transported to these three areas, at least as far as we can tell from the biblical text. You can see here on this map. A couple hundred years later, then Judah would also be attacked, and a large population of its population would be deported to Babylon, specifically at the waist of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Here's a map of what these regions would look like today. So the inhabitants of the northern kingdom of Israel were sent off to, let's say, Western Syria and the Kurdistan region, and then out into Iran, Iraq region over there. These are very rough estimates, but there is some archaeological evidence that suggests that Jews actually were there. There's some ostraca, for example, of these pieces of clay that are recorded with Aramaic inscriptions that clearly bear Jewish references. There are Jewish names found in some of the local records and so on, beyond the scope of our discussion. There's also been some fascinating finds, although subject to some dispute by many archaeologists, but these particular strange devices are often found in regions of Jewish settlement, and they have found some of these dating back to the 8th century before the Common Era, so it's quite possible that Jews were in fact living here. Well, so that's kind of like the end of the story with Menashe ben Yisrael with regards to the 10 tribes. But it is fascinating because he definitely developed his messianic thinking and association with the idea of the Jews spreading out to all the corners of the earth, the Ketsei Haaretz. One space where he actually had quite an impact is in England, because at this time, Jews were formally not allowed to live in England, and Menashe ben Yisrael had a dramatic impact on Oliver Cromwell in particular, with regards to the possibility of readmitting Jews to England. They had been expelled in 1290, and this was, part of the unfolding of the Messianic era as Menashe ben Yisrael saw it. And that's just a very quick glimpse at some of the intellectual and spiritual and political ferment that were going on in Amsterdam. If you are able to travel, hopefully we'll all be able to travel after this pandemic is over. Please join me with Kosher River Cruises as we have a look at a lot of the amazing sites of Jewish Amsterdam and the Netherlands late this summer. I hope I'll be able to see you on the cruise. Thanks very much for watching. Here's hoping that the conditions will improve significantly over the next few months so that we'll be able to get back to traveling. I'm especially looking forward to visiting Amsterdam in the late summer with Kosher River Cruises. Amsterdam is such a fascinating city in Jewish history. And let's just take a few minutes right now to talk about one of the figures who appeared in Amsterdam in the 18th century, the incredible Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto. And I think one of the most amazing things about the connection between Amsterdam and the Ramchal, as he is known, the acronym of his name, is that Amsterdam was a city of refuge for many who were persecuted, not only, as we saw in previous videos, some of the Portuguese conversos who were forced to accept Christianity and then who wanted to return to their own Jewish identities and could not do so in the Iberian Peninsula. They had to find a safer location. Amsterdam was one of those locations, and we see it in particular with Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto. So first of all, who was Rabbi Luzzatto? He was a child prodigy, a genius, who wrote quite a few really stellar works of Jewish literature that made a phenomenal impression on many different segments of Jewish intellectual life in the 18th century. Perhaps he is most well known for a book called Mesilas Yesharim, The Path of the Just, which was regarded as an absolutely incredible sort of self-help guide, an ethical guide, a masterful statement of Jewish morality, and a way in which it could be applied to an individual in a personal program of development. I myself enjoy it tremendously. I've studied it many times, and every time I make my way through it, I feel some incremental growth in my own personality and a desire to read it yet again. His work was accepted amazingly well across the spectrum, at least when you look over the course of the 18th century and onward. For example, it's a remarkable diversity of people who really enjoyed the Ramchal. There was the famous Moses Mendelssohn, who was a maskil, an enlightenment figure who argued that Jews should engage more fully with secular non-Jewish culture, that Judaism had something to offer the general European world, and that even European studies in culture and literature, art, music, science, and so on, could also enrich the Jewish perspective of the world. He had a tremendous respect for the Ramchal. Also in the world of literature, the famous professor at Hebrew University, Joseph Klausner, argued that the Ramchal was actually the first modern Hebrew writer that was actually producing works of fiction. In fact, he was a playwright in modern Hebrew, and that all modern Hebrew literature stems from this one 18th century thinker. For those who are very close students of the Ramchal, will know that actually one of his most cherished areas of intellectual activity was the Kabbalah, mysticism. And it is in this regard in particular that he's especially beloved by Hasidim. The Maggid of Mezrich, for example, one of the most important early Hasidic leaders, argued that the generation was not worthy to understand the Ramchal. He was such a tremendously important figure. And on the other side of the Jewish spectrum, we've already talked about Maskilim, we've talked about Hasidim, the Vilna Gaon, the great Litvak, the Lithuanian traditionalist thinker, who in many ways was opposed to the Hasidim, also found the Ramchal's work incredibly valuable. He once famously wrote that there is not a single word out of place in the Mesilat Yesharim until chapter 11. And what that word is, maybe if we have a chance to learn together, I'd like to share with you what I think it would be. The Vilna Gaon also said that if he were alive at the same time as the Ramchal, their lifespans just overlapped very slightly, he would have walked all the way from Lithuania to Padua in Italy to study with him. The biography of the Ramchal is phenomenal. As I mentioned, he came from Padua in northern Italy, where he was regarded as a child prodigy. He wrote his first book at the age of 14. He wrote on grammar, on linguistics. He actually wrote one of the first, books of how to engage in public speaking. He wrote quite a bit of poetry and so on. And he actually attracted to himself a remarkable number of medical students at the University of Padua, which was one of the few schools in Europe that would admit Jewish students. They had some interesting kind of disabilities. They had to pay more tuition. They had to offset some of the expenses of non-Jewish students and so on. But at any rate, they could earn a medical degree at Padua. And so some of the brighter Jewish medical students who had traveled from all over Europe were attracted to a special circle that formed around the Ramchal specifically to study Kabbalah. However, this attracted a lot of undue attention, particularly when the Ramchal started expressing some more radical ideas about Kabbalah, which are beyond the scope of this very short video. But he was attacked in particular by a figure named Rabbi Moshe Chagiz, who thought that this young individual, who was in his early 20s at the time, was actually a secret follower of the disgraced Shabbatai Tzvi, shown here, who led a disastrous messianic movement in the 17th century that resulted in the disappointment of hundreds of thousands of Jews all around the world who had thought that this might actually be the moment when Jews would return to Jerusalem. It was so amazing how widespread Shabbatai Tzvi's movement was, as you can see in some of these woodcuts, that even non-Jews were talking about it because they saw so many Jews, selling their properties, including in Amsterdam, where he had a very large following. and preparing to pick up and move to Israel. However, Shabtai Tzvi, when he confronted the Ottoman Sultan, was given the alternative of continuing in his quest and losing his head, or converting to Islam. Shabtai Tzvi decided to convert to Islam, disappointing so many of his followers, although a small number of them actually continued, believing that if their purported Messiah had converted to Islam, then perhaps that meant they should do so as well. They became a sect known as the Dunme, who were active right up into the 20th century in politics in Turkey, for example. But back to the Ramchal. Rabbi Moshe Chazkiz felt that the Ramchal was actually a secret follower of Shabtai Tzvi, and he raised the issue with the Jewish court in Venice that actually looked at the Ramchal, and they were somewhat troubled by what they saw because he was remarkably young. Kabbalah is usually only studied by people at least at the age of 40. He was still unmarried, and in fact, he did not grow a beard, which was one of those things that bothered them. And so they insisted on interviewing him, and they made him promise that he would restrict his Kabbalistic teachings. And when he got married, that actually assuaged some of their concerns, so they let it be. After some time, however, this rankled the Ramchal, and he felt that he really wanted to continue teaching Kabbalah, and so there were also some family reversals in business, and so he decided to leave Padua and travel north in Europe to find a more secure income. He moved to Frankfurt, but Rabbi Moshe Chagiz, who was unhappy with the fact that the Ramchal was let off without too many consequences in Padua, he sent letters ahead to Frankfurt, telling the authorities there that they should arrest the Ramchal on suspicion of following the Shabtai Tzvi, and they had a second trial there in Frankfurt. He was once again forced to submit to a humiliating oath indicating he would not teach Kabbalah and so on, and perhaps most tragically, the Frankfurt Beit Din seized all of his unpublished manuscripts in order to examine them for possible heresy, and finding none, but still uncertain of their content, they decided to bury them, as if to hide them away, and then they lost the site of their burial. And so many of the Ramchal's phenomenal works are lost to history until perhaps one day they will be unearthed. The teacher of the Ramchal, Rabbi Isaiah Bassan, marshaled a tremendously heroic defense of his student, arguing that there was no reason for him to be persecuted on these suspicions. He was an incredibly upright and especially talented young man. And so in the end, after he took the second oath, they allowed him to travel on. And it was finally in Amsterdam where he found some rest. As we've spoken about in a couple previous videos, the Portuguese Jews in Amsterdam in particular had a predominant influence on admitting the Ramchal and giving him the respect he needed and a place to teach. He had an honored position and so on, and he enjoyed some of the best years of his life, of his short life, were in Amsterdam, because they saw, among other things, not only his brilliance, but also they recalled some of the negative repercussions of the situation with Uriel Acosta that we spoke about previously, and also not too far in the distance was the excommunication of Spinoza, which engendered some controversy as well. So the Ramchal was allowed to teach and study and write in Amsterdam, and it is there that he wrote his remarkable work, the Mesilat Yesharim. One thing that I'm especially excited about, if you haven't studied the Ramchal in a while, perhaps it was when you were in yeshiva, you had an opportunity to study the Ramchal. In the 1990s, a new version, an autograph version, meaning written in the Ramchal's own hand, was discovered in the archives in the former Soviet Union. And this version is not like the one that has been studied for the last 200-300 years. It was a dialogue version in which the entire, theme and plot of Mesilat Yesharim is expressed in terms of two old friends who reunite after many years apart. One of them has kind of gone on, it's not an exact comparison, but it's kind of become like a modern Orthodox Jew, still very observant, but at the same time quite engaged in secular culture. And on the other hand, his old high school friend has become like a super chassid. Says Tehillim all day, recites Psalms all day. Very, very pious, very, very particular about their observance of the halacha. And the two of them get together and they start talking about their comparative experiences, and it is brilliant. It's so insightful. In many ways, I prefer the dialogue version, which the Ramchal decided not to publish, to the version that has been available. So much fascinating stuff. At any rate, I hope that you'll be able to join me on this cruise. We're definitely going to look at the Mesilat Yesharim because of its connection to Amsterdam, and I try to understand a little bit more of his thought and what he had to offer the world. Thank you very much for watching, and hope to see you on a cruise one day.
I am David Lawrence. I'm one of the directors of Kosher River Cruises, and I wanted to thank everybody who is attending. We thought we would reach out to some of our guests for a little taste of hopefully what will happen soon, more sooner than later, and to give everybody just an idea of some of the. I know we're all missing out on our opportunity to travel and all that other good stuff, and just keep connected with you. I know the biggest question that everybody has right now is what's going on with the cruises. At this time, as Henry liked to say, we are in a state of ambiguity, meaning that everything depends on what the cruise lines do, what the governments will allow us. On rivers, it's very interesting because you're going across multiple territories and multiple countries and multiple borders. With the Amsterdam cruise, obviously, we're in the Netherlands the entire time, but some of the issues are the ships coming up the Rhine from Germany. So there's a lot that goes into who's deciding where, when, what, and how, and we're keeping our communication is constantly open. We just don't have an idea right yet. The minute we do, we'll let everybody know what's happening. And like we have our Dream Now cruise later, everybody signs up for a cruise if they want, no deposit necessary, and then that just holds your. We hope, and we kind of need to know, obviously, same as you, for airfare and everything else, pretty much around 90 days prior to cruise, we're going to have that stop dead date or just, an update as to what's going on because, we all need to know what's happening so we can prepare for it. So we're hoping, praying that the cruise might run for our Netherlands. If not, then the first cruise that will be happening will be our Douro cruise, which is in Portugal. That gives us a whole bunch more time to prepare for that, and hopefully things are a bit calmer. So I am now going to turn it over to David Krause, one of our directors, scholar in residence, all around good guy. And he's going to take it from here. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, David. And thank you, everybody who have joined us today. It's so nice to see some of the familiar faces, although only behind the names on the screen. And so just very quickly, Henry had the great idea of doing this sort of a little tasting of the cruise in the form of a particularly interesting lecture on the Jews of Amsterdam and the Netherlands. And this is, for me personally, and I think you will agree, this is one of the most intriguing, one of the most interesting stories of any Jewish community on the European continent. And there's so many layers of history in Yiddishkeit in it. Amsterdam is known not just for the Jews with the nickname Mokum, which obviously comes from Yiddish, and it's sort of a version of Makom, the place to be. And Amsterdam really is a place to be. It has incredibly rich history, and so does the Dutch Jewry in general. And so this is what we're going to hear about today. Before I hand it over to Henry, I just want to give you a technical information. I am here to moderate the questions today. So in the Q&A section, please feel free to type in any questions you might have, and we will address them after Henry's lecture. So without further ado, Henry, it is yours.
Wow, thank you so much. I hope everyone can hear me all right. And let's just have a quick look at the screen share. Is that coming through okay? Everyone sees the beautiful picture of the canal in Amsterdam? Excellent. So, like all of you, I am incredibly excited about the potential trip to Amsterdam, and I am definitely putting in extra energy of petitions to the Supreme Being that he should allow this pandemic to, subside as soon as possible, and not only obviously for the human cost that it has placed upon all of us globally, but also in a very selfish way, so that we can get back on the road again, and especially on the rivers of Europe. And like David said, the truth is Amsterdam is just so incredibly fascinating. It is an unusual paradigm of the entire story of the Jewish experience of modernity, specifically how we cross the chasm from the pre-modern or medieval environment into the Judaism and the Jewish practice that we see around us today: Jewish sociology, Jewish society, Jewish achievements in the secular world. All of these really can be seen in a very tiny form as being birthed from Amsterdam, specifically in the first half of the 17th century. So in this brief lecture, that's really what I'd like to do, is just to give us a sense of why was Amsterdam so incredibly important? Why was it such a mix of phenomenal influences? And why did Jews coming from Amsterdam really impact the entire European Jewish experience and beyond because of the strange confluence of factors that came together in the early 1600s? That's the overall plan for this lecture. It's really a short lecture. I'm hoping to keep my remarks somewhere around 30 minutes max, and then we'll have plenty of time for discussion of the ideas that come out of this introductory talk, and hopefully we will be able to continue much deeper discussion as we are enjoying Malcolm's fine cuisine and the beautiful sights that surround the windows of the cruise ship that we'll be together on shortly. Okay, so let me start with the origins of the community. Let me just explain a little bit about where Amsterdam is. Now, I know that many of you on this call are quite educated and quite well traveled and are aware of these things, so forgive me, but I'll just take a couple of minutes for those of us, especially those of us in America, to know a little bit of the actual geography of the Netherlands and Amsterdam, and then we'll get to the Jewish part of it specifically. So this is a little detail map that shows you where Amsterdam is in the country known as the Netherlands. It's sometimes colloquially known as Holland, although strictly speaking, Holland is only two of the multiple provinces that are located within the Netherlands. The Netherlands means the Low Countries, and in fact, sometimes in English we'll refer to the Netherlands as the Low Countries because they are quite literally low. The vast majority of the country is only about 1 meter or 3 feet above sea level. Think of it as kind of like New Orleans for the entire region. And in fact, New Orleans is an interesting comparison because there's a lot of similarities in culture. Maybe when you get that close to sea level, weird things happen. You want to have a lot of parties, Mardi Gras, Carnival, things like that. But at any rate, that's why it's called the Low Countries. The predominant language is Dutch, although there are 4 official languages of the Netherlands, one of which is, believe it or not, Yiddish. It is actually one of the official languages of the Netherlands. It's not associated with a particular province because Jews are settled in many of the regions, but nevertheless, that's a small tidbit. As you can see here, it is very close to England. Just on the outside of this, towards the left of this map is England. There's the British Channel that separates them. So Amsterdam is especially significant as a maritime center and as a mercantile center. That's in fact one of the reasons why Jews were so attracted to it, was because it had phenomenal potential for international commerce, especially when the New World was discovered. New York, of course, where I'm speaking to you from right now, was originally known, at least under European influence, as New Amsterdam, because it was settled originally by the Dutch. The local Dutch person in charge, a man named Stuyvesant, actually did not want to admit the first Jews into New York. It's hard to imagine New York without Jews, but in fact, he wanted to block them. There were a handful of families that were arriving from Recife in South America, but his Dutch masters actually overruled them and said, no, let those Jews in, and boy, there goes the neighborhood. Anyways, this is a map of where the Netherlands and Amsterdam is. Looking at Jewish origins in the region, they go back quite far, although it's rather spotty before about the 11th century. From the 11th century onward, you begin to see an increasing number of Jews in Ashkenaz proper, and Amsterdam is one of the most significant cities of Ashkenaz, particularly, as I mentioned, in the early 17th century and onward. This is a great map, which shows you the pattern of Jewish settlement by DNA sequencing, not by historical documentation, which has revealed some really fascinating things. This is a study specifically looking at the Y chromosomes of Jews who are from the tribe of Levi, which would mean they call themselves either Kohen or Levi today. And since it all descends through the male, only men serve as Leviim or Kohanim, it's fairly easy to trace it on the Y chromosome. As you can see from this map, 40%, no, I'm sorry, this is 100% of, or a statistically very large number of Kohanim and Leviim have genetic history which can be traced. You see the lower right, the number 1, from Israel proper, which stands to reason because of the Hebrew origins of an ancestor born 3,000 years ago, Aaron the Kohen, who is, by the way, it's completely consistent with the DNA patterns we have today. And although many historians, myself included, often felt that Jews migrated across the coast of North Africa through Spain and then into Ashkenaz, it has become abundantly clear that the alternate route, which was through Italy, was far more significant. We know that there were early Jewish communities set up in the 1st century of the Common Era, some even prior to that, and there was a significant expansion with the tens of thousands of Jewish slaves that were taken from Israel and brought to Rome after the First Roman-Jewish War. Those are numbers that Josephus, an ancient historian, provides us with. And fascinatingly, if you look around where the number 2 is in this map, modern geneticists have calculated that about 40% of Ashkenazi Jews today trace their origins to 4 women living in North Italy sometime around the year 1000. Now, I find it ironic there are 4 women. Probably their names were Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah, just guessing. But at any rate, it's very clear that the genetic origins of a large chunk of Ashkenazi Jewry are specifically associated with these 4 women, most likely converts to Judaism who lived around the same time in northern Italy. At any rate, that creates the nucleus of the community in the Rhineland, which was known to Jews as Ashkenaz, named after a figure that occurs in the book of Genesis.
And then, as a result of pressures that are both political and anti-Semitic and economic, a large majority of them moved to the east, where they populate the regions of Lithuania, Estonia, a certain amount of Estonia, Latvia, especially Poland and Ukraine, later Russia. And that's why most Ashkenazi Jews in America hail from Eastern Europe, but their roots come via the Rhineland of Ashkenaz. Following that, if you look where the number 4 is, there's a reintegration of Sephardic Jewish genes as well. But to bring this all to a close, the Jews of Amsterdam, while historically there are very old medieval roots from the numbers shown from number 1 to 2 here, there's a much more significant migration after the Spanish expulsion of 1492. That's what I'd like to take you to next. And this is extremely important for the background of Amsterdam Jewry in particular, and also very helpful for us because the cruise that, God willing, will be going on after we enjoy Amsterdam will be on the Douro River in Portugal, which is a fascinating opportunity to see some of the legacy of Sephardic Jewry. So this map here shows you the migration of Spanish and especially Portuguese Jewry in the 16th century and beyond. To understand this migration, let me just take you back about a century to the year 1391, when a wave of pogroms swept through the Iberian Peninsula. And one of the unusual aspects of these pogroms was that they were accompanied by forced conversions to Christianity, forced baptisms. This was, technically speaking, in contravention of canon law. The church did not authorize these forced baptisms, but as a result of Catholic dogma that was essentially not changed until the 1960s, once these Jews were forcibly baptized against their will, they were nevertheless Christians. And so you had this large, rather indigestible mass of people who continued to regard themselves as Jews, continued to live as Jews in Jewish communities, observing Judaism, and yet they had the status of being fully endowed Christians with all of the rights and privileges that go along with that, and with none of the disabilities that had been laid on the Jewish population. They could attend universities, they could advance in virtually any field that they chose, and even in the church hierarchy. And they had a distinct advantage over the large mass of the Spanish population because they were literate, they were numerate, and they were urbanized. And those three things meant that all of these Jews / Christians against their will had, all the doors suddenly thrown open to them to advance in Sephardic society. So over the course of that 15th century, the 1400s, you had this situation developing where, there was a mockery of Christian theology because these obvious Jews were nevertheless allowed to ignore all of these barriers, and they advanced very far into society. By the time you get to the last quarter of that century, there is a serious backlash against the situation, which motivates the Spanish crown to invoke the Inquisition. The Spanish Inquisition was specifically directed at the so-called new Christians, that is, these people who were practicing Judaism but were baptized, and that includes their descendants, who were taking advantage of their legal status and still practicing Jewish rites. The Inquisition was, technically speaking, not directed at Jews who were never baptized. They were, restricted into certain living areas and all kinds of disabilities placed on their economic advancement and trade activity and so on, but they were, strictly speaking, not part of the problem because they were not pushing up against the Spanish establishment. The Spanish Inquisition which we'll talk about a lot more when we're speaking about the Douro River trip. But as I'm sure you're familiar, it was a horrendous kind of purge atmosphere that completely subsumed Spanish society, where people were economically incentivized to betray their neighbors, because once a person was accused and condemned of Judaizing, of secretly practicing Judaism, their property was forfeit. And that property was now shared by the church, the crown, and the people who betrayed them. So there was like an incentive to rat on your neighbors. Once a neighbor was accused of Judaism, it could be anything small, like, for example, they never seem to eat pork at their house. Or I've seen that they don't do work on Saturdays. Those people were arrested, tortured horribly, and forced to confess and to give up names of everybody else they know who were also Judaizers. And this created a massive ripple effect where the Inquisition literally took over society, and people at high levels of authority were accused of the Inquisition, by the Inquisition, and were forced to undergo this terrible situation. The culmination of Inquisition trials was the auto da fe, in which the church would, technically speaking, release the accused to secular authorities. The church, strictly speaking, never put anyone to death in the Inquisition, but they used the term relaxed. They relaxed their hold over these people to the secular authorities, who would then have these public burnings that were absolutely horrific. And they lasted right up until the 18th century. The Inquisition did not die in the 15th century. The final chapter of this, of course, is that by the time you get to the late 1480s, it's not working. The Spanish Inquisition has gone way out of control. Society is upside down. And so the Grand Inquisitor, a man named Torquemada, goes to the Spanish crown, Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand, and says, we think we know what went wrong here. We left the original Jews in place. The reason why generations of these baptized new Christians are not converting is because they still have Jews to go to. They still have a place where they can learn Torah, where they can get kosher food, where they can hang out with other Jews. So what we need to do is get rid of those Jews, and then we'll be able to put an end to all of this. The crown agrees, and in 1492, on the horrible day of Tisha B'Av, of course, the decree is implemented, and the Jews are forced shortly thereafter to flee the peninsula. And this map shows the direction of their flight. Quite a few of them made their way across the Mediterranean basin to Constantinople, to Israel, to Tzfat in particular, and many to North Africa. And there were two major areas that we have to look at. One of which we're going to spend more time on in the next slide, is of course Amsterdam. You can see that they made their way, especially through Portugal and then to the north to Amsterdam. You also have that massive wave of illegal Jewish migration into Portugal. So let's look at Portugal for a second now. Portugal was, for a very brief period of time, quite literally 5 years, a place of refuge for these Jews. Even though they tried to hold back the wave of migration, the Portuguese allowed the Jews to practice Judaism until 1497. At that point, as a result of some geopolitical changes, the desire to unite with Spain, for example, and a desire to not expel the Jews because they clearly provided lots of economic advantage to the western part of the peninsula. In 1497, the Jews of Portugal were forcibly converted en masse. They were all made Christians. There were incredible negative incentives placed to force them to convert. Among other things, Portuguese deported about 2,500 Jewish children, literally separating them from their parents, to an island off the coast of Africa, where many of them were literally consumed by the wildlife on that island of Sao Tome. And so the Jews were were completely broken, forcibly baptized, and then shortly thereafter they imposed the Inquisition again. This is one of the reasons why you have the terms Spanish and Portuguese that is typically applied to synagogues in the New World, the Spanish and Portuguese synagogue in New York, another one in London, and so on, because there were two different populations. There were those Jews who were expelled from Spain in 1492, who technically speaking never had to pretend they were Christian. And then you have those Jews who fled to Portugal, were forcibly converted to Christianity, and then over a period of several generations managed to escape Portugal, but they left with a tremendous lacuna in their knowledge of Judaism because they had been held back from any kind of instruction in Judaism, an open practice for as much as a century. So that brings us finally to Amsterdam. And Amsterdam was a place of refuge for these Jews in particular. Those Spanish Jews who had fled to Portugal and then sometimes waited as much as 100 years before they could finally leave the horrible Portuguese Inquisition and escape to Amsterdam. Many of them failed over the course of that century, and we know a lot about it because we have the Inquisition records. Trials were held in Lisbon in particular, also in Coimbra, which God willing will visit on the Douro tour again. We know a lot about what these Jews had to say for themselves as they were attempting to leave Portugal. But one of the most tragic examples of their background when they got to Amsterdam, which was at the time a very liberal kind of environment, much like it is today, very open to the idea of multiple populations living there, and very open to the mercantile possibilities. We see in the figure of Uriel da Costa, who is shown here in black, with the kind of a fanciful image of Spinoza, the great philosopher, sitting on his knee. It is unlikely that anything like this actually happened in real life, but they did coincide in Amsterdam for a very brief period of time. But let me just return for a second to the origins of this migration, which begins really in the 1580s. That's when we begin to see some Portuguese Jews beginning to organize themselves in a synagogue in Amsterdam. Now, the story that we have of the origins of the Portuguese community in Amsterdam are shrouded in legend, but we do have a history that was written in the 1600s, the 1660s, that records an amazing story of the secret gathering of Portuguese Jews in Amsterdam on Yom Kippur. Suddenly there's a knock at the door. This is, I think, 1582. There's a knock at the door, and the sheriff's office breaks in, and the Jews there are accused of being of secretly practicing Judaism in their place. Amsterdam at this point did not officially allow Jews to reside there, but they were residing as Portuguese individuals, right? Because they were technically Christian. The rabbi and his son were arrested, were brought before the magistrate on Yom Kippur, and they explained that, in fact, they weren't doing anything. Oh, I forgot one small detail, excuse me. They were accused, actually, they had no idea, according to the original story, they had no idea that they were Jews. They accused them of being Catholics, which was, for the Dutch at this time, quite a bit worse because they were warring with Catholics. And so they were brought before the king, the magistrate, and the magistrate asked for the report from the sheriff. And in fact, they amazingly found no Catholic paraphernalia in the house. There was no crucifixes, no chalices, nothing like that. And so the rabbi explained, the truth is we're not Catholics, we're Jews. And so the magistrate said, oh, Jews? Well, okay then, no problem. And he let them go. And this is the fanciful version of the story of the beginnings of the official community. About a dozen years later, they were granted official permission to exist, but at that time, the Dutch simply turned a blind eye to them. Now, fascinatingly, the story is basically true, But there are some key details that are different. The reason we know there are key details that are different is because we also have the police report. And the police report says a few different things. The first thing is it was Yom Kippur. It was about 10 years later than reported. And the police broke in not because they suspected them of being Catholics, but because they suspected them of white-collar crimes. They suspected there was some kind of criminal conspiracy going on to subvert the tariffs and taxes of the state. And they arrested the rabbi and his son. And they pleaded before the magistrate that they had nothing to do with any of this, kind of white-collar crime. And all they were doing is praying according to the rites and rituals of Yom Kippur. And that's when the magistrate said, okay, fine, you guys are not white-collar criminals as far as we can tell, and he let them be. That's the origins of the community. Now, later on, as I mentioned, they would eventually gain official recognition, but not in all parts of the Netherlands. In fact, there are many parts of the Netherlands where Jews were forbidden to reside. There are other parts where they were allowed to reside, but only in certain small restrictive numbers, and they all had to sign statements of good behavior. And even in those places where they were required to reside, they had all kinds of disabilities, like if they were drawn into a court case, they were intrinsically believed to be liars, and they had to take the more judaico, the Jewish oath, which meant they had to undergo a ritual humiliation in order to prove that they would tell the truth. Not only putting their hand, for example, on a Tanakh, which is a very common thing, you put your hand in the Bible and you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and that kind of thing. But Jews were required to, for example, bare their chest, stand on a newly slaughtered pigskin, sometimes even hold a Torah scroll to swear they would tell the truth, because they were intrinsically considered to be untrustworthy. At any rate, by the time you get to the year 1600, you definitely have a small, officially tolerated presence of Jews in Amsterdam, and they're primarily these Portuguese migrants. They are functionally illiterate in Judaism. They have been living for a century now without any access to Jewish teachings, to Jewish texts, and they practice a kind of like half and half Judaism, half and half Christianity. They take advantage of their Christian identity to be able to travel wherever they want in Europe. And only when they feel sufficiently safe do they begin to reveal themselves to be actually Jewish. This happens, incidentally, in the town I mentioned earlier, Recife, which was actually a Portuguese-held island off the coast of Brazil, which many Jews fled to as Christians. And when Amsterdam took over that small island in the 1650s, they essentially came out of the closet and said, hooray, the Dutch now control us, we can be Jewish. And they revealed their identities only to discover that in 1654, as a result of a treaty, the Portuguese took the island over again, and now they are in trouble with the Inquisition, and so they fled northward to land in Manhattan and established the Jewish community here in New York. Okay, so if we go back to Amsterdam now, we have figures like Uriel da Costa, who I spoke about in a video a little while ago, who is this remarkable figure who comes, his parents tell him as an adult that actually he's Jewish. Typically, Portuguese children were not told of their Jewish identity because fear they would reveal their identities to their friends. Because children talk and don't understand the significance of it. So when he learned that he was Jewish and that they were going to leave Portugal and make their way to Amsterdam, he was like overwhelmed. He was delighted. He thought that was fantastic. But he was sorely disappointed when he got to Amsterdam and he saw that Jews don't always behave as wonderfully as the characters that he read about in the Old Testament when he was living in Portugal. And he became quite a gadfly to the Portuguese Jewish community in Amsterdam, so much so that they actually excommunicated him 3 times. The idea being that by trying to moderate their control over his behavior, he would stop making such a mess and stop, representing Judaism as being somehow hypocritical to the larger world. Uriel da Costa was a very great intellectual. He actually wrote books in Portuguese in order to communicate, and in Latin, by the way, how he felt about Judaism, and it was like an embarrassment to the community. He ultimately, after a ritual circumcision, a ritual humiliation, he actually committed suicide, which was in itself also a terrible humiliation to the entire community. But he served as a role model, not necessarily a positive one, for Baruch Spinoza, shown here, who is perhaps the most famous Jew to emerge from Amsterdam of all time. Spinoza, who was about 25 years the junior of Acosta, was a lens grinder. He, in fact, died from lung ailment from inhaling the dust of lenses that he was grinding all the time. But he developed, partially from his Portuguese roots of skepticism, a very different approach to Judaism, which directly challenged the authority of the rabbis, among other things. The rabbis, wishing to control this kind of heretical behavior, not only heretical vis-a-vis traditional Judaism, but even more seriously, heretical vis-a-vis Christianity. We should not forget that the Portuguese Jewish community was still quite tenuous in the beginning of the 17th century, and although Amsterdam was a comparatively liberal place, the Jews were quite worried that they would lose their privileged position there and they would be expelled, which was something that was happening all over the continent. And so they especially wanted to make sure that all members of the community kept their heads down, did not make waves, didn't make a fuss, and didn't draw unnecessary attention to them, particularly by promoting heretical approaches to the Bible, which reminds me of a joke. I can't help, I got to tell you this quick joke. Two Jews are being led out to a firing squad. As they're being led out, they placed in front of the wall, and they're putting the blindfolds on them. One of them starts saying, "Wait, don't do this. It's a mistake. I'm totally innocent. I can prove it. Please don't shoot me. Please don't kill me." And the other one says to him, "Shut up. Don't make trouble." Because the idea was that the Jewish community was trying to self-police themselves, trying to control their heterogeneous elements, which were only bound to grow in Amsterdam, given the nature of the Portuguese population. And they failed to do so with Spinoza. They placed him, like Acosta, under a cherem, under a ban. No one was allowed to stand within 4 feet of him. No one was allowed to do business with him. No one was allowed to speak to him. And you get this picture of Spinoza here from this brilliant picture by Shmuel Herschenberg from 1907, one of the early artists of Israel, originally from Poland, who composed this image. You can see that he's like lost in a book. He's dressed in Portuguese, Dutch fashion, and he has no idea of the impact he's making on these traditionalist Jews in the background, who are alternately afraid of him. One of them is literally blocking the door to the synagogue. Another looks like he's bending down to pick up a rock to throw at him. Obviously, it's a very pro-Spinoza kind of image, but it carries some of the theme of this. Now, there's a lot more to say about the second half of the 17th century, especially the influence of Shabbatai Tzvi, the false messiah, who actually found an increasingly large and important following in Amsterdam, one of his major centers in Western Europe as a whole. But I'm not going to take us too far in that direction. Just suffice to say that there are amazing things to say about the Jewish community of Amsterdam. I want to conclude, however, with this one idea of Amsterdam as a refuge, because although the Jewish community struggled to contain its antinomian and exceptional individuals like Acosta and like Spinoza, there's no question that they valued highly the idea of Amsterdam being a point of refuge, being a place where Jews could flee to in the short term as they're awaiting the messianic redemption in Israel. And we see this in particular in one place, graphically at any rate. What you're looking at right here is a one of the most important literary products of the Spanish, the Sephardic diaspora. This is the so-called Ferrara Bible, which was published in Italy in the middle of the 16th century. And it was a translation from the Hebrew into Spanish, very valued by Bible scholars of the day. And it was largely translated by Spanish and Portuguese refugees who had made their way to Italy. And there was a very, very great sponsorship by two amazing women of that century, Gracia Nasi and also Benvenida Abravanel, very important figures from Spain who used their great wealth to promote Jewish causes. At any rate, on the frontispiece here, on the title page, as you can see here, there's this strange choice of an image of a ship in distress, lost at sea with a broken mast, surrounded by monsters and these strange looking like wind gods on the outside graphics, as if to say that the Spanish expulsion had tossed the Jews out into the Mediterranean, out into the Atlantic on uncertain destinations. And after great difficulty, they managed to find their way to places like Ferrara and places like Amsterdam. To show you the Amsterdam equivalent, this is a very small detail from a book you may actually have in your home, the Maxwell House Haggadah, which was based originally on the 1695 Amsterdam printing of the Haggadah, which featured some amazing illustrations by a man named Abraham Bar Yaakov. Abraham Bar Yaakov was actually a Christian. He served as a Protestant minister before leaving Germany and migrating to Amsterdam so he could study Judaism. He ended up converting to Judaism and displayed great talent as an engraver, and he created the illustrations for one of the most popular Haggadahs in all history, which has graced tens of thousands of Jewish tables in America alone. It is largely a result of this one unusual individual's conversion to Judaism and his interpretation of the stories in the Haggadah. And this little detail is on the title page. It's his signature. You can see at the bottom there, Avraham Bar Yaakov, but he's portraying something which has no occurrence in the Haggadah whatsoever, but is his own personal view of his life connected inextricably with Amsterdam. As you can see on the top left, there is again that motif, like in the Ferrara Bible, of the ship at sea in distress, people falling overboard, the terrible sea monsters about to swallow them. But he transvalues that by putting in the lower right corner the figure of Jonah, disgorged by the great whale or great fish onto dry land to safety. And as he looks over his shoulder at the horrible danger that he has survived, that's when he reflects on the tremendous kindness that Amsterdam showed him by being that place of refuge intellectually and spiritually. And this is part of the Amsterdam Jewish story in a very small image. So I'm hoping that God willing, we'll have the opportunity to speak at much more length about the entire history of the Jews of Amsterdam from their earliest origins up until the 21st century. But for now, I will conclude, and I'm going to hand this back to David, and I look forward to hearing your questions in the Q&A box. Thank you for your attention.
Wow, thank you, Henry. This was, I have to tell you, such a interesting and thoroughly executed lecture that, believe it or not, there are no questions because you said it all. So, thank you very much. And
ask questions, David, if no one else is ready to ask. No, everyone is afraid to ask the first question. So if someone wants to start with the second question, we'll be good with that.
Maybe I will again act as the thumb during the Haggadah, asking simple questions because I know you don't like hard questions. I will leave that for the vote. I will think of something very, very difficult, and then I will pop it. Maybe just very briefly, if you can talk a bit on the role of Hebrew print in Amsterdam, because Amsterdam obviously was a very important printing center in the Jewish world.
Yeah, sure. That is a fascinating question. Thank you for asking it. We got to place this in context of the time, right? The printing press comes out in the middle of the 15th century. Jews are early adopters. They're loving it. This is a great way, because the Jews are al-kitab, as the Arabs call us, the people of the book, and they really meant the people of the manuscript. But manuscripts are like hugely expensive, prone to error, very easy to damage, fragile, hard to replace. With the printing press, and especially movable type, all of a sudden, you have the opportunity for a tremendous new industry, and Jews are big consumers of written material. So there are a few big centers that develop. The Spaniards try to get into it early on, but of course they're expelled very early. But our first Talmuds, for example, come from Spain in the 1480s, and then the Venetians in particular, in the beginning of the 16th century, they start printing big time. Amsterdam is kind of like the third wave of publishing for Jews. And you have a few major printing houses that are established there, largely because of very favorable tax policies and the absence of church oversight. In Catholic countries, the church begins to say, wait a second, what exactly are you Jews writing here? Because it's all in Hebrew, we don't know what you're saying, and they have to impose lots of censors and things like that. In Amsterdam, you don't have that church oversight, and you have the mercantile connection where they're shipping books out everywhere across the ocean as well. So there is this effervescence of Jewish printing. Also, bear in mind that these Portuguese Jews, they're essentially Balei Tshuva. They're essentially coming to Judaism with a Christian background, a secular background, if you will, for that time or place, and they're willing to entertain new ideas. It doesn't have to be orthodox, small o orthodox. You can give us new thoughts. One of the most important Amsterdam Jews of the time was Manasseh ben Israel, who published a theory that that some of the 10 tribes that were lost in the 8th century before the Common Era were actually alive and well and living in Colombia, in South America. And that was a hugely popular book, very influential across the ocean. He translated it into English as well. It's available under the title The Hope of Israel. So there's some fascinating, beautiful things with printing in Amsterdam.
Thank you very much. We have another question, which is from an anonymous attendee. Any idea why Dutch Jews, alone among all other Jews, wait only 1 hour between meat and milk?
Yeah, I think the one answer to that is probably the proximity of Swiss chocolate, Toblerone, right? Like once you've got such a great chocolate like that, you really want to eat it as soon as possible. Okay, that's a joke. I hope you laughed at that. But it's an excellent question. I've never actually thought about how that particular minhag or custom developed. From a halachic perspective, I'm not a rabbi, but from a halachic perspective, when you look at the passage in the Talmud that talks about meat and milk, it doesn't specify a specific amount of time. And when you get to the expositors of halakha, especially at the time of the Shulchan Aruch, 15th, 16th century and onward, that's when it begins to find its expression in text in a very reified fashion. So most of the Talmudic commentators of the early medieval period tied it to the process of digestion. How long does it actually take to digest meat so that you're not really consuming meat and milk together? And especially the sense of taste. So you won't taste meat and milk together. That's why you have the development of a more strict opinion, perhaps in Eastern Europe, of 6 hours. In Germany, per se, the 3-hour time limit, and in Amsterdam, only, in Holland, only 1 hour. I'll have to look further into it to see if there is a justification on a historic basis. But excellent question anyways. I'm going to be thinking about that once I have lunch today.
Thank you. I think there are no more questions, so I would like to conclude the lecture part. Thank you so much, Henry. This is as always just pure pleasure to listen to you and learn from you. And I really hope, Bezrat Hashem, that we will continue on the boat, and we will. We all know that, and I'm looking forward to that. So thank you. And now I will hand over to David Lawrence, who has a few concluding remarks.
Thank you so much, Henry. What we do on our cruises, I mean, Henry is an integral part of the team and makes it, a really special experience. When we do our cruises, we're going all over the world, but we always try to have that Jewish aspect of it. We're a community of Jews traveling together, learning together, and that's all part of our process. When we our cruises are meant to be education in both secular, exactly what we're seeing, but to understand and the Jewish part of it, and to understand the secular part and the Jewish part, you got to understand both sides of the coin, and that's what makes this really, really special. What we do is, and when we create this community, people, Henry is always around, whether they're impromptu talks over dinner or whenever people can ask questions, people can have extra time. There's so much going on, as you know, and people have been on our cruises before. They start at 8 in the morning and finish at 11 at night. So there's always something scheduled, and there's always something happening. Do as much as you want, or do as little as you want. And again, this is something that we've tried for the last, I guess, cruising has been doing this for about 25 years. Malcolm is one of the experts in cruising from large ships. We've moved over to the small ships because we enjoy being just a community of Jews traveling together, and we think that's what makes this a really special experience. People who came in a little bit later, we are waiting to hear what's happening in Europe, what's happening with the governments, how they're allowing the rivers to flow, who's allowed on the river, when, what are the protocols. Once we know what's happening, we'll let you know exactly what's happening. We have, like I said, our Dream Now cruise later, which is just sign up, no deposit necessary when the cruise is confirmed, and at that point you can make a decision if you want to come or not. And if Amsterdam doesn't go, if the Netherlands doesn't go, again, our next cruises will start in October in Portugal, and then for next year we have everything from, as you see on our website, which we keep updated all the time. I'd like to thank everybody once again for coming. Please contact us if you have any questions whatsoever. Be happy to answer them, and spread the word. We're here, and we're looking to travel all together soon. And once again, thank you, everybody.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm really excited to share with you today the results of a study that I recently read that is absolutely fascinating, talking about the genetic history of early Ashkenazi Jews. I'm just beginning my research now to prepare for the cruising season with Kosher Riverboat Cruises. Looking forward to visiting the Netherlands and Belgium, and then a little later going to the Rhone River again to the south of France. So let's start with this new study, which is absolutely fascinating, talks about the genetic history of early Ashkenazi Jews. So first of all, let's understand what are the regions we're speaking about. If you look at this map here, you see basically the settlement of Ashkenazi Jews begins in this northern central part of Europe, primarily Germany, the Rhineland, and these locations were where we begin to see Jews showing up from the 6th through the 11th century, especially around the 9th century,
start getting much more concrete historical data. Then, of course, they'll spread towards the east in particular, eventually into the great heartland where they'll expand in Poland and Ukraine and eventually making their way over to the Americas. But one of the enduring questions in Jewish history has been like, how exactly did the Ashkenazi Jews get there? And there are a few different models of migration. Here, have a look at this map, which takes advantage of new research available through DNA studies. And the model, which seems to be the most definitive, and in fact, the study that I'll look at with you today seems to confirm it, indicates that most Ashkenazi Jews, or at least a plurality of them, have their roots in the Middle East, of course, in the region of ancient Israel, with a strong admixture of Italian DNA, meaning that they migrated from the ancient site of Israel through the Italian peninsula before they made their way to the heartland of Ashkenaz in Northern Europe. There's also a significant admixture of Sephardic Jewry. You see them coming from the Iberian Peninsula after perhaps a trek across North Africa, and then moving into Provence, the south of France, and then up into the Ashkenazi heartland. But the main trend of migration, which has historically been accepted based on literary evidence, like the Colonimus family settling there and so on, has always been through the Italian peninsula. And some partial DNA results have indicated that there's support for that. DNA research is definitely the cutting edge of historical work, looking at these original populations. And one of the studies that we looked at a little while ago was the discovery of the remains of 17 people who were sadly thrown down a well in Norwich, England. Radiocarbon dating of the remains suggested that they came from the 12th century, a period when there were great massacres of Jews connected to the Third Crusade. And in fact, when the DNA analysis was performed on these remains, it did confirm that these were Ashkenazic Jews, very well matched to contemporary Ashkenazi Jews. And as you can see from this image here, which comes from the Natural History Museum in England, they were able to actually reconstruct their faces, amazing, based on the DNA evidence that they collected. They were also able to reconstruct some of their, complexion, eye color, and things like that. They were also able to determine, for example, that one of the children had blue eyes and red hair, which was sort of a stereotypical way of depicting Jews in the 12th century as well. So it's just fascinating to see these kind of episodic bits of information. The problem, however, is that, in Jewish law, Jews are prohibited from simply digging up graves and then taking DNA samples. That's totally unacceptable. And in fact, in Israel, whenever there's some kind of construction going on and they find the remains of some ancient cemetery, they have to take all kinds of precautions. They can't immediately dive in and start, dissecting the remains of these ancient people who lived there. So there's always been a great difficulty in actually conducting this research. But I'm very grateful to my colleague, Dr. Ellie Dolgan, who is a science writer who shared with me this fascinating preprint study that's going to be appearing in a very prestigious journal soon. And it gave the results of a new study that comes out of Erfurt. Let me show you that study and explain how it depicts in much greater detail the genetic history of early Ashkenazi Jews. So first of all, it's dealing with this site in Germany, the city of Erfurt, which has a known, well-documented Jewish community living there. The title of the article is Genome-Wide Data from Medieval German Jews Show that the Ashkenazi founder event predated the 14th century. And there are over 20 authors from really prestigious institutions all over the world, led by S. Waldman, putting together this amazing piece of research. It's about 100 pages long in total. I was so fascinated to read it. Here's a photograph of the actual discovery itself. It's a cemetery just outside the city walls of ancient Erfurt, or medieval Erfurt. You can see that in the top picture, the city wall is just there on the right, and in the bottom you see actually the discovery of the remains. Now, once it was suggested that these were in fact Jews, the study actually went to some of the most premier authorities of Jewish law to ensure that the remains were treated with proper respect. In fact, the research was conducted entirely on teeth that were detached from the skulls of the deceased, which constitutes a different category of remains, and it was much more lenient with regards to assessing the DNA in those teeth. Also fascinating, they looked at differences in the enamel and were able to identify, in fact, that some of the remains came from a slightly different location earlier. Absolutely fascinating research. But what I really want to focus on is this idea of the founder event and something called a genetic bottleneck, which together gives us a much clearer picture of how Jews came to Ashkenaz in the first place. Please have a look at this diagram, which I have painstakingly created for you, that illustrates how I see the idea of a genetic bottleneck. You've got these curving lines, and they move upwards in time. At the bottom of this bottleneck, you have Jews in ancient Israel, and at the top, you have modern Ashkenazi Jews. We're speaking specifically about Ashkenazi Jews because that's the results of the Erfurt research. So the Jews in ancient Israel, there's really no category of race within traditional Jewish thinking. There is a category of religion, there's a category of tribal affiliation, and you see in lots of literary sources that there are tons of people from outside the Jewish world coming into the Jewish genetic population base. So, for example, in the Bible, there's descriptions of the Moabite woman Ruth, who of course comes in and marries Boaz, and then later one of her offspring is actually descendants is David, King David. You have Antipater, who was the father of King Herod. He was an Idumean. You have Helena of Adi Abene, who converts to Judaism and joins the Jewish people and is actually buried in Jerusalem. You've got lots and lots of examples of people who come to the Jewish community later in life. Makes perfect sense. Then there is a significant historical displacement with the Roman Jewish wars, starting with the Great War from 66 to 74 of the Common Era. A massive number of Jews are displaced from ancient Israel and taken as slaves to Rome. That number is expanded with the Bar Kokhba rebellion 70 odd years later. And there's already an existing Jewish diaspora community living in the Italian Peninsula. So that's when you have a significant population of Jews moving to that part of the world. So beginning in the 1st, 2nd century in particular, you have Jews who are also marrying South Italians and then later North Italians. And the genetic base of those Jews who are displaced to Italy is naturally expanded by their connections with other people. Of course, we're not getting here into the whole discussion of the various types of relationships. Certainly some of them involve conversion of one form or another. Some of them might involve forced relations, of course, rapes. But at any rate, you definitely have an admixture of DNA during the early part of late antiquity. Then you get to something which we call a founder event. And this is the period when a small number of Italian Jews migrate to the Ashkenazic heartland in central Germany, around the Rhine. And that is genetically calculated to be about 45 generations ago. If you work with a number of about 25 years per generation, and the authors of the study suggest that that founder event dates to somewhere around the year 800. And that corresponds with a lot of the data that we have from other sources, including literary sources. And when you calculate that based on the Erfurt remains, it's very clear that the people who were buried in Erfurt, the 33 individuals discovered there, are the descendants of people who have this combination of Middle Eastern and Italian DNA, to be sure. Another fascinating thing is that the narrowing of this genetic bottleneck, because the people who were born from 800 in Ashkenaz till about 1350 are basically drawn from this very small sample of people. And in fact, the authors observed that modern Ashkenazi Jews, even after another 700 years, are also really closely linked to the genetic profile that they see among the Erfurt remains. So even though there's been a tremendous amount of change in the Jewish world over the last 100 years or so, Ashkenazi Jews still seem to have a very similar profile to this medieval image. I don't know what this would look like if we were to examine it again in 200 years from now or something, but this essentially describes a picture of how modern Ashkenazi Jews came to be. Have a look at this map here, and basically the picture we have is where the number 1 is. You have the Jews exiled from Israel in the context of the Roman Jewish Wars. They settle in Italy, and there they mix with the local Italian population and eventually make their way up to the Ashkenazic heartland. And the actual percentages, now it's hard to calculate precisely because there's some time where you have a lot of southern Italian influence and later the northern Italian influence. But the authors of the study suggest that the Middle Eastern DNA of the Erfurt remains is somewhere between 15 and 45%, depending on the individual and how you measure the difference between southern and northern Italian influence. And that Italian influence is somewhere between 45 and up to 70% of their DNA. So that's basically confirming the literary picture we have of Ashkenazi Jews being essentially the descendants of Middle Eastern Jews making their way through the Italian peninsula. I find that fascinating just on its own because it helps solidify our picture of how the Ashkenazi Jews came to be. But of course, there's a lot of other implications. As, for example, the Norwich study was able to identify specific illnesses that affect Ashkenazim, like, for example, breast cancer and cystic fibrosis and things like that, and that may have implications for later cures. It also, puts to rest some of the more bizarre theories, for example, of a Khazarian influence on Ashkenazi Jewry, which is not supported by any of this research. And it's also especially relevant in today's social moment because there's so many people who are, fairly vociferously arguing that Ashkenazi Jews are not actually Jewish. Some other population is Jewish, which is kind of bizarre. I mean, historically speaking, Jews have been accused of being communists. They've been accused of being capitalists. We're at a moment now where Jews are accused of being not actually Jews. That's something new. At any rate, I'm fascinated by this study, and I'm really hoping that if you want to learn more of this, please join me on our Kosher Riverboat cruise to the Netherlands, where we'll be really focusing on the history of Ashkenazi Jewry in particular. Thank you very much for watching this video, and I'm looking forward to speaking with you again. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am really excited about the upcoming cruising season because together with the amazing group of people at Kosher Riverboat Cruises, I'm planning to visit the Rhone River Valley, which is in the south of France, and it's an absolutely fascinating place for the development of Jewish history. It's the region of Provence, which is just a tremendous melting pot of ideas, connecting, as it were, the Iberian Peninsula with central France and connecting through Italy across the Mediterranean. Lots of ideas are flowing into Provence. A lot of translators like the Ibn Tibbons are living there, and ideas are just percolating. It's just so amazing. I'd like to take this opportunity now to speak about another traveler to Provence a long time ago, the great Benjamin of Tudela, who traveled to Provence and parts farther east of it, somewhere between the years 1159 and 1167. And he returned around 1173, so he's traveling for a good 14 odd years, a century before Marco Polo. And he recorded his travels in the so-called Masaot of Benjamin Tudela, and it's basically a very early travelogue written in Rabbinic Hebrew. Unfortunately, the editions that have survived are probably not accurate. There's a lot of errors that seem to have crept in because it was copied so many times over and over again. And, as a so-called optimized, where people shortened it and removed parts they didn't really care for. At any rate, we have a version of it, and it has a tremendous amount of information. And it was translated in all kinds of European languages because this is a pretty rare thing for a person to travel this distance. It could really only be done well by an army, which essentially what the Crusaders were doing something like this in that century, but by an individual if he was Jewish, because he could connect with Jewish communities all along his route. And in fact, that's exactly what Binyamin did. And he doesn't tell us exactly why he's traveling, but frequent references to things like coral, he's very interested in coral, suggest that maybe it was part of the gem trade, the precious gems trade. But all the way along his travels, he dutifully notes the nature of the Jewish communities, roughly how big they are, how far apart they are, famous Jews living there, strange customs that they have there. It's absolutely fascinating to read. So he specifically, early on in his trip, of course, he goes through Provence. As you can see from this map here, this is pretty reliably his route, although he describes many places as far away as India and China that he likely did not visit himself, but he heard about while he was traveling. He records those depictions as well in our text. But he starts out in Tudela, which is in northern Spain, and then he makes his way to the Mediterranean coast, and he hugs the coast, and that's when he goes to Provence. As you can see, the regions of Provence here have famous cities like Narbonne, Béziers, Montpellier, Lunel, and Arles. These are all places associated with the great burgeoning Jewish spiritual activity that happened in the century that Binyamin of Tudela was actually there. He mentions some of the famous people who were alive that he met, like the great Rabbi Abraham ibn Dawood, the Ravad, who wrote fantastic critiques of the Maimonides and references to all kinds of people that, if you study Tosafot, you'll be quite familiar with them, the Talmud itself. Really, really interesting. The historical value of this particular document, dating from the 12th century, is really incredibly precious. He gives us lots of information about trade, about ethnography. He provides many firsts. For example, the very first account of the Druze people in a non-Arabic source, the first European reference to China by that name. He gives us sometimes the only source that we had for a long time about, for example, the false messiah, David Alroy, fascinating interviews. Every now and then, Binyamin of Tudela will spend way more time talking about something he's very interested in and then go back to his more mundane depiction of travel and cities and things like that. He also provides for us fascinating glimpses into disparate Jewish communities like the Black Jews of the Malabar coast of India and so on. He probably did not reach the Ashkenazic heartland, but he does describe the great cities there. So obviously the people that he was in contact with at the time knew quite a bit about the development of Ashkenaz, which was then reaching into its heyday. Okay, I hope that you will be able to travel with us on our cruise in the Horn River Valley. But if not, I really look forward to sharing these videos with you. And thank you very much for watching.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm doing a lot of research lately in preparation for a trip to the Netherlands and Belgium with kosher riverboat cruises. I'm really looking forward to visiting this part of the world. And today I'd like to speak about something quite fascinating and rather unique that occurred in Amsterdam in February of 1941. It was a massive general strike organized by non-Jews, the regular people of Amsterdam, to protest the Nazi treatment of Jews. This was really something that was unparalleled anywhere else in Nazi-occupied Europe. About 300,000 workers participated in this general strike by going off the job, and it's symbolized in particular by the dock workers. This was a movement that ultimately failed. In fact, it was brutally suppressed by the Nazis, and the end result of the strike was not sufficient to hold back the Nazi atrocities that were perpetrated against the Jewish people in Amsterdam in specific and the people of the Netherlands in general. But
nevertheless, it stands alone as a really bright spot in the history of the Holocaust in Western Europe. So let's try to understand what exactly happened. So Amsterdam, as I'm sure you're aware, is traditionally known as a very liberal city, known for its civic freedoms and its general policy of tolerance. This came to a shocking end when the Nazis invaded in May of 1940, and immediately they began to remove the Jews from various civil service professions, which they had integrated into very well over the course of the 19th and early 20th centuries. Jews protested against this. There were some street battles between the Dutch version of the Brown Shirts, known as the WA, and various Jewish self-defense groups, and some of those protests and battles actually got rather violent. On the 11th of February, one of these WA members was hurt and later died. The Nazis reacted with their typical harshness and collective punishment by sealing off an entire Jewish neighborhood. There were other battles going on at this time, including one rather important one that occurred in an ice cream parlor that involved dousing the police with this kind of ammonia spray. And then there was a major pogrom on the 22nd and 23rd of February when Nazis seized 425 Jewish men and deported them. Almost all of them were killed in Mauthausen. The following day, after this crescendo of violence, workers gathered for a spontaneous open-air meeting, and with important leadership from the Communist Party of the Netherlands, who were the sworn enemies, of course, of the Nazis, they proclaimed a general strike. Here is a handwritten proclamation of the strike. You can see they actually wrote the word strike 3 times with 3 exclamation marks each to really emphasize the importance of this. And it was extremely successful. The participation was incredible. 300,000 people in a wide variety of fields. This is believed to be the largest single public demonstration by non-Jews, organized by non-Jews, participation by non-Jews in solidarity with Jews. And there's really nothing like this in Europe. The only thing that can compare to it is, of course, the tremendous amount of effort that went into fighting the Nazis. But this was something specifically directed by civilians at the Nazis in protest of the treatment of Jews. The Nazis ended it almost immediately with very harsh measures. And in fact, when you look at the end result, it was actually quite horrific for Amsterdam Jewry. By the end of the Holocaust, 80% of the Jews who were living in Amsterdam before 1939 were killed. And that's an incredibly high rate of murder, higher than almost anywhere else in Western Europe and even Eastern Europe. About 1/3 of those Jews who were living in hiding were betrayed, discovered, and then later killed. That includes, of course, the famous Frank family, whose daughter Anne wrote an incredibly important memoir of Amsterdam at that time before she herself was killed. The February strike, however, represents a really unique moment in Amsterdam's history when the whole population stood up and protested against what Nazis were doing. Every February 25th, the people of Amsterdam come together to commemorate this great strike and what it meant, and they gather around this remarkable statue that was erected a few years after the war to remember the moment. It's called the Dock Worker by the Dutch sculptor Marie Andreasen. And it's actually really worth looking at because you can see it's a sculpture of not a heroic looking individual. He looks like a man in his middle age, somewhat perhaps overweight, still muscular. You know, he is a dock worker, but you know, he's not like in the Soviet and certainly not like in the Nazi heroic model of like big bulging pectorals and things like that with a strong chin and stuff. He's just a regular worker guy. And he's kind of looking up from his labor. His stance is not even especially aggressive. He's just kind of like in a relaxed mode, but his hands are slowly clenching as if he's coming to realize the enormity of the atrocity that is going on around them, and that dawning of insight into what the Nazi occupation meant for the people of Amsterdam, and especially the Jews of Amsterdam,
begins to enrage him. And I think that kind of collective spirit is so beautifully captured in this remarkable piece of art. I'm looking forward to visiting the statue in particular when we visit Amsterdam. I hope you'll be able to join us on this cruise. And if not, I look forward to sharing with you the things I discover as I'm doing my research in advance, and of course, some video from on site. Thank you very much for watching. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can all hear me and see the screen okay. If one of you could please quickly go into the Q&A and just say, yes, I see everything fine, that would be very helpful. Otherwise, I'm going to get started with the presentation. Oh, excellent. Thank you so much, Ms. Torres. I'm going to get straight into the presentation. Thank you very much for joining me. My name is Henry Abramson, and I'm really excited about being part of Kosher Riverboat Cruises, where a couple times a year I get to go to various places along rivers in Europe and explore Jewish history. We usually try to take about 100 people with us on these fantastic boats, and we basically just get to experience Jewish history in real life, like while we actually visit the streets where it happened, which is absolutely fantastic. So today, in preparation for a cruise that is scheduled for, let's see, when is it scheduled? It's scheduled for August this year. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the saga of Dutch Jewry, and then we'll have a little bit of opportunity at the end to talk for some Q&A, both about Dutch Jewry and about the cruise if you are interested. Okay, so why don't I get started right away with the material. I figure I'll speak about the history for about half an hour or so, and then we'll go to the Q&A. Okay, so here we are. The origins of the community. First of all, let's locate it. Where exactly is Holland and Belgium, the Netherlands area? As you can see in this Google map here, it's on the northwestern coast of the European continent, not too far from England. And here's a picture of Holland in particular, with the Netherlands in particular, which is made up of actually several provinces. North and South Holland are two of the most significant. And I think a more important way to think of this area, though, is not so much this political map here that shows the various administrative provinces, but really this map here, which of course shows you the tentative route that we're planning to take in our cruise in August, alongside this map here, which shows you how much of this region is actually under sea level. The blue parts, the sky blue parts, are below sea level. And of course, you can see Amsterdam is like right in the middle of a lagoon there. It's, it's protected by some kind of barrier island, but if it were actually to be inundated with the waters of the Atlantic, it would be flooded. So how is it possible that you have a city there? This is and quite a bit of this region, really right up to the region of Utrecht. You can see it's completely below sea level. How is it possible that this region is settled? So this is the origin of a very clever and well-known Dutch saying, God schiep die aarde, maar de Hollanders schiepen Holland, which translates as, forgive my pronunciation, God created the world, but the Dutch created Holland. And this is absolutely true in a very, very real way. What this is referring to is the massive amount of water engineering that went on in Holland in particular. The creation of these things called polders, which are essentially, by managing the water and building up the peat and draining the peat, they were able to actually create serviceable land where the region could be actually farmed and you could actually build on. This really begins in the 14th century and it continued with great success afterwards. Here, I'll show you a couple of pictures. Here is one of the many, many water engineering stations that dots the countryside of this region.
You can see the Archimedes screws there that pull the water up from the right-hand side of the picture and dump it out on the left-hand side of the picture. And this creates this massive region with very, very flat areas for farming and for settlement. This is where you get the term the low countries, because of course it is below sea level, and yet nevertheless it is in fact reclaimed land. Now, there's some fascinating research on how this geography affected Dutch culture, politics, and society. And I was very, very interested in reading this. I recently read Russell Shorto's remarkable work on Amsterdam, in which he speaks about the impact that this region, or the nature of the land being underwater, had on the Dutch people as a whole. Specifically, we're talking about a part of the world where the nobility didn't own any of the land because the land was underwater. It was actually ocean. And so here you have a whole bunch of peasants who say, hey, listen, what if we were to go out into the ocean and have this audacious idea of making farmland out of the ocean? Then that would be ours, right? That wouldn't belong to the nobility. We could just farm it ourselves. And the only way that this could be done is if we all cooperate with each other, because these are massive public works. No one person can drain this region. It has to be done in concert with many other people, and it has to be done both with a great deal of individualism, because you've got to do your part for your particular piece of farmland, but on the other hand, recognizing that you are part of a much larger whole, and everyone has to hang together, or else literally we will drown in the ocean. So out of this sort of system of thinking of landless peasants deciding to cooperate and build a society together, you have the unusual fashioning of the Dutch mindset, the Dutch culture that really can be seen in so many different aspects of their culture. One of the most interesting words that I came across was this word gedogen, or gedogen, I think it's pronounced, which means illegal, but officially tolerated. Because if you live in this kind of society where everyone has to get along, if you have a neighbor who does something that is not, something you approve of socially, religiously, politically, as long as he manages to keep up his part of the social pact and keep the polder drained, do what he needs to for the water management, you're prepared to just live and let live. Just let him do what he's going to do, as long as he is observing the norms of society insofar as our economic reality is derived entirely from our cooperative nature, that will be okay. And so the Dutch culture really evolved around this basic concept. We see it certainly in 20th century politics with issues related to a lot of the topics that are very controversial in North America, especially in the United States of America. They seem to be much more run-of-the-mill issues in the Netherlands. And what's especially important for us, although I hope you appreciated this very brief geology and land management kind of discussion as an opener, it has a huge impact on Jews, because Jews will be great citizens of this region as long as they fit into the overall social needs of a society that needs to hang together. And in fact, that's exactly what the Dutch offered the Jews. They were able to live in great peace and tranquility in this part of Europe for many hundreds of years, and created a very unique Jewish society. So that's what we're going to look at now, is a little bit of how that society evolved. Let's start, first of all, with where the Jews came from. How did they get to the Netherlands in the first place? So we have to step back a little further, quite a bit further actually, and try to see how did the Jews get to Europe in the first place. So the very, very earliest Jews to reach the Netherlands were the so-called Ashkenazi Jews. Ashkenazim are basically Jews who trace their ancestry back to the region of Ashkenaz in basically northern Germany, the Rhineland. The term itself is somewhat artificial. When the Jews settled there, they sort of picked it out of the Bible and said, okay, let's call this Ashkenaz. There's no real connection biblically between the name as it's used in the book of Genesis, and just one particular offhand reference. Later, there's a reference to the book of Jeremiah as well. We don't know where those locations are as described in the Bible, but they're highly unlikely to be located in northern Germany. That term was associated with the Ashkenazi Jews much, much later. Here's basically how they get there. And this chart, by the way, is derived somewhat from the literary record, where we have a 12th century account of how Jews got to Ashkenaz, written several hundred years after they had already well settled there, and that bears all of the challenges of legendary history that can be written as a way to try and explain a current reality rather than necessarily describing a historical process. But it's also been augmented fascinatingly with current DNA research, which says a lot in a scientific manner that actually bolsters this traditional account. Here's how basically Jews got to Ashkenaz, which would be just a little bit west of the Netherlands, and then we'll start talking about how they moved from there to the Netherlands. We start with Jews in ancient Israel, right up until the first two colossally devastating Roman-Jewish wars. The Jews of Judea rebelled in the first century. It started in the year 66. That was crushed by the Romans. It took them quite a while. It was a pitched series of battles, but eventually it was crushed in the year 70 with pockets of resistance lasting for a few more years. This was the Great Roman Jewish War that resulted in the destruction of the temple. There was then a smaller regional war called the Kitos Rebellion in 117, and then a much bigger rebellion that in many ways rivaled the first war in the year 132. All of these, of course, were crushed with some remarkable challenges by the Roman government. The Jews of the region were frequently punished, particularly in the First War and in the Bar Kokhba Rebellion, with forced deportation to the Italian peninsula, where they worked as slaves. According to Josephus, there were as many as 100,000 of these Jews who were taken from Judea in the first century, a number that many scholars believe is fairly accurate. And these are how the Jews basically got into Europe, primarily through Italy. Let's see how it works. So if you look at this chart, you see you've got the arrow on the left, which means time. Moving from earlier in time at the bottom, later in time at the top. You have Jews in ancient Israel, and then in the first and second centuries, about 100,000 of them are basically sent as slaves to Rome. By the way, there was already a Jewish community in Rome prior to the First Roman Jewish War. In fact, a good 200 years prior, but the massive influx happens in the first and second centuries. And then while they're living there, they're also integrated with larger society. They ultimately eventually get citizenship. There's actually a fairly large number of Jewish citizens in the Roman Empire, and you begin to see the penetration of Italians into the Jewish ethnicity. This is largely done, as far as we can tell, through conversion, because when we get to about the year 800, there is what's called the founder event. This is referring to the foundation of Ashkenazi society. Sometime around the year 800, based on both the literary sources and later bolstered by DNA evidence, a very small group of Jews, primarily from the northern region of Italy, make their way up to the Rhineland, the cities of Köln and Mainz, Speyer, Worms, and they settle there. Some DNA evidence even indicates that about half of all modern-day Ashkenazi Jews are descended from 4 specific women who come from northern Italy. That is, their mitochondrial DNA, the little bits of DNA that a person gets from one's mother, and only women pass it down, means that they have 4 specific mothers. I like to joke with the names here: Sarah, Rachel, Rebecca, and Leah, but probably not. At any rate, these people were, conversion is allowed within Judaism, and so these women were incorporated in that small group. We know the names of some of these families. The Colonimus family, for example, made their way to the north at this time, and it's confirmed by 2 major discoveries that where the DNA evidence reveals that they were in fact descended from these people. In the English city of Norwich, in about the year 1290, about a dozen people were thrown down a well, and when this was discovered in the 21st century when they were doing construction for a shopping mall, and they found this ancient closed-up well, and inside it there was this horrific discovery of all these bodies jumbled up, all thrown in there at the same time, and they were able to analyze the DNA in the bones and discover that, in fact, they were very similar to modern-day Ashkenazi Jews, and that their DNA is going to match what was discovered in the city of Erfurt, Germany, a Jewish cemetery where, since we suspected in advance that the people buried there were Jewish because of historical data, the people working with the skeletons asked for appropriate rabbinic guidance that said that you could work with the DNA in teeth that have been separated from the bones, and by analyzing the DNA of those teeth, the reason is because Judaism has a very, very high threshold of permissibility to, disinter corpses or to rebury them, things like that. So they studied the separated teeth of these 33 odd bodies, and they found that just like the trove that was found in Norwich, these people were also closely related to them, and very closely related to modern Ashkenazi Jews. Meaning there is a kind of a genetic bottleneck where, as opposed to like having all kinds of people mixing together in the region, there's this small group of people associated with modern-day Ashkenazi Jews who basically only marry each other, which obviously has some genetic challenges. And there are certain diseases that are associated with Ashkenazi Jews, including, for example, the BRCA gene that is plagued for breast cancer and cystic fibrosis and Tay-Sachs and all kinds of things like that. But Ashkenazi Jews, before they get married, they typically use modern technology to screen themselves to make sure that they are an acceptable marriage partner for the person that may be their intended. At any rate, we basically have like a really narrow bandwidth of potential marriage partners for the next 700 years until we get to modern Ashkenazi Jews who are genetically very related to that founder generation, that founder event, probably from year 800. One last detail before we look at a map that will help clarify this. There's a strange supposition that's been around since the 1970s that perhaps Ashkenazi Jews, who eventually would move more to the east, they would be, for various reasons, expelled from Western Europe by anti-Semitic pressures, and they would be invited into Eastern Europe. That would be Lithuania, Poland, Ukraine in particular. They would be invited into Eastern Europe for economic reasons. Their proximity to a bizarre Turkic tribe known as the Khazars, who, around which there is a legend that they converted to Judaism in the 8th century, that in fact this argument goes that modern Ashkenazi Jews are descended from those Khazarians rather from the Middle Eastern Jews mixed with the Italians. The DNA research does not support this particular thesis. What does it actually look like? Here is a map from one of those remarkable DNA studies. The purple lines are the most important for our purposes. You've got, after the 1st century, a massive movement of Jews, largely as a result of those Roman Jewish wars, into the Italian peninsula. They then continue on in the 9th century up into northern Europe. There are also Jews that are simultaneously making their way across the coast of North Africa. That's the green line. And they develop a very major center in Spain. And then those Jews from Spain will later mix with the Ashkenazi Jews. Ultimately, where you see the number 3, those large Ashkenazi populations will move very far east, where they will become much more dominant in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and its successor states. But that's basically charting out the major DNA trackable population movement for Jews, which largely corresponds to what we know from the literary record. The Italian presence is extremely important. If you look at the DNA of the Ashkenazi Jews in Erfurt, that was the 1350 discovery, The Ashkenazi Jews there have about 15 to 45% of their DNA going back to the Middle Eastern populations, that is, to the ancient Israelite Jewish population, and about 45 to 70%, very large number, a large amount of their DNA is actually from the Italian populations with whom they lived for several centuries before making their way up into Europe. That's basically how Jews got to Europe. How did they get to the Netherlands? So we have only a few isolated references of Jews in the Netherlands until about the 13th century. Then we begin to see them pick up a little bit. The largest settlement of Jews are clearly in the Rhineland, which is in northern Germany, just a little bit to the west from the Netherlands. Don't forget that the draining of the swamps, the bogs that made up later would make up Holland, was not really deeply underway until about the 13th century. So there was not a lot for Jews to visit there anyways. But nevertheless, we begin to see isolated references of mainly traveling Jews who end up in this region in the 12th and early 13th century. They're described frequently as merchants or as moneylenders, but they're really, really scattered references to them. This continues increasingly over the 14th century, but really big things happen in the 15th century. Let's turn to that now. This map is also really important. This is, of course, a map that describes the emigration of Spanish and then later Portuguese Jews in the wake of the Great Expulsion of 1492 and the forced conversion in Portugal of 1497 and the associated exodus of Jews from that region as well. Let's just pause for a second and think about what is going on here with this. We have to understand the Spanish expulsion and its massive impact on European Jewish history. We really have to go back about 100 years before the expulsion to 1391. There was at that point a series of pogroms, kind of like riots directed at Jewish populations throughout the Iberian Peninsula. And one of the unusual consequences of those particular riots was a massive number of forced conversions. In other words, you had masses of angry peasants descending on Jewish communities and demanding that they convert or die or be horribly maltreated. And you have a very large number, perhaps tens of thousands of Jews who elect to undergo the ritual of baptism, often done right then and there with holy water on the spot. And Jews were kind of deeply confused about what this actually means. The church, which had long condemned this practice of forced conversion, nevertheless was kind of trapped within this ideological position that once a person is baptized, even if it was done under duress, they are nevertheless Christian. And so you have this unusual situation that happened in Spain, and it lasted for about a century, where you had these people who considered themselves Jewish and yet were legally Christian and were free from all of the anti-Semitic legislation and restrictions that had required them to live in certain regions, only occupy certain occupations, never be allowed to attend higher education. All of a sudden, it's as if they received Christian driver's licenses. And so you have this phenomenon, and there is a spectrum. There are some Jews who became true believers and completely committed themselves to Christianity. You've got others who are deeply resentful of the imposition of Christianity on them and would go to tremendous lengths to practice Judaism in secret if necessary. And then you had people in between, people who were willing to go along to get along, but still considered themselves very Jewish and married other crypto-Jews, or as they were called, conversos, or new Christians. So Jews actually, and I'm talking about now these crypto-Jews, they actually succeeded under this social environment because they were no longer held back by these artificial restraints that society had placed on them as Jews. And they rose up in virtually every area of human endeavor, with the possible exception of subsistence farming, because they were literate, they were numerate, they were urbanized, they had a very high level of, that they placed on education. And so over the next 100 years, from the pogroms of 1391 until the eventual expulsion, you had this phenomenon where there was like a second class in Spanish society of people who trace their origins back to Jewish roots and may have been extremely active in their Jewish practice, but nevertheless had very high level positions in Spanish society, even in the church. So when we get closer to the end of the 15th century, the church decides, actually the crown in Spain decides that they've got to do something about this, and they institute the Spanish Inquisition, which was not technically speaking directed at Jews who were not baptized. It was directed at those Jews and their descendants who had been baptized and yet were not behaving with all of the requirements of Christians. Or more significantly, they were not believed to be behaving in this manner. And so they had this full purge-like mentality set up where they would arrest these suspected people of Judaizing to one degree or another. They would torture them. Of course, the Spanish Inquisition was infamous for its use of torture. And under torture, these people would give up the names of all kinds of people they thought were also Judaizing. This was, it's information derived under duress is not very reliable, but the Spanish Inquisition would then go out and arrest those people, and eventually it's assumed all of society. It got way out of control. So by 1492, Torquemada, the Grand Inquisitor, who also traced his own family roots back to these converts, so there's a lot of weird psychological stuff going on there, argued that, why this is not working? Why we keep trying and trying, and there's still these Jews active in Spain? The reason is because there are still non-baptized, legally practicing Jews in our society. They're still maintaining schools, and they're still maintaining kosher meat shops, and they're still maintaining, rabbinical services. And so the crypto Jews are always being brought back to sources of intellectual, spiritual refreshment. So Torquemada argued persuasively before Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand that all the Jews have to be kicked out of Spain. Not the baptized Jews, because they are technically Christians, but all of the regular non-baptized Jews must be exited from the peninsula. And that is in fact what happened in 1492. They have this massive exodus. As you can see from the red lines, they're headed to North Africa, they're headed throughout the Mediterranean basin. Constantinople was a very important refuge for them, and many of them go back to Israel, where they would later be the kernel of the great Svat Renaissance in the 15th century, in the 16th century. The most significant number, of course, made the simple journey to the west and crossed the border into Portugal. What happened there was especially significant because King Manuel I decided that it was not expedient to expel these Jews who had a lot of value economically to the society, but he arranged for a forced mass conversion of all of them in 1497. Again, the same kind of thing that started this all off back in 1391, and he made all kinds of promises like, we're just going to do this, but there's going to be no Inquisition for a good 30 years, don't worry about things, it'll be all right, thinking that eventually they would assimilate into Portuguese society. He was, of course, wrong. And when the Inquisition came in Portugal in the 16th century, it was even more brutal, if that can be imagined, than that happened in Spain. And so many Portuguese Jews in the 16th century began to seek ways to flee Portugal. Many of them went to Brazil, which was, of course, a Portuguese holding. Some of them even ended up in New Amsterdam, which, of course, would be Manhattan or New York City. And a lot of them went to the Netherlands. So you have this massive flux of these interesting people who called themselves a separate nation, the Portuguese Natio, the Portuguese nation, who were basically Jews still thinking of themselves as Jews, still building synagogues, praying together, marrying within their own families, and yet they all trace their origins back to Portugal specifically, and they had status as Christians. They could travel to other countries. They could even travel to England, where the Jews had been evicted in the 13th century, and they became extremely important in the mercantile world with their connections in many of these other countries, Jewish connections, and they were extremely important for the advance of the economy. And so if you think back to what's going on in the Netherlands, they have this idea of gedogen, right? The illegal, but unofficially tolerated. So even though, depending on who was controlling the Netherlands at that point, and there was a lot of Spanish influence and so on, they basically said, well, listen, these Portuguese people, we know that they're probably doing something kind of fishy, kind of Jewish in their homes and things like that, but they're not bothering anyone else. They're not specifically involved with draining agricultural land, but they are contributing to society through their mercantile activity. They're keeping their head down, not bothering anyone. So why should we be persecuting them? This was also in line with a form of Protestantism that was very strong in this region. In contrast to Lutheranism, that was much more prevalent in parts of Germany, Calvinism was more of a tolerant version of Protestantism that held to kind of Luther's original position that Jesus was born a Jew and so on, and there was no reason to persecute the Jews. So these Portuguese Jews were the first to make a really strong communal foothold in the Netherlands, establishing communities there, officially only in 1608, but most likely they had been there for decades prior. They just began to be more open about their Jewish identity in the early 17th century, and they succeeded. They were tolerated, they were permission to establish synagogues, they printed their own prayer books, things like that. And later on, they would be joined by an influx of Ashkenazim who were coming from Eastern Europe, particularly in the wake of the Khmelnytsky uprising of 1648-49. Ironically, we live in an era that tends to be Ashkenaz-centric, just the way the population movements in the Jewish world work. Western Europe and North America is predominantly Ashkenazic. That tends to be a wealthier part of the world. And so, we have this stereotype of Ashkenazim kind of being the big brothers helping out the Sephardim and the Portuguese Jews who are the younger brothers. In reality, at this time, it was definitely the opposite. The Ashkenazim were the needy immigrant Jews, and the Portuguese were the well-established, wealthy Jews who demonstrated in caring for these massive influx of Ashkenazi Jews. But that's one of the things that I think makes the Netherlands so fascinating in Jewish history, is it's one of these meeting places of multiple Jewish populations with very different attitudes and very different perspectives on life in the world, and it creates some of the most fascinating ideologies. And that's what we see especially happening. Perhaps the most famous Jewish inhabitants of this region are Spinoza, and as a distant second, really, not even second, but famous for me anyway, Uriel da Costa. This is a remarkable painting that, if you've heard any of my lectures on da Costa before, please forgive me, because I return to this figure quite often. He is someone that I think is extremely important for our understanding of Jewish modernity. Uriel da Costa was a Portuguese Jew who, like many, did not learn of his Jewish identity until he was a teenager. It was very dangerous, of course, for Portuguese Jewish parents to tell their kids that they were in fact Jewish, because that could bring the whole Inquisition down on them. So his parents ultimately, divulged his identity to him. He had already earned a degree from the University of Coimbra in theology, and he was very, very excited about it. He said, "This is fantastic." And they moved to Amsterdam. He actually spent some time elsewhere in Europe as well. But he was unable to fit in with a Dutch society, Dutch Jewish society, because largely he had this, this ideal of what Jews should be like that was based entirely on reading only
the Christian version of the Hebrew Scriptures, the Old Testament. He read about Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moses, David. He thought, wow, Jews are so fantastic. But when he got to Amsterdam, he saw they were regular people, that they were sometimes, not so careful with their language, and sometimes they didn't demonstrate the highest level of integrity that he thought. He became quite a bit of a gadfly on the community, and he took it to extremes. He actually published books criticizing the Jews from within, but a really nasty kind of criticism. Ultimately, he was excommunicated by the Dutch Jewish community more than once, and after a third, and he kept on coming back saying, please, I have to live in London, I can't be separated. Ultimately, after a third and ritually humiliating rapprochement, he decided that he should rather take his own life, and he died by suicide after reading a 12-page suicide note, very moving document called Exemplar Humanae Vitae, an example of a human life that says a lot, in my own opinion, about what Jewish identity means in the modern era. Now, sitting on his lap in this remarkable picture, you can see that Da Costa has this, he's all dressed in black, and he has this kind of like claw-like grip on the edge of the chair, and he's got this 1,000-yard stare. He looks very somber and even a little morbid. And sitting on his lap is this, carefree boy with long golden curls, and he's languidly holding on to some flowers while looking askance at the text of a book that's supposed to represent Spinoza. And in fact, they do overlap about this many years in Amsterdam. Spinoza went through much of the same process as Acosta did, but unlike Acosta, he was able to somehow simply say, well, okay, that's fine. I'm not too worried about it. I'm going to go on my merry way. And here, the same artist in 1907, a few years later, painted this version of Spinoza Excommunicated. He was a Jewish lens grinder who became very interested in other perspectives on the Bible, and he, in fact, essentially invented what would be called later biblical criticism. There's a lot more to say about Spinoza, more than I would spend here, but in many ways he is the architect of modern philosophy. He was also excoriated by the community, who felt that his ideas were not only antithetical to Judaism, but they were also antithetical to the protection of the community, because the Amsterdam Jewish community did not want to rely on this idea of illegally but officially tolerated. They wanted everyone to stay in line and have their ties on and look proper. And they regarded him with some hatred and fear, whereas in this painting you see his attitude of, well, sorry about that, but I'm going to go on my merry way. Much more to say about Spinoza, but nonetheless, he is indicative of the intellectual ferment of the Jewish community there, for good or ill, depending on how you understand this fact. It was a place of tremendous activity, a tremendous exchange of ideas, huge center of printing. You may recognize this frontispiece from the Amsterdam Haggadah, which is a landmark in printing of copper engravings that were illustrated at the Haggadah used on hundreds of thousands of Jewish tables every Passover. It was illustrated by Abraham Bar Yaakov, a fascinating convert to Judaism who lived in Amsterdam. This picture, which it depicts the artist himself as being none other than Prophet Jonah, being tossed over into the waves and swallowed up by that great sea creature, and then he is finally deposited on solid ground. Avraham Bar Yaakov, who signed his name at the bottom there, clearly saw himself as someone who was lost in the sea of intellectual ferment, found his home ultimately in Judaism. He became a very important master copper engraver, and his work has been seen at the tables of who knows how many untold families, even here in America, because one of the most famous Haggadahs that's widely used, primarily because it was available for free from your local grocery store. The Passover Haggadah, published by the Maxwell House Coffee Company, is essentially the Amsterdam Haggadah. It went through a couple of iterations, but for the longest time it was the Amsterdam Haggadah itself. So when we get to the 20th century, in this very quick overview, Jews are finding themselves very much at home in Dutch society.
And one of the most heroic moments came at the lowest point in history, and that's specifically during the Holocaust. One of the things that is really unprecedented in Europe during the period of the Nazi occupation is a widespread general strike that began in Amsterdam, specifically in protest of the treatment of Jews in that city by the Nazis. As you can see, here's the actual document that was circulated. You can even see strikes, stacked, which means strike, strike, strike. And you get a sense of the anger that average workers in Amsterdam felt over the abuse of their traditional tolerance that had been extended to Jews. This strike was, as you might imagine, horribly and brutally truncated by the Nazis, who used collective punishment, which was their go-to tool for controlling dissent, and it was crushed within a matter of days. But nevertheless, it is the only one of its example in all of Nazi-occupied Europe. This is a wonderful statue that was erected to memorialize that general strike. It shows a dock worker, and as you can see from this remarkable piece, I'm sorry I've forgotten the name of the artist who constructed it. I have a separate video where we talk about it. The artist has chosen not to portray some kind of like neo-Soviet hero with pectorals and a lantern jaw and things like that, which would have been really travesty in this kind of example, because the Nazis also liked that kind of heroic, artificial Superman type art. This is like, he looks like, he's in his late 30s, early 40s, he's overweight, he's just a regular working Joe, but he's looking up to the sky, and his hands are like slowly clenching as he begins to feel the anger at how Jews are being treated, his fellow citizens in Amsterdam. And as his anger builds, he becomes resolved to engage in this general strike. It's a very, very touching and worthwhile statue. I can't wait to see it over there. Unfortunately, the larger story of the Jews in the Holocaust is not one of great heroism. In Amsterdam in particular, of course, that's where Anne Frank was deported and lost her life after recording her thoughts in a remarkable diary later published. And in fact, Amsterdam had a horrific demographic impact under the Holocaust, worse than most other countries. That's the sad reality. But after the Holocaust, with the influx, in particular, of refugees from Eastern Europe, the Jewish population was eventually reconstituted in these regions and began to succeed and thrive once again. So, God willing, I'm looking forward to seeing this in person in a few months. For those of you who are on the call, if you are able to join us, it would be great to have you. I'm going to conclude my presentation now, and then I'm going to turn to the Q&A to see if there's anything I can answer. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. Okay, so let's see what I've got in the Q&A. Stacy M, thanks me for letting me attend. You're most welcome. Mr. Lynch asks about Spinoza's parents and uses the term Marano. This term Marano is kind of fallen out of favor in the scholarly world because it literally means pig, and it was a term of opprobrium that was used to describe those people who were technically Christian but still practicing Judaism. The preferred terms are crypto-Jew or converso or even new Christian, which was the church term. So Spinoza, like Costa, descended from these Portuguese crypto-Jews. Ms. Torres asks, Isabella Ferdinand were inclined to acquiesce Torquemada because they wanted to confiscate property and money from the wealthy Jews who were forced, because the Jews were forced to leave them behind. And that way they could fund their war primarily against Muslims to the south. That is quite true. And in fact, one of the big debates in Jewish historiography about this period was the expulsion of Jews primarily economic? Was it a function of the economics of the region, or was it a function of ideology? Meaning,
Ferdinand and Isabella were true believers, and they really wanted to get rid of all Christians from the Iberian Peninsula. They could not only totally Unite, but also Muslim unite, right? They wanted to also drive out the Islamic influence. And it's a massive debate. My humble opinion, I think the truth is somewhere between those two extremes, but the crown definitely stood to benefit from the seized property of the expelled Jews. They got into a lot of trouble later because there were still debts owed, and that had to be dealt with. And Christians were well entwined into many of these economic arrangements, so it was not just a simple matter to simply steal money and kick them out. It was something that required quite a bit of disengagement over the next century. Ms. Stacy Young reads that one of the Jewish encyclopedias of the Spanish Jews were embarrassed by the poor immigrant Jews and actually pitched in to send them off to the British Empire. This is unfortunately a phenomenon that we will see from time to time in Jewish history. The Italian Jews were also, they had a varying degree of enthusiasm for accepting some of these Spanish immigrants. In other cases, in New York, for example, the earlier immigrants who came first from Spain and Portugal, and then later from Germany, didn't have quite as good an opinion about the Jews who were coming from Ukraine and Poland and Lithuania. So it is a phenomenon that repeats itself, unfortunately, many times in Jewish history. In Amsterdam specifically, the Portuguese did have a very strong consciousness of the need to support themselves and their own charities first, but the bulk of their charitable donations actually went to Ashkenazim, which is really quite fascinating. Mr. Osboom writes, how is it possible Dutch went from tolerance and striking against that treatment of the Jews to the most devastating stories of the Holocaust? That is indeed a very important question. I think the key variable that has to be isolated is the degree of collaboration of local populations in the destruction of the Jewish population. And that's something that is not at all simple to answer, particularly in a short Q&A like that. We should recall that the Nazis had a very different attitudes towards how they occupied states in the West, which they regarded as their racial equals, and how they treated states in the East, like Poland, for example, and Ukraine, which they regarded as their racial underlings. And the degree to which the local population was willing to cooperate with the Nazis was highly correlated with the treatment they received from the Nazis, which is a very, very difficult thing. So your question requires far more attention than we can devote here. What the YouTube channel? Yeah, I intend to put it on there. And Mr. Barron asked my opinion on Columbus being Jewish or controversial. Please have a look at my channel. There's a huge lecture there where I discuss it in great detail. Okay, that's it. Not too bad for time.
That is amazing.
Thank you all very much for joining me. I think it would be great if we could learn together in person on this cruise. If that's not possible for you, then I'm very happy to communicate.
Bravo, Murat, that is amazing.
Over the next 2 months on my YouTube channel. Thank you very much for
everybody. Subscribe to Murat Style on Kick, and that's amazing. So, do you like it? Do you like streaming? If I may ask, when's the next one begin? Are you ready?
Baby!
Okay, you get your rest. You get your rest in 5 hours or so. You go get some sleep. You need it. You're going to need it. If you want to win, you get your sleep, and then in 5 hours, I'll check out Kick. We'll We'll make clips, and maybe you'll get fourth or third or second or first. But even if you don't, fifth out of 800 people is phenomenal. Shout out to you. Good job. Well, you wouldn't know it. You're doing really, really well. Really well. You're in the top. Let's see what percentage you are of all these people. If we go to the calculator and you got fifth out of how many people? Out of 980. You are in the top 0.005%. You're more than the top 1%. You're the top 0.5%. That's phenomenal. It means like if you're looking at all of the people, you're in the very top 1%, meaning you're in the best percent. No one is doing better than you are. You're in the best percent. Ice Poseidon, what place did Ice Poseidon get? Okay, yeah, you're in the same percentage as Ice Poseidon. That's phenomenal. You should, 10 days. So what you should do is you rest, you wake up in 3 or 4 hours, refreshed, and you go get number one. Excellent. I have a Jewish family lives in Miami. Beautiful. Tell them I said hello. Tell them to come to this. I had them first Absolutely, my friend. Well, you know what? You're going to have some major Jewish support tonight when you go live. And I want you to know that I have a lot of confidence in you and that you can do even better. Look, you've been going for 10 days. Ice Poseidon has been going for 10 years. You've been going for 10 days and you almost beat Ice Poseidon. That's absolutely phenomenal. Good on you. Shout out to Murat. Everybody follow Murat on Kick. It's kick.com/Murat Styles. MURATSTYLE. Make sure you follow him. Make sure he gets KCIP. Eddie Craven, if you're watching this right now, owner of Kick, make sure that Murat Style gets KCIP as soon as possible because obviously he's a very entertaining streamer and everybody wants him to do well. So that's phenomenal. Well, Murat, you go get your rest, and then when you awake, you go and you go get the championship, okay? Excellent. Shout out to Murat. Murat's doing amazingly. He got number 5 out of almost 1,000 people. And shout out to AB for being a really good friend to Murat as well. I like when people have good friends. Good day to you as well. God bless you as well. And we'll watch you soon, my friend. You take care. Shalom. Take care. Shout out to Murat. Follow Murat Style on Kick. It's MURATSTYLE. Kick.com/Murat Style. MURATSTYLE. He's also available on YouTube. He's available on Instagram. He's available on Facebook and Twitter. He's at Murat Style on all of them. Murat Ozwak. Shout out to Murat Ozwak 01 on Twitter. And shout out to Murat Style on Kick. Amazing. Amazing. I'll go check that right now. Thank you so much for letting me know. I'm going right now. That's okay. I see it. Beautiful. I'm following him now. Thank you for making me aware of it. And where would I find his shout out? Excellent. Phenomenal. I'm gonna upload all this stuff. I'm gonna upload everything on this page. Wow, how do I say that? Absolutely. I'm always here for you, AB. Let's get him to the top. Excellent, man. I'm following all his stuff right now, and I'll be sure to continue by shouting him out. Next time I do an interview, which I think is tomorrow night, I'll do my best to remember to shout him out. But I have the opportunity. It's a little bit of a different stream tomorrow night, which is supposed to be like a cryptocurrency one. But if they give me the chance, I'll do my best to make everybody aware. Excellent. He saw my message. I appreciate it. You take care, AB. Thanks, baby.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I've been doing a lot of research lately in preparation for our visit to the Netherlands with kosher riverboat cruises, and I came across this one individual who is so fascinating that I have to share his life story with you. His name is Lopo Ramirez, and he also had an alias named David Curiel. And the reason for his alias is specifically because he was a crypto Jew from Portugal who went to Amsterdam, decided to start living as a Jew, and he became a very prominent individual on many different planes of his career. So let's go into his story. First of all, he was born in Lisbon, Portugal in 1594. That is, almost a century after the forced conversion of the Jews of Portugal, which resulted in several generations of crypto Jews, Jews who were forced to exhibit the external lifestyle of Christians, but internally they had various degrees of relationship to their Jewish identity. As we've discussed in many other classes, this gave them unusual advantages in society because as Christians, they were no longer bound by anti-Semitic restrictions or not allowing them to attend higher education or travel, open businesses, all kinds of things. But nevertheless, to varying degrees, these families maintained some internal Jewish identity, married amongst themselves, and so on. He was a great example of the resilience and the courage and the ingenuity of Portuguese Jewry that developed over several generations of this bizarre kind of dual lifestyle. When he ends up moving to Amsterdam and later Antwerp, he was a founder of the communities there. Very fascinating way. Okay, so the name Curiel, which is his Jewish name, probably came from an individual named Curiel del Duero, who came from Castile in Spain. And he had already emigrated with the 1492 expulsion of the Jews and then was caught up in the forced conversion of the Portuguese Jews a few years later. He settled in Coimbra, which is a fascinating place. We've also visited in the past with kosher riverboat cruises. It has a tremendous university there, very deeply associated with a lot of crypto Jews as well. Perhaps the most important person in the family background is a woman named Abigail, who was also a crypto Jew, and she was also in a relationship with another crypto Jew who had already attained the status of Portuguese nobility. His name was Jerónimo de Saldanha. So that meant that all of her children had both crypto Jewish background and Portuguese noble background. By the turn of the 16th century, however, the family was in a bit of a crisis because there were letters that were exchanged between the Portuguese members of the family and some of the Italian members of the family, and those letters were discovered and This essentially outed the Portuguese members as being crypto Jews. So the Portuguese branch of the family had to start to flee Portugal, and many of them ended up in Amsterdam, which was a safe haven for Jews. So that's where we get to our individual, Lopo Ramirez. His father was Geronimo Nunez Ramirez. Nunez is a very common name associated with these crypto-Jewish families. He was a famous doctor in Lisbon who was very much involved in practicing and teaching Judaism secretly. We know this, by the way, because when some of the relatives of the family were arrested by the Inquisition, they kept trial transcripts of the tortures and the confessions and things like that. And so we actually have this sad, tragic record of what was actually going on. So when Ramirez died in 1609, he was a very prominent individual, and especially doctors held a lot of sway. So frequently they were immune from a certain degree of persecution. But once he died, his family was exposed. So Ramirez's wife and his children fled first to France. And our protagonist, Lopo, was 15 years old at the time. They lived in France for a while, but his mother died 5 years later. And Lopo...
You missed out. We played with Riser and Casper last night. We missed you. I even did impressions of you. Just out loud. Just take a long time. Yes. Yes, you did. As did I. Yeah, we're not playing much. Comfortable. Oh, that is a very good shot. Oh, even better. Well, I agree. Oh no, that's actually really good for you. Oh no, last shot. Dude, you still may not lose any points. I was fortunate. I thought I was going to hit the corner. Ooh, that was a nice shot. Did you have to get through all that shit? Go for it. Excellent shot. Here's the thing. If I would have taken out the thing, you would have been able to score. So it just makes it much more difficult to push you away. That's a really good shot. Oh boy. Not really. You have a pretty easy big shot. But you fucked up. Yes, I can. Oh man, that was good. You got this one. Nice victory. Especially, you should have it. That's really good. Look at this shot. Yes, it was. No, absolutely not. I was trying to do this. It's not. I mean, usually we need like 1 or 2 to get our spot. I like this one. Yep. Oh, that looked good. That's a good putt. You need like a perfect shot. If you got it, but it's just not gonna have enough on it. I do too, but I think somebody has to hit your hole. All right, here we go. You love this one. Like, this is your favorite of all time. Stop the ball. You can put me in the fucking shit. Oh, and you did. Oh, what a good bump. That was amazing. I know you were, but it was still amazing. Ooh. The question, I think I was gently.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's the same.
You're gonna get the thing about that. Bounce it off the wall. Take exactly what I said it was. Bounce that. Here you go. No way. Oh wow, that would have been amazing to go right through. You need to, but you can. Pretty easy shot. Oh, you got fucked. You got straight up fucked, dog. I cannot lose. Yes, you could have. Look at this shot. 10 out of 10. Dog, I just did it. 10 out of 10. Now this is an interesting shot. It's a big risk. Maybe just straight on. Oh, what a bad shot. I can let you back into it. You got a chance to take advantage. I agree. Last shot. I could really fuck you up with this shot. You could make it. You could make this shot. It's not possible. It's very difficult. I give it a 6. 1-0. Here we go. Zoo, get a second chance. Oh, we haven't played this one in a long time. I have. That's not what you want to do. Perhaps it's already been done. Perhaps. Oh, was that a good shot? Oh, that's a good shot. All right, what is all this shit? Oh, that's a good putt. That's a good putt. We're gonna tie. Beautiful putt. Right off the bat, left one. That's what you want to do. Here we go. This is my best putt you're ever gonna see, without a doubt. It's gonna bounce off all the shit that I need it to. It's gonna get out of all the ways that I need it. It's gonna have way more speed than any other ball. It even hit that shit in the corner. That was a good shot. I don't though. That's the thing. I don't, and the evidence proves it. Your ball is in the water. Oh, stop. Oh, how didn't mine go in the water? How did mine go? Okay, yours. That was really unfortunate. Previous one. This one, you go. If this one goes in the water, you're done. Oh, you have fortune. But that's not a good shot. It's different. Oh, that is a terrible shot. Even with that shot being as bad as it was. Ooh. Go in the water. This is a good putt. I need this point. I got it. Make this. Make this shot. Make it. This would be one of the best shots I've ever seen. Maybe do this. I've never done one on this girl. I'm really bad at it, so now's your chance. Pretty good. Oh, until it's off that one. That's an even better shot, dog. I have an interesting strategy. You fucked up my shot, so I had to fuck up your shot. But yet your shot is still better. Oh, what a great shot I had. What did you see this? Man, you got flat out fucked up this before. I've never fucking. Yeah, I did. I mean, it's pretty close. You like me, bro. That's cool. That message went right into the fucking way when I was cutting. Oh, make it. Go. What the fuck? How did you make it? That's so bullshit. Oh, you have a huge advantage on me. Huge advantage. Don't fuck it up. And you did. Goes right back through. Watch this advantage. Watch this advantage of getting back. Ooh, that's close. Go and watch. It did not. That's a great shot. Stop. No, this is a really tough shot. Oh, what a good shot. Did you see that? Doug, I don't think you even saw that. That was so good. I'm about to potentially sweep the. I've never swept. That's a good fucking shot. You could fuck it up. There you go. Now that is a good shot. Potentially. Unless I do something amazing like that. How'd you like that shot, Zoo? Watch the clip. Oh man, I did not mean to do that. It's a clip shot. Dude, it's fine. We have 8 shots in here. It's not like you're gonna fuck me up. Swept it. Two in a row. I'm gonna make it 3 in a row right now. Oh, now you know? Look how beautiful this shot is. Just absolutely perfect. Look all this speed. Look at all the speed it's getting. It's gonna knock that thing out in the corner. Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. You're gonna put it in the water, almost guaranteed. Wow. I don't know why you did it, but I want it to be amazing. And it was. That is correct. Oh, stop. Oh, what a perfect shot. What a perfect shot. Don't water bump me. That's incorrect. I can make it. Oh, man, what a bad shot. I went for it. Just a ball. Underdog is mankind. Let's see your shot. Let's see your shot. Alien. Nope. Not even close.
I don't know why.
Thank you. Take this. Oh boy, was that close. Back to tie, baby. I'm going for a take. Not that. That was. Yep. Just barely short. No way. No way. Stop. What do you mean okay? It's fucking marvelous. It was. Now this is an interesting shot. I could bounce off of it. Dude, you're gonna take another lead. You're gonna miss this. Not what you did. You're back in the lead, doing everything you can not to go down. This leads all the games. All right, dude, this is your hole. First time I ever saw you do this, you made it in like 3 shots. It's never been hard to do. I agree. But that's okay. You have the lead, so all you have to do is do well. Oh, that's it. Oh, okay. Fuck. Jump over my ball. Dude. Oh. Well, it looks like you just fucking won. Looks like you just fucking won. All you have to do is not fuck up. And you just did. You just fucked up. Major. I have to do well in here. And I didn't. I didn't even go in the bottom part. Dude, you did fuck up again. You're giving me. Oh, you have to make it. I have to make it. Alright, well, I'm going for my 3rd straight win. This is for my 3rd straight win. You hate this one. Oh, that was good. No, you're terrible. That's correct. boy, did I help you a lot. That is not what you do. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate your honesty. Let's see your shot, baby. Definitely not. I'll show you what to do. And it's not that. It's definitely not that. I hope you know that that's not what you want to do. Oh, is that perfect? Oh, I switched spots with you. Bitcoin Obama, baby. Not doing as well as it should be. You need that bitch to get up. Glasses, glass. Oh yeah, you helped me a lot. You helped me so much. God, you just gave me. Yo, dog. I thought it was going to be really good. Thank you. Thank you. Hit the fucking Frankenstein. Wait, looks like I'm going to get my third win in a row. Oh, maybe not. Maybe. 3 wins in a row, dog. Nope, that's 3 wins in a row. That's 3 wins in a row. I'm going for 4. No, it's 3 wins in a row. Right. Which means that's my 3rd win in a row. That was an amazing shot. That was an amazing shot. Ooh, look at this little shortcut. Watch this move. This might be one of the greatest fucking wins. Oh man, that would have been amazing. Did they do it? No, I haven't watched it. I'll watch it right after this. Definitely was there, allegedly. Did you watch the Joe Rogan interview yet? Oh, so just a very small snippet. Interesting shot, dude. You just opened it up for me. I actually am in agreement with you. Whenever anybody asks me to discuss that stuff, I say I'm going to talk to them. All right, you ready for this reverso? This is a tough shot. That's okay. I'll take it. This is a hole for only 5 shots, and I don't think that's enough. I think it's more. Oh, get through. Get through. Interesting. You sure about that? Oh, not as badly as I did, though. Did you see that? That was funny. Looks like both of us are. Yeah, I just get really short. Both three. Here we go. Here we go. I love this one. No way. Not even close. Bro. Not even close. No. Don't even talk like that. Now this definitely 2. Good shot. All right, you ready for this to go in? That's what's you got a difficult shot, but you can make it. You can make it. No, that's not it. That's not it. How does it just stay there? You can make this. You can make this. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Get there. I'm going for 4 straight wins. In fact, I guaranteed myself 4 straight wins. How do you like that? I guaranteed myself 4 straight wins. Look at this shot. That was really good. The office? Well, it didn't get canceled. The office. They just took it off the air. Yeah, I really like the office. Oh boy. Oh boy. That's not good. No, I don't think so. That should be good. Or as long as it's fine. Oh boy, same with Family Guy. They won't cancel Family Guy. No. It's gotten to the point where it's too valuable. These, they don't have to pay anybody, so there aren't any contracts, and they still are very attractive to advertisers. All right, if I'm gonna fuck you up just so you don't do well in this hole, you've got to get it in 2 shots to be able to top, or you're gonna lose yours. You're gonna not win outright on your 4th shot. Big shot here. I don't know if you can make it now. Make it. Make it. Make it. It's not the worst, but it's not good. That's 4 straight wins. I'm gonna go for my 5th win, and then I'm gonna retire for the day. Going for 5 straight wins. Going for 5 straight wins. Look at this shot, folks. Let's see what that was up. Oh, no one ever goes that way. That was amazing. Stop the ball, stop the ball. I'll take it. What are you gonna do? Ooh, that was bad. I don't think anybody's gonna score. Like I said, this hole is. Oh wow, you got it. You know, I don't know why. I didn't even think, like, I thought there's no way I could score in this hole. It does look like there's a chance. Oh no, I can't. That was a bad shot. But you could score. In fact, you probably should. You probably should. Wow, did you get fucked? But that was a really good shot. That was really good. That was an amazing. Best shot you can have. Best fucking shot you can have. That was good. Look at this shot, though. I think this will excite you. Yours is going to be short. Oh, you got it. You got it. Nice shot. I could really help you. I could help you. Ooh. What did you say? I know that's not the normal grouping of asking. No, exactly. is your tool dog? It's a little bit. Oh, stop. That's not good. That's a good shot. Dude, that was good. I'm going to help your ball. Water. This one's full of water. You're not taking the angle correctly. Maybe I can push yours in the water. In the black sheet. I don't know if that's possible. It's water. Now watch this shot. You're welcome. You're welcome. That's nice. Big time. Make it. Make it. Have to start all over again. All right. At any time you would have a perfect chance for this to make it in one shot. Would be there. Right, make it. There's I get this one. Oh, was that a good hit? Was that a good shot or what? Hit my ball. Hit my ball. Watch this. No, it went through. That's fucking perfect. You really need a good shot. No. Just fucking perfect. Make it. All right, that's 5 in a row. It's been real. It's been fun. It's been real fun. Thank you for your time. Dude, you got one win, or half tie win. Did okay.
With a younger sister, ended up moving to Amsterdam. In Amsterdam, he ended up rising as a very successful businessman using connections with the local Portuguese Jewish community. He ended up becoming extremely successful in both the jewelry and the perfume trades, including raising these bizarre animals called the African civet cats that apparently excrete kind of a musk from their anal glands. I kind of went down a little bit of a rabbit hole looking at that particular aspect of the perfume industry. Anyhow, he got married to a woman named Maria da Pina, and you don't be confused by that name Maria, even though it's a traditionally Christian name. Her actual name was Rachel Nahar. She was a crypto Jew as well. So working in this trade, becoming extremely wealthy, he was also highly regarded for his personal integrity, and he was named at the age of 24 to be the Gabbai of the Beit Jacob Synagogue in Amsterdam. Very, very important position, and he handled it very well. He was especially involved with a dispute that ended up in a breakaway minyan, which happens all the time, and he managed to sort of smooth out relations between the parent minion and the child minion and make sure that the treasurers of both institutions were able to combine their funds to ensure that the poor of Amsterdam were to be properly treated by the charitable funds. He was later very influential, in several decades later, in bringing together now 3 synagogues to form one single communal organization. So it's very much a sign of his business acumen, his personal integrity, and so on. There was a particularly dramatic moment in his life when he was 34 years old, and he was showing a stock of jewels to a customer from Germany. And he turned his back to the customer, and the customer attempted to murder him, slitting his throat. Miraculously, he survived by wrestling himself out of the grip of this customer, and the attacker was then caught and was in fact tried and executed, and his corpse was sold to the University of Leiden for dissection. So you definitely do not want to mess with Lopo Ramirez because, anyways, he had the whole episode had a huge impact on me. He had the whole episode recorded first in Portuguese and then translated into Hebrew verse, into a long poem. He kept the scroll recording that particular story with him at all times whenever he traveled. And on Purim, the family would read this scroll every year alongside the Book of Esther. So it was kind of like his personal Purim story. Perhaps the reason why he was most famous, however, going well beyond what he did in the Jewish community, was that he ended up becoming very deeply involved in high-level diplomacy involving Spain and Portugal, which had significant tensions at this time. He was very much involved in lots of international affairs, working with both the Spanish and the Portuguese governments, and especially when Portugal seceded from Spain in 1640, Lopo became a major promoter of his estranged homeland. And we see an unusual phenomenon here that actually shows up several times with these Portuguese Jews, that even when they are, estranged from their land, not able to return because of the Inquisition, they still bear a tremendous love for their home country. And in fact, in this case, Lopo was knighted by the King of Portugal. He was made a formal knight, Caballero Fidalgo da Casa Real, but he could still not return to the homeland where he was officially a knight. Another great example of this is Rodriguez de Castelo Branco, who took the Latin name Amatus Lusitanus, very famous Jewish doctor who was, originally a crypto Jew, and his pen name Amatus Lusitanus means in Latin, lover of Portugal. So once again, even though he could not return, he still had great love for his homeland. Now, the services he rendered to both Spain and Portugal were not always appropriately appreciated, even though he was named as a knight. The King of Portugal was advised, like that would-be thief from Germany, do not mess with Lopo Ramirez, and he was told by ambassador, whatever you do, make sure you pay Lopo Ramirez on time for his services, because he can be quite dangerous. Where we would see this, perhaps, this other side of him is in a controversy that occurred a little bit later in his life. And I don't want to go into too many details here, but you can look at the little information box on the YouTube that will give you the link to an article where it's discussed in great detail. Basically, there were 3 Jewish men who married 3 sisters. So 3 brothers-in-law to each other. Lopo Ramirez was one of them. One of the other brother-in-laws, a very wealthy man, died in 1641, and he left his massive fortune to his orphaned 4-month-old daughter. His wife had already passed away, and he named his 2 brothers-in-law, including Lopo, as the guardians of this unfortunate child. So here's Lopo and his other brother-in-law taking care of this 4-month-old daughter, who is hugely wealthy because her father left her a massive amount of money, but none of the estate was left to the aunts, the 3 sisters, or the 2 sisters. One of them, of course, had passed away, meaning Ramirez's wife and his sister-in-law. So at a certain point later on, the brothers-in-law sought to use a legal technicality to try and claim some of that money for themselves. This was viewed with tremendous disdain by the Amsterdam Jewish community, and the Mahamad, which is essentially the formal Kehillah organization, formal community, placed both of the brothers-in-law, including our Lopo Ramirez, in nidui, which is a form of ostracism that is one level short of cherem, which is a much more stringent ban, sometimes called excommunication. In general, the Amsterdam Jewish community used nidui and cherem quite frequently. You may be familiar with the case involving Baruch Spinoza, Uriel da Costa, and others. So this status of nidui lasted a very long time, and Lopo Ramirez himself, because he's a very proud man, he had tremendous achievements, very wealthy, he ended up organizing for himself the possibility of living openly as a Jew in Antwerp. This was something that was not done at all, but he had many connections with the ruling authorities. And even though the papal nuncio himself opposed allowing Lopo Ramirez to move to Antwerp and to set up there, he nevertheless was allowed to do so. He was not allowed to, however, even build a synagogue there, but he could have, guests, so on. And in fact, some travelers report that he even had all kinds of people come in for Sukkot, and they lived in tents openly during that holiday. Well, fascinating. Eventually, the whole case was resolved, and after 13 years, Lopo Ramirez came back to Amsterdam. He apologized. He paid a massive reconciliation payment to make amends by donating to charity, and ultimately he regarded Amsterdam as his home. He was passed away in Rotterdam, but he was taken to Amsterdam for burial. Fascinating story, Lopo Ramirez, David Curiel. Okay, I hope you enjoy this, and I hope you'll be able to come with us on this trip to the Netherlands, which promises to be absolutely fascinating. And if you're not, then God willing, we'll have some videos for you to enjoy as well. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. The course of my research and preparation for the Kosher Riverboat cruise to Amsterdam later this year. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Allow me to say thank you to all of you for bringing us to this remarkable moment, reaching 100,000 subscribers. This is a tremendous honor. Hello and welcome to the first in a large series of projected small lectures that I'd like to call the Jewish History Lab. Now I'm calling it a lab because this is somewhat experimental in nature. I'm very proud to let you know that I've signed a contract with Koren Publishers, Jerusalem, really important publishing house that does really beautiful work. I have so many of their books in my own collection, and I'm very honored to be producing a multi-volume massive survey history of the Jews for them over the course of the next few years. So these lectures are kind of like my rough draft of the materials that will ultimately find their way into the printed word, and I hope you will snap up copies of them when they're available, because
I think they're going to be great. I'm really excited about this particular work. So it's experimental in the sense that I'm going to put my first draft together in this video format and put it up on the internet. And I'd love to hear from you. Please insert your comments in the box below this video and let me know what you think and if you have any questions or suggestions. And then we'll see how we go forward as I transform these lectures into the written word. But let's get straight to the material. Let's look at this little piece of global real estate and try to understand how it fits within the larger perspective of the history of the Jewish people. Many people tend to look at the land of Israel something like this amazing 6th century map that was discovered in Madaba, Jordan. Now, what do I mean they look at it this way? It looks intriguing and fascinating, but at the same time illogical and confusing. So what exactly is this map? First of all, it was discovered in Madaba, Jordan. You can see here's a screenshot of where it appears on Google Maps, just a little bit northeast of the Dead Sea, a little south of Amman. And it was in the floor of a 6th century church that was designed for pilgrims, Christian pilgrims who were making their way into the land of Israel from the west. And it was intended as kind of like a permanent physical reminder of how to find the various holy sites. It was discovered in the late 19th century in the course of church renovations, and unfortunately this gorgeous mosaic was badly damaged over the centuries. Nevertheless, a significant amount of it was preserved, and we can learn some fascinating things about how they viewed the region. Obviously, it's not to scale, but I think one of the most fascinating things is that it's oriented with east at the north. That is, you can see the Dead Sea is right in the middle of that region there. It's got some boats, massive boats by scale, floating on the Dead Sea, and there's a river, the Jordan River, that's at the left that would connect up to the missing Sea of Galilee, or Yam Kinneret. And so this is how pilgrims would have seen the land. They would have seen it with Jerusalem really at its center. Here is a close-up detail of Jerusalem, and comparisons with archaeological data indicate there's a lot of features here that indicate that the mosaic artists actually did have close experience with the land of Israel itself and the city of Jerusalem with the Cardo, Roman road running through the center of it. And there's all kinds of fascinating features in the map, such as, for example, if we zoom in on the boat in the Dead Sea, there are a couple of fishermen there, but they look sort of like potatoes, because what you can see, the figure on the right has a hand extending from it. The reason for this is because Muslim iconoclasts approached this map and wanted to wipe out any kind of reference to human beings, so they disfigured specifically the recognizably human faces on these forms, so we still have some sense of what they look like, and they replaced them obviously with other mosaic tiles. A fascinating kind of look at the land of Israel, but as I said, very confusing, obviously deeply affected by political and religious concerns. Here's a more conventional look at the land of Israel, with north at the top, as is the custom in Western cartography. And I think the most important thing that I can point out here is just how small the land of Israel is. I mean, check it out. If you go from the southernmost tip of the land of Israel in Eilat, the Gulf of Aqaba, and you go all the way to the north, roughly equivalent with Mount Hermon in the Golan Heights, and you see that basically it's only 420 kilometers or 262 miles. If you could drive that in a straight road, it's basically 4 hours driving from one end of the country to the other. And the widest waste of the land is only 115 kilometers or 71 miles. You can easily drive across that in about an hour. I mean, this is essentially what people commute to work, crossing the entire country of Israel. When the lightly shaded areas with Shechem or Nablus in the top and Hebron in the south, that refers to the West Bank, which we'll talk about much further on in this course. This is the region, of course, which is not annexed to Israel itself as the Palestinian Authority. And of course, you see the Gaza Strip there, which is sort of hatched, that is on the lower left side. Also, really a very small strip of land that looms large in the public imagination.
if you were to take the amount of real estate that the state of Israel takes up in today's newspapers, for example, and you were to make that geographically to scale, I mean, it would be the size of, I don't know, Africa or something like that. But it is really a tiny little territory. Looking at it geographically, I think this map is especially helpful. This, of course, turns it on its side, facing to the east, somewhat like the Madaba map we saw earlier. And the most prominent feature, of course, is the Judean mountain range. They're not really mountains by, like, you know, Rockies standards or the Alps. They're really more like dry, desiccated hills. And once again, this map, which is in Hebrew, shows that it's 53 kilometers from the Jordan River over the Judean mountains, and then an additional 16 kilometers to the sea, the Mediterranean itself. And it gives you some sense of the vertical topography and the climactic effect of those fairly low mountains. There's one more view of the same idea. This is once again oriented north-south. You have the coastal plain, which is quite dense and gets a lot more rainfall. Then you have the Jordan Valley and the Dead Sea, which are much lower. In fact, the Dead Sea is the lowest point on the surface of the earth. Now, let's look at the land of Israel in its regional context, because this is where it gets really important. How does this tiny little country subsume so much history and so much politics in contemporary time? If you look at this satellite view, you can see that Israel is very centrally located between the three continents of Africa, Europe, and Asia. And if you remove air travel, which of course was impossible in the ancient world, and if you consider the limitations of water travel, of sea travel because of land barriers, you can see that Israel is the main thoroughfare between those three continents. Any kind of trade typically has to go through Israel, unless you're talking about Europe to Asia directly or vice versa. Really, Africa, Asia, Europe are all connected to Israel over land route. If we look in a little closer, you see that one of the most important aspects of those connections is the Fertile Crescent. And it is so called because there's kind of like a C shape, or more precisely, kind of like an upside down flattened U shape of arable land that extends from the Nile Delta, which is in the lower left of this map. You can see it says in Hebrew Mitzrayim, or Egypt, and the hatched area represents the greater arability that is the product of the Nile River that flows from the bottom of this map into the Mediterranean Sea. And then there's a little bit of a dead spot to the right of the Nile Delta, where you have the Sinai Peninsula, but then the land of Israel itself becomes fertile again. It goes up north through Lebanon and Syria, and then it curves over and follows the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers down into the Persian Gulf, which would be today's Iraq and Kuwait. The two rivers that flow from the northwest and down into the southeast are the Mesopotamian region. The word Mesopotamia is from a Greek word meaning between the rivers, Mesopotamos. And so that's the Tigris and Euphrates represent another great fertile area. Now, these two regions on the extreme west, Egypt, and on the extreme east, Mesopotamia, are really the superpowers of the world, but any kind of land or commerce communication between them has to go through Israel. And note that it is not very practical to try and go straight, like let's say following the latitude from Egypt straight over to the Mesopotamian region, because that's essentially crossing a lot of desert, which is basically impassable and not practical except through camel caravans. It's much easier to follow the fertile, settled regions and actually make travel from the southeast all the way up over the top and then down into Israel. This is, in fact, the route that the patriarch Abraham followed from ancient Sumer, the city of Ur, and then made his way up over the north through Syria and down into Israel. But we'll talk about that in a later lecture.
Here is a roadmap of the ancient world where you get to see the actual routes that they would take. First of all, there was the so-called Via Maris, or in Hebrew, Derech Hayam, the way of the sea. I like to think of this as the scenic route, where you would go from the left, from the Nile Delta, and you would basically follow the coastline. And it's a little rough as you're going along the top of the Sinai Peninsula, because that's quite dry. But then once you hit the region of Gaza and move up north, then you've got quite a bit of settled territory and a lot of arable land, and you can follow the road all the way up and then down over to the right into Mesopotamia. The other route, which was also quite widely traveled, is the so-called King's Highway. There's actually a street like that in Brooklyn, of course, maybe named after this, I don't know, sometimes called the Royal Road, or in Hebrew, the Derech HaMelech. And this was a little bit shorter in the sense that you crossed a relatively small Sinai Peninsula compared to the great Arabian Desert. It's much more passable. And then you make a straight shot north up to Damascus. So it's not nearly as beautiful because you don't have the Mediterranean Sea to your left. At best, you have to travel through the very hot zone of the Dead Sea. But after that initial burst through the Sinai, then you've got fairly clear rest stops along the way, lots of gas stations as you make your way to Mesopotamia. And so Israel was extremely important as these commercial ventures expanded, and of course that becomes a political question as well. Perhaps what makes Israel so important to the rest of the world is the religious context that we're going to be exploring in a lot of lectures as we go on. It is the center really of three major world faiths, Judaism first, and then Christianity, and then Islam to a slightly lesser extent. And it's regarded as the navel of the world. In fact, that's a Hebrew term used in rabbinic literature for Israel and for Jerusalem specifically. This is a sentiment that is echoed by many other cultures. Have a look at this amazing 16th century map by Heinrich Dünting, which is meant to be kind of a thematic map. He published a lot of really beautiful maps that captured ideas in cartographic form. And you can see that he has indicated that Jerusalem specifically is at the center of European, Asian, and African history, like a clover leaf. And if we zoom in here on Jerusalem, we get a beautiful sense of this very Christian sort of perspective of the region. You see the three crosses there just outside the city. So that gives us a sense of the geographic features of the land of Israel, the political and economic features of the land in its regional context, and just a hint at what we're going to be discussing as we go further in this Jewish History Lab. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to the second lecture in the Jewish History Lab series. So I'd like to look very briefly at the earliest populations in the land of Israel. It's important here that we should distinguish three different types of, let's call them chronological analyses for the time being. There is history, which is the area in which I feel most comfortable, and then there is proto-history and prehistory, moving backwards in time. Proto-history is generally understood as the history when we have the earliest written documents, because historians, we like to work with text, we like to work with words. And as soon as you begin to get words, you know, like in cuneiform or in hieroglyphics, and you begin to be able to tease out some of what the earliest generations are trying to communicate, then you have at least the basis of the kind of things that we prefer to work with. On the other hand, moving further back in time, you have what's often called prehistory, which means what happened even before people were writing things down, or we have any written record of what may have been written down but simply did not survive. And when you get into that area, well, historians like me start to feel distinctly uncomfortable. You got to get into archaeology, you've got to get into geology, you've got to get into scientific fields to understand how carbon dating works and things like that. Those are things that are not really my strongest suit. We will be dealing with much of that, especially archaeology, in the next couple of videos. But for the time being, let's just understand that there is history, before that proto-history, before that prehistory.
And let's think about something really basic right now. First of all, how do we know that this is the year 5781? That is, of course, the Jewish year that was celebrated on Rosh Hashanah, which occurred in October of 2020. How do we know that this is really the 5781st year since creation? If you look at the book of Genesis, the first book of the Hebrew Scriptures, there is an accounting of years, but it's not really precise. It does not give us a really clear date for the year 1. And until you get to the 2nd century, when an important rabbi, Rabbi Yossi ben Chalafta, that is the 2nd century of the Common Era, meaning about the year 160 or so of the Common Era, Rabbi Yossi ben Chalafta authored a text called Seder Olam Rabbah. I should say, by the way, it's attributed to Rabbi Yossi ben Chalafta. And what the author of Seder Olam Rabbah did is he went back to the text of Genesis and pieced together all of the begats, like figuring out how old this person was and how old this person was, and added them all up. And there are a couple of areas where it's not entirely clear, like when exactly did the flood happen, when exactly did the generation dispersal happen, and things like that. But that's how we got to the calculation of the year 5781. Now, as I'm sure you're aware, a lot of scientific evidence argues with this calculation, suggesting that the universe is considerably older. So what that means for our purposes as historians, and by the way, I know people often think I'm a rabbi, and I suppose it's the kippah and the beard that gives it away, but I am not a rabbi. I am just a regular guy who happens to work as a historian. And so the question is not so much a historical question here, because the scientific evidence is generally what historians work with, but it is a theological question. How do we read the Seder Olam Rabbah, and how do we read the text of Genesis? We're not going to go into those issues in this lecture. If you are curious to see how do we reconcile cosmology from the perspective of traditional Orthodox Judaism, and how do we reconcile that with scientific evidence, I strongly recommend you have a look at this great book, which I actually read twice because it is so fascinating, The Challenge of Creation by Rabbi Dr. Natan Slifkin. It is not an uncontroversial work, but basically he dips deeply into both science and Torah to look at how rabbis in the past have dealt with these challenges. And this is nothing new. I mean, Jews have been dealing with the age of universe questions really since the 19th century for sure, in a very forthright way, but there are even some fascinating earlier opinions as to how to calculate these dates. Have a look over there if you want to go further in that direction. Anyone who possesses even a cursory familiarity with the first 5 books of Moses and some of the early prophets, like the book of Joshua, Judges, Samuel, and into Kings, will be aware that, of course, there are many peoples who predated the mass arrival of Jews in Israel. The earliest penetration of Jews into Israel, of course, with the patriarch Abraham, as described in the book of Genesis, that's generally understood to be around the beginning of the 2nd millennium before the Common Era. That is something like the date 1750 BCE. The later Exodus and the arrival of Jews in Israel, which is something, again, we've got to push that off to another lecture because there's a lot to say about that. That would have been several hundred years after that date. But there are lots of peoples already living in Israel, and in fact, the interaction with them is a major theme in much of those early prophetic works. Some of the most fascinating archaeological discoveries of the prehistoric peoples of the land of Israel were uncovered by Dr. Dorothy Garrett, shown here in a 1913 photograph. She was associated with Cambridge University, and in fact, she was the first woman to hold a chair at that great school. Unfortunately for her at that point, however, because she was a woman, she was not allowed to receive a full position on the faculty, and although she was allowed to attend faculty meetings, she was not allowed to vote or even to speak, if you can believe that. She was a pioneering figure not only in the field of archaeology, but also in the field of women's rights in academia in particular. And her research led to some phenomenal discoveries, such as these remarkable stone
hand axes used by primitive peoples somewhere south of the Sea of Galilee, which, by the way, is also the site of some of the earliest beer manufacturing plants in the history of humanity. Like, so we owe the discovery of beer possibly to the earliest peoples of Israel. In the Kabaran cultures, she discovered these remarkable mortar and pestles. You can see there's a little bit of grain on the left, and you would like take that pestle and you would grind it up. It's actually quite tactile. You can actually imagine ancient hands, actually grinding grain to flour. This remarkable tiny sculpture from Ein Sachri is also quite fascinating. Her discoveries of things like this tiny little bird medallion indicate that the peoples of ancient Israel had a very rich spiritual life. Looking at grave sites, she was able to discover, fantastic ritual items that were associated with people, such as the inclusion of many tortoise shells in with this grave, which is believed to be of an ancient shaman of the period. But I think one of the most fascinating things that she's associated with is the discovery of these things called desert kites. T.E. Lawrence, already in the 20th century, was writing about these and trying to figure out what do they mean. And really, the only way they were finally understood is with a lot of aerial photography. And they remind me of the Nazca sand drawings in Peru. So T.E. Lawrence, writing about this, says, what are these things? You've got these miles and miles of these tiny little piles of stones that seem to be quite deliberate. They run in lines, but what are they there for? You can see on the right a view of what it's like from the ground. But when you get up in the air, then you begin to see, oh my gosh, look at this. It's shaped like it's some kind of funnel with some kind of container at the end. And in fact, what Dorothy Garrett opined was that these kites might have been used for herding wild deer. And what would happen is you would, find a group of wild deer, which of course were roaming Israel at the time, and the prehistoric peoples would kind of chase them into this kite, and the deer would run away from them, and then seeing this small barrier, they would be driven further and further into the kite until, and here we look at it from the point of view of a hunter, there will be hunters hiding behind this little gathering at the back, which would of course be a killing floor and would provide a lot of protein for the diet of the hunters involved in this. I mean, it's just amazing and bizarre kind of things that were happening in Israel. But if you think that's bizarre, wait till I show you this stuff. Oh my gosh. Some of the most fascinating things are discovered in the region of Jericho and the Judean hills. In particular, the discovery of these plastered human skulls, which appears that the ancient peoples of Jericho, one of the oldest cities in the world, would preserve the skulls, presumably of their ancestors, and then decorate them and bury them apparently under the floor of their home. So you can see sometimes they had plaster on top of them, and sometimes they had specific decorations, like the use of these shells for their eyes and so on. And perhaps this was associated with some kind of ancestor worship. The people of ancient Jericho were also into trepanation, which is a really wild practice that involves the drilling of holes into the skull, a procedure which people tended to survive, believe it or not, because the skulls actually show evidence of healing. It's uncertain why they were doing this, perhaps as an early medical procedure, perhaps as an early psychiatric procedure, maybe it was some kind of cultic practice. Who knows, but it was definitely very bizarre. Also discovered in the region of Jericho were a whole series of fascinating masks, which again give us some inkling of their spiritual life, perhaps their entertainment. It's hard to tell, but you can see here that the masks clearly had holes drilled at the side, so they could be attached to the face, perhaps for some kind of dramatization, maybe in connection with ancestor worship. And a lot of these masks display different kinds of emotions and feelings. They're actually quite clever and appealing in many ways. There are tens of these masks. Some of them, however, do not have holes, and they perhaps might have been decorations, or they may have been some kind of cultic objects like this skull mask here.
Okay, so that's it for a very superficial look at some of the prehistoric peoples in the land of Israel. We're going to continue our story with the biblical data regarding the arrival in Israel of the Mesopotamian patriarch Abraham and what that says for the beginnings of Jewish history there. Thank you very much for watching. Before we begin to approach the earliest period of Jewish history, we have to address the question of how shall we approach the Bible as a historical source. The Bible is, of course, regarded by tens of thousands of generations, millions upon millions of people, as the Word of God, and it has a tremendous amount of authenticity simply because of that status. But if we're trying to approach it looking for historical data, is that an appropriate way to understand this text? I'm going to set that question aside for now, but I would like to give you a thought experiment that hopefully will clarify some of the questions that arise as we look at it from the point of view of a historian. One last caveat. I know when people look at me, especially for the first time, they think I'm a rabbi. I think it's the kippah and the beard that give it away, and it's true. On a personal level, I have proclivities towards observant Judaism, and I do my best as much as I can to be as observant as possible. But let's just set that aside as well and look again at this question from a historical perspective, because I'm not a rabbi. I'm just a regular guy who happens to work as a historian. Here's the thought experiment. The year is 1985, and you are in middle school. You're 12 years old. And your teacher gives you an assignment. She gave it to you a few weeks ago, but you ignored it. It's only due tomorrow. You have a few hours left to write it. The assignment is, please write 500 words on the life of Julius Caesar. Middle schoolers today would say, no problem, but it's 1985 and no one has invented the internet yet. So you're stuck. You have a few hours left. The library is closed. What do? You scramble around the house looking for some kind of book that says something about Julius Caesar, and in your older sister's bedroom, you find some of her college textbooks, including a ratty old paperback that was probably published sometime around 1972 that has on the spine Julius Caesar by William Shakespeare. Great, this is fantastic. This is exactly the book you look at. It's kind of hard to read. It's not written in modern English, but you sort of skim through it and you figure out a few key things and you scrap together a paper for your teacher. Now, the question is, how reliable is William Shakespeare's account of the life and death of Julius Caesar as a historical account? Can we say that the things that Shakespeare described actually happened? Not terribly likely. First of all, Shakespeare's account was written about 1,600 years after the events described. Oh my gosh. Now, Shakespeare probably had some other data, read other histories to be able to put together the story of Julius Caesar, but he clearly was not even writing a history book. He was writing something for popular entertainment. And what kind of poetic license did he take in producing that particular work? Can we actually say anything real about William Shakespeare's account of Julius Caesar? And just to take it to a meta level, which is going to be very relevant for looking at the Bible as well, the copy that you're holding in your hand was published in the 1970s. Who says that it doesn't actually date from the 1970s? Who says it even dates from the 1600s? Maybe it really was published for the first time in the era of Elizabeth II as opposed to Elizabeth I. How do you know that this is an accurate copy of something that was actually written 400 odd years earlier? All these questions abound. Just to make it a little bit more fun, notice the iconic presentation of Shakespeare's Shane upon him, his visage. That's based on something called the Chandros portrait, which is named after its owner, not after the subject or the painter, neither of which are known for certain, but it's generally believed to be a depiction of William Shakespeare himself. When you look a little closely at it, you see that Shakespeare himself
apparently wore an earring, but that has been removed from his ear in the version that you hold in your hand. So there's just so many possibilities for inaccuracies in understanding the life of Julius Caesar. Shouldn't we say that as well about the Bible? Even according to the Word of God approach, whatever that means exactly, many of the events described in the Bible are written down explicitly as having occurred in the distant past. So what do we do with this as a historical account? One more word about the Word of God approach. Can we possibly penetrate the inscrutable mind of the Almighty to determine that the purpose of the biblical text before us is to give us historical data? Perhaps it's to give us religious instruction, moral instruction. It's for our edification, without necessarily giving us a blow-by-blow chronicle of events. It's a big, complex, sprawling document. We will be exploring it in greater depth in the following lectures as it relates specifically to history, but it's like a real, tangled mess of complications to try to understand this text as a historical source. But by the time we get to the 19th century, there are a lot of questions about how we approach the Bible as a historical text. We see people like William Albright who say, well, okay, without denying the higher criticism approach that is advocated by people like Wellhausen, we can still go back to the land of Israel and discover the facts as they occur using this relatively new science of archaeology and construct the past and see how it conforms to the Bible as essentially the template for historical events. In other words, the way Albright looked at biblical history is he said, we've essentially got in the Bible the cover of the puzzle box. Inside are 1,000 pieces, but we see what it's supposed to look like. So all we've got to do is go to Israel, find the places mentioned on the biblical narrative, dig up the ground there, and we'll find evidence of things that happened. We'll go to Jericho, we'll find the walls of Jericho that were destroyed by Joshua and things like that. The thing is, once you get to Israel, you're confronted with a massive amount of data, and who says that it's going to conform to the picture box? Maybe we should instead look at the pieces, put it together without knowing how it's going to look, and then we'll look at the picture afterwards. That's the approach that many later archaeologists began to take, especially when they began to find pieces like this that looked like they didn't belong anywhere in the original picture box cover. So by the time we get to the middle of the 20th century, there is a lot of confusion about how are we supposed to look at the Bible as a historical text. Things came to a head in the 1990s with the development of the so-called Copenhagen School of Biblical Study. This is an outgrowth of a philosophical cultural movement called postmodernism that essentially questioned the narrative reliability of the text. And the Copenhagen School advocated essentially a minimalist approach to the use of the Bible as a historical document. It's sometimes caricaturized as like a rejection of the Bible as a historical document. That's not a scholarly approach at all, and it's hard to really stick that label on any of the major proponents of the Copenhagen School, but definitely they wanted to downplay the reliance on the biblical text as a roadmap for what happened in ancient history. The reaction to the minimalist school was the so-called maximalist school. And the maximalists, again, it's a caricature of a term, but essentially maximalists are scholars who say
Hey, you're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. There's a tremendous amount of reliability in the Old Testament, and perhaps the greatest proponent of this school is none other than the great Janet Kitchen, who wrote this phenomenal work, which I happen to have my copy of it right here. What a monstrous brick of a tome this is. You can see I've taken a lot of notes because it is absolutely fascinating. And over the course of a lifetime of studying of Egypt and Assyria, Babylonia, Ugaritic and Akkadian, and you name it. This is
definitely one of the most accomplished scholars of the period, he says that, fundamentally, the historical descriptions that are contained in the Hebrew scriptures are pretty reliable. Now, he's not advocating the Word of God approach. There are certain passages in this particular book that would cross a Rosh Yeshiva's eyes. It's definitely not what we would say in Jewish terms a flum book. But from a historical perspective, it really cements the idea that the Hebrew scriptures has a phenomenal amount of valid historical data. We're going to be spending a lot of time in this work as we go through the series because it is impossible to understand anything about the history of ancient Israel without looking at Dr. Kitchen's magisterial work. We'll also be looking at contemporary scholars like Rabbi Dr. Joshua Berman, who wrote a series of books, most recently this very powerful book called Ani Ma'amin. The Hebrew term means I believe, and is clearly an allusion to Maimonides' 13 Principles of Belief. I'd like to mention now just a couple of things about Kitchen's approach to biblical history that will be relevant for us going forward. First of all, in the introductory section to his major work, Dr. Kitchen basically says we can divide the history as portrayed in the Bible into 7 basic periods. Pretty straightforward. The first period is something we talked about in the last lecture, primeval proto-history, which basically goes from the creation of the world as described in Genesis up to about the 2nd millennium before the Common Era, let's say 2250 or 2000 BCE. And that's essentially what's described in the very beginning of the book of Genesis. The second period is that of the patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and their wives, Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah. And that goes from the early to mid-2nd millennium, that is from about the year, let's say 1750, so, maybe but we'll go up to Joseph, another couple hundred years, and that's described for the rest of the book of Genesis. The third period is the Egyptian sojourn and Exodus, and that will be the mid to late 2nd millennium. That means around, let's say, 1500 to 1200, more or less, and it's described in the book of Exodus. And then we get to the fourth period, which is settlement in Canaan. And notice that he uses the term settlement rather than conquest. That will become very important when we get to that period later. And that will be the late 2nd millennium, say approaching the year 1000 BCE. And it is described in the book of Deuteronomy, and then in Judges and in Joshua. The fifth period is the period of the United Monarchy. It's a golden period under the Kings Saul and David and Solomon, and that's described in the first book of Samuel, the first book of Chronicles. And then the sixth period, the divided monarchy, which is moving through the first millennium. Let's say we're getting into the 800s and the 700s, and that's in 2 Samuel, Kings, and the book of Chronicles. And then finally, the exile and return, talking here about the Babylonian exile, the 6th and 5th centuries before the Common Era, described in a host of biblical works. Now, 2 quick things. The first is, notice that I have not included all the books in the Hebrew Scriptures because a lot of them are really difficult to, provide clear historical data, although they have pieces of it. The book of Psalms, for example, it clearly, heartfelt prayers to God, but there is occasionally historical data embedded in Psalms, as we shall see as we go through this course. But secondly, more significantly, in Kitchen's work, he doesn't start at the beginning, the first period, and move through all 7 periods. Rather, what he does is he starts in the 6th period, the divided monarchy, quite late now in Jewish history, well over 1,000-odd years into Jewish history, and then he moves later in time to the exile and return, and only then does he go back to start at the first period. Why does he do that? Why does he start at period 6, go to 7, and then all the way back to 1, 2, 3, 4? The reason is actually pretty obvious if you're familiar with the data. There's a lot more really cool evidence for the historicity in period 6 and 7 than there is in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He still has a lot to say about periods 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that is incredibly valuable, but he says, you know what? I want to give you the really powerful, incontrovertible stuff first. And then once you're with me with 2 good chapters of this decent archaeological data, then I'll take you back to some of the more, intuitive and some of the more deductive type of material that is in the earlier period. It's really complicated, I know, but we'll go through it starting from period 1, and I hope you'll bear with me. Let us give you an example of what is like some of the really cool data in both of those sections. So Dr. Kitchen argues that there's basically 2 types of data points that prove the Bible has reliability as a historical source. The first would be external evidence of historical reliability. And what he means by that is data taken from outside the text of the Bible that conforms exactly to the text as we have it. And a great example of this is archaeological finds. So, for example, this black obelisk of Shalmaneser III, which dates from the 9th century before the Common Era, clearly has King Jehu, who is described in the Hebrew Bible as, owing obeisance to King Shalmaneser III. And this monumental architecture clearly describes this from the perspective of the occupying power of Israel, and it seems to lock into place the account that we have of the historical relationship between these 2 powers. So this is the kind of evidence that we love as historians because it kind of confirms everything from an independent vantage point. And most of that really dates from the 9th century onward, meaning from the 800s onward. And since we're going to be going back to the year 2000 before the Common Era, it gets harder and harder the earlier you go back in time to find this kind of hard external material evidence for the historicity of the biblical narrative. But that doesn't mean that we're without resources. And a good 350 pages of Dr. Kitchen's work is based on looking at internal evidence of biblical reliability. I'm just giving you one little example here, and we're going to go through many more of them as we go through the next few lectures. Look at the price of slaves in the ancient world. So Dr. Kitchen was able to comb through a tremendous variety of data points in dozens of ancient dead languages to find how much it cost in shekels to buy a slave in the ancient world. And then he compared it to the few data points of how much slaves cost as described in the Bible. So if you look at this graph, the red line describes how much slaves cost in various parts of the ancient world, from the Nile Delta through the Mesopotamian region, and we see that it follows that essential red curve from the year 2250 to about the year 500. And then when you take the few passages in the biblical text that refer to the price of slaves, we see that, it conforms pretty much to the price of slaves that was the going rate in the ancient world. I was like, very interesting. Now, it does not have the same kind of hard proof. It's not going to fall underfoot like a big piece of monumental architecture will make you say, ouch. But nevertheless, it's really quite persuasive to say, hey, if it cost 20 shekels for a slave in the old Babylonian period, and Joseph was sold for 20 shekels around that time, that sounds like a reasonable piece of historical data that we can rely on. We're going to see a lot more of this in the next few lectures, but for the time being, I want to thank you for sticking with me through this difficult historiographic introduction. We're going to get back to the history itself, God willing, in the very next lecture. Thank you for watching. Hello, fellow students in Jewish history. I'm very pleased to go on with our Jewish History Lab lectures. We're going to look now at Genesis in historical perspective. I'm, of course, speaking about the biblical book of Genesis. And I've got to say one thing just to start out. I would love to go through the entire Genesis.
the entire Tanakh and just speak about it as a work of tremendous power. If you have not read Genesis, and in fact, if you have not read the entire Bible, just stop watching right now and go get a copy of the Bible. They're available online and read it because it is phenomenal. It's incredibly important. It has so much, power as a moral document, as a spiritual document, as a transformational document. And even if you're not Jewish, even if you're not a monotheist, if you're a Buddhist or a Hindu or an alligator, I don't know. I think you will find a tremendous amount of value in this incredibly important work that is really at the foundation of Western civilization. I'm going to just speak very briefly about the plot line of Genesis, with the assumption that you have some broad familiarity with it, and this brief lecture in no way should replace general cultural familiarity with this very important document. Okay, let's begin by going to the biblical narrative itself. As we approach the biblical narrative, it's really important for us to recall something that we discussed in the last lecture, and that is that in the world of what we might call biblical history or the history of ancient Israel, is a strong difference of opinion as to how to approach the Bible as a historical text. There are those on one side of the spectrum that argue for a maximal approach, meaning let us mine this document for everything we can for its historical value. And on the other hand, you have a minimalist approach which says, no, the earliest possible manuscripts that we have for this are far too late, and we can't possibly date it to the earliest periods that it ascribes to. It's written in a highly tendentious manner, definitely trying to promote a particular religious viewpoint. All kinds of objections. Those are called the minimalists, who say we should deal just with the data that the archaeological record affords us and build from there. In reality, most reasonable scholars do not find themselves at either end of those spectrum, those points on the spectrum. They find themselves somewhere along the spectrum. But, this is a short video. I just want to make sure that you bear in mind the challenges of working with this for our purposes, which is to understand the earliest elements of Jewish history. So what is the book of Genesis all about anyway? It basically traces, after we go through the cosmology, which we discussed in the last couple of lectures, it traces the life of the family of Abraham and Sarah, called the first of the patriarchs and matriarchs. And there's basically three major generations that are treated. That's Abraham and his wife Sarah, followed by Isaac and his wife Rebecca, and then by Jacob and his two wives and two co-wives, and their progeny. We are completely reliant on the text of Genesis for the oldest account of the life of the patriarchs and matriarchs. We don't have, for example, contemporary Egyptian or Assyrian or Babylonian accounts that would tell us what their life was like. Right now, we're completely locked into the biblical text. So if we just approach that text, what happened to them? So again, just broad outlines. Abraham makes his way from the Mesopotamian region, from Ur, shown in the bottom right of this map, up the Euphrates or possibly the Tigris River. And then when he hits what would be modern-day Syria, he sort of makes a looping left-hand turn and drops down, following the Fertile Crescent into the land of Israel. There's an interesting kind of side trip into Egypt, something that will happen to his descendants as well. But basically, they settle in central Israel, where he's a very prosperous herdsman. There are some tempting passages in Genesis that speak about Abraham's involvement in geopolitical activities. For example, his negotiation with local kings, his interaction in a war that involved the war of the 4 kings and the 5 kings. And there are some tempting things to try and verify there. For example, the names of the 4 and the 5 kings have some interesting correspondences with the region, but nothing really solid they can hold on to. So continuing with the biblical text, Abraham and Sarah go through 10 distinct trials, certainly the most awful of which is the Akedah, the binding of Isaac, which is shown here in a haunting painting by Caravaggio called The Sacrifice of Isaac. Isaac is shown here as a young man in the
Jewish tradition, he's actually 37 years old when this happens, and that's actually one of Caravaggio's actual assistants who's modeling for this. You can tell it's not a Jewish portrait, however, even though it is quite gripping, because of course, Abraham isn't wearing a hat. That's something you would expect him to do. But nevertheless, this is part of the very dramatic story of Abraham's life. It goes on to discuss the adventures and the trials and tribulations of his son Isaac and his grandson Jacob, who have tremendous, life stories with great challenges, and they're really quite, edifying, and they give people strength reading about them because they endured such tremendous challenges. But about half of the book is about his great-grandson Joseph. Joseph is the second youngest of the brothers, the 12 tribes of Israel. That Israel, of course, is the same person as Jacob. Joseph is cruelly sold into slavery by his elder brothers, an act of tremendous, fraternal betrayal. I have a whole bunch of images from the great biblical painter James Tissot that I'll use to illustrate this. This is a picture of what ends up happening with the young Joseph, perhaps not quite as young as portrayed here, but he's sold from one slave trader to another until he ends up in Egypt, and he's purchased by the effeminate Potiphar, who is shown here examining Joseph. And, horrible thing to imagine, being sold into slavery, to be uprooted from your family in this matter. But an amazing story, which again occupies about half of the book of Genesis. What happens is Joseph proves to be a really intelligent, insightful individual. He ends up in jail where he begins to interpret dreams, something that is associated with Jews from Joseph all the way up to Sigmund Freud. There has been a very strong connection between Jews and the interpretation of dreams. And here is Joseph, who is summoned before Pharaoh himself, the leader of Egypt, to interpret Pharaoh's troubling dreams. You can tell he's Joseph because he's the only one wearing a kippah here among all these Hartumim, these various magicians and necromancers working for Pharaoh. Pharaoh is, of course, very impressed with the results of Joseph's interpretation, and he promotes him to a position of great authority, giving him the name Tzafnas Paneach, which we'll discuss at the end of this lecture. And here he is adored by so many Egyptians because of his very wise policies that actually get them through a 7-year-long famine and provide great riches for the royal home and security for the nation as a whole. And then, as things work out in this very dramatic story, because of the regional nature of the famine, his brothers actually come down to Egypt seeking food, and they don't recognize Joseph. It's amazing. And there's a lot of things that happen there. I don't want to give away the story. You've got to have a look at it. But in this next image from James Tissot, you see Joseph revealing himself to his brothers, saying, I am Joseph. Does my father yet live? Here's a tremendous exaltation that I think Tissot has captured very powerfully. And also, I especially look at the reaction of his brothers here. These are the brothers who sold him into slavery and now are completely at the whim of this incredibly powerful state authority. It's a very, very amazing, dramatic story. And that's basically where the book of Genesis ends. All of the children of Israel, that is the children of Jacob, the great-grandchild of Abraham and Sarah, and their extended family, all moved down to Egypt, to the region of Goshen, which we'll look at in the next lecture, and they're very happy. That's basically wrapping up the main elements of the book of Genesis in terms of its narrow plot line. Now let's look at it from the perspective of what historical data we have outside the Bible that will give us some sense of what's going on in Jewish history at this time. So, as I mentioned, we really don't have much at all. But what little we have is so tantalizing. Perhaps one of the most fascinating types of documents that we have that shed some light on this period are the execration texts. I have to tell you, I really like this. Execration is a fancy word for number 2. And the French term, which I happen to notice in some of the bibliographies, is texte d'annotement, which means literally spell texts, meaning like recipes for magical curses. But execration has a special ring to it because basically what you would do in ancient Egypt, take one of these potsherds like you see here, and you would inscribe it with various symbols that basically name all the people you hate. And then you would go through a ritual that involved all kinds of nasty things done to the potsherd, including like urinating it and throwing it on the ground until it's smashed into pieces. And it's kind of like a voodoo doll way of expressing your desire that the people you're talking about should be excreted or treated like excrement. Here's a really gripping one from the early second millennium, maybe the year 1900 or so before the Common Era. You can see it's actually shaped like a figurine, and it's got all these names written all over it, and then it would be smashed. Now, the thing is, what can we hear about Jewish history from these Egyptian execration texts? I mean, I wish we had more detail, but basically we have topographic information. Like from time to time, the Egyptians would curse all kinds of different territories. The broken potsherd is primarily dedicated to excreting Nubia, which would be south of Egypt. And some of the execration texts mention cities in Israel, cities whose names appear in the Bible. So even though the execration texts are maybe 150, 250 years prior to Abraham, there is definitely correspondence that there are some of the cities described in the Bible are described independently by these texts. Now, again, it doesn't say a lot to us about what happened in those cities, who lived there. How did they change with Jewish settlement? None of that stuff is there. The only thing we know is that the Egyptians didn't like them. It's okay, though. They didn't like a lot of people. Jews were not singled out, especially in this case. We also have amazing documents like the Amarna letters. You can see they're not written on paper. And in fact, one of the reasons why we have so little data from this early period of Egypt is because the primary mode of communication would have been papyrus, a paper-like substance that is organic in nature and simply fades with time and rots away. And so it's not surprising that 3,000 years later, we just don't have many papyrus documents at all. And furthermore, it's really Egypt that we're concerned with because the Mesopotamian region had very little state contact with the land that is known as the land of Israel. And so they're not recording any monumental architecture or things like that at this point in time. More on this later, of course. But the Amarna letters, also Egyptian, they're these cuneiform tablets on clay, so much more durable. And they're essentially a whole series of official diplomatic correspondence that speak about all kinds of economic and political interactions between Egypt and many regions throughout the ancient Near East. And once again, lots of useful topographic data telling us about places and place names, but not a lot of real detail about, who's living there, what are they doing? And by this time in the Amarna letters, it was 14th century BCE, so by the biblical chronology, we do have Jews living in Israel, but they don't say anything that we can really latch onto as giving us any detail about what's going on there. Now, here's one more example of this kind of tempting topographic data, but it doesn't really give us a lot. This is some monumental architecture that celebrates Shishak, or Shoshenq. He was a king that invaded Israel and referred to a couple of times in the Bible, as you see up here. And he basically listed all these places that he conquered. And when you zero in on one line here, you can see that there's one of these kind of like hieroglyphic elements that names someplace which has been read as Field of Abraham in the neighborhood of Hebron, which would make a lot of sense because we have the grave of the patriarchs and matriarchs, of course, is Maharat and Achela, which is in Hebron. Although there is considerable debate among Egyptologists as to exactly how to read this phrase. Since I am not fluent in hieroglyph, I don't know how extensive that debate really is, but this is the kind of information that we get from these pieces of monumental architecture in this very early period. Not great amounts of detail. Much of the historical scholarship on the life of Abraham and his children is really focused on trying to disprove passages in the Bible. And sometimes the arguments are more convincing and sometimes they are less convincing, depending on your background, your proclivities, and so on. But many of these attempted arguments against the historical value of the Bible end up falling flat with later discoveries, because for the most part, you're trying to argue from a negative. There is no data. What can you argue from there being no, or at least very little data? Just to give you one example, for a while it was very popular, for about a century, it was very popular to argue that the Bible could not have been written, the earliest parts of the Bible could not have been written in the time they describe, because there are very important passages that describe camels, such as when Rebecca first sees her husband Isaac far off, and she falls off her camel, which I always like to read that literally. Probably means she got gently off her camel, but it does say in Hebrew that she fell off her camel. So for a long time, scholars argued, hey, there's no evidence that camels were domesticated in the land of Israel at this time. Hence, the Bible must have been much later. Later research has found many examples, however, that disprove this, such as, for example, this cylinder seal, which comes from nearby Syria, and it dates from about the year 1900 BCE, which is a good, let's say, 100, 150 years before we can estimate Abraham's arrival in the region. And it may be difficult for you to see this. What is a cylinder seal? It's essentially a cylinder which has an incised kind of graphic on it. And then when you would have a document written in wet clay, you would take the seal, which could be very small, like really something you put in your fingers, and then you press it on the clay and you roll it so it leaves your mark embedded inside the clay. People would know that you were the author of it. And so we have a lot of these and all kinds of interesting descriptions that give us a sense of what people thought. But here on this particular cylinder seal, you can see a fanciful image of two men riding one camel simultaneously. The man on the left is just cut off slightly, but if you put that into clay, this is what it would look like. There, just over to the left, you can see the camel is walking. The head of the camel is on the left-hand side, and the two men are conversing, somewhat improbably set on the two humps of that camel. This is just one of half a dozen odd finds that have argued against the supposition that camels were not domesticated. And that's basically how a lot of the archaeological arguments seems to go. Let us, though, point out here, and again, I refer you to Kenneth Kitchen's amazing work on the reliability of the Old Testament for a much more in-depth discussion of these kind of sideways proofs. We occasionally have things which really reinforce the idea that, yes, this could have occurred within the time period described. Here's one of my favorites. This is again from Tissot's collection on the life of Joseph. Here he is on the left, and he's conversing with his older brother Judah, negotiating at this point the return of the rest of the family down to Egypt, and Judah is trying to give reasons, because he's giving 3 reasons up front why that should not happen. At any rate, one of the passages in the Bible refers to a name that Joseph was given when he was elevated to a high position. He was called Tzafnat Paneach, which is a very hard thing to translate, and a lot of biblical commentary has been written trying to decipher it. If you look at it as an Egyptian phrase, which of course it would have been, they weren't speaking to him in Hebrew, speaking to him in Egyptian, it appears that the word Tzafnat means he who is called, and the word Paneach is derived from the word Ankh, which is a symbol that we're familiar with today. It's used very commonly today in jewelry and things like that. It's the ancient Egyptian symbol for life. So in other words, Tzafnat Paneach would have mean he who is called life. Now, his name was Yosef, but I sort of like to think that, his Hebrew name was the very common name Chaim. And so maybe Tzafnat Paneach means he who is called Chaim. Just joking. I hope you really enjoyed this brief lecture. In the next lecture, we're going to look at the Exodus, which is, of course, the continuation of the story of the children of Israel in the land of Egypt, and then their departure through the Sinai Desert, the reception of the Torah itself, and then ultimately moving on towards their eventual settlement in the land of Israel. I'm looking forward to talking about that with you and looking at the fascinating bits of historical data outside of the Bible that reflects on that notable period of Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. Let's continue our discussion of the Bible in historical perspective, trying to understand the roots of the Jewish people. And I have to share with you at the very beginning a couple of personal moments. The whole Exodus narrative is so powerful and so central to Jewish identity that I can recall my own first meaningful encounters with this biblical narrative. And I'm sure that's something that most Jewish people can retain as well. I'll tell you two very quick episodes. The first is when I was at a Passover Seder, and I remember this is perhaps the greatest kind of generational pedagogic tool to have this celebration once a year, where the elders of the family are commanded to relate, even in whatever imperfect way they can, the teaching of how the Jews were born as a people in Egypt and then in Sinai. And the children, even if they're not interested, they're forced to ask at least 4 questions. And the whole meal is structured around it. It's a kinetic experience. It is an essential experience with all the various tastes, the very special foods associated with things. And in that context, I remember once when I was probably maybe 6, 5, I'm not sure how young I was, but I was at my Aunt Enid's for Passover Seder. That's where we usually went. And my father, of blessed memory, he handed me a spoonful of traditional horseradish. It was mixed with beets. It was not the really strong stuff. But I looked at it, and he didn't tell me what it was. And I thought it was something like candy. It had that deep red color. And so I put it straight in my mouth and like, wow. I don't know what my father was thinking, whether he knew I would do that or whatever. He thought maybe I would taste a little bit of it. But, my eyes started watering. I looked up at him, and he said to me, Henry, that's what slavery feels like. Very, very powerful impact on a young child. The other thing that I want to share with you is when I was maybe about 8 years old, Cecil B. DeMille's The 10 Commandments, a 1956 film, not exactly kosher, but nevertheless very powerful, like 3-hour epic, came to the one theater in my hometown in Northern Ontario, Canada. And this was a unique experience for me because I was the only Jewish child in that small rural town. And, I just went to the movies as often as I could because I found it so fascinating. It was just up the street from where we lived, on top of my father and mother's store. And I was so totally amazed sitting in this matinee showing of this 10 Commandments because this story, I realized, was all about me and my family and where I came from. And I'm sitting in this room filled with, Anglophone Protestants and Quebecois Francophones who were Catholics. And I'm looking around saying, I'm the only Jewish guy in here. In fact, I was probably the only Jewish guy except for my parents within about a 100-mile radius. And I was so overwhelmed that I had such an amazing backstory. So this kind of feeling, both the Passover Seder and whatever meaningful encounter a child has with this is transformational. And there's no doubt that the sages were thinking of this when they embedded the Passover ritual so deeply into the Jewish cultural fabric and into the calendar year. Anyways, I've gone on further than I wanted to here. The kind of messages that come out of the narrative of Exodus, as we discussed in Genesis, if you haven't read this, you've got to go read it right away. It's the very beginning of the book of Exodus. Just the first few chapters is like overwhelming. It describes the figure of Moses, who has an amazing story himself,
transformed from a near-death experience to become the a leader in Egypt, and then realizing his own background, he is exiled and then returned, and he ends up leading this nation of slaves out of the other nation of Egypt, which is, again, a mind-blowing experience. And there's a strong message throughout the book of Exodus that the nascent Jewish people are subservient only to the king who is king over kings, meaning only to God directly, and no human being, even one as powerful as Pharaoh, has any say over their destiny. There is a very strong element here of a collective revelation and the birth of a people as a whole. Yehuda Halevi, among other philosophers, have pointed out that one of the unique aspects of this revelation is that it's not something that happened in a miraculous way with one person or a small group of people, but this is something that happened to the entire Jewish people as a whole, as described in the book of Exodus. And as such, it is something that every Jewish person has a personal share in. There's also, this is not, some kind of propaganda piece, in the sense that there's a lot of negative history in here as well. The Jews demonstrate terrible failings of the incident of the golden calf, where despite the phenomenal miracles of the 10 plagues and the Exodus itself, they nevertheless, within a short period of time, they're worshiping idols again. So it's a story it's a very human story, a very powerful story, and a transformational story. I'm sorry I took so long, because I know you want to get to the historical aspects of it, but I really want to emphasize that it's so important to actually read the text. It's amazing. Okay, let's go to the history. So what do we know? Unfortunately, we don't know a lot from the historical record, and that has led many of the more minimalist-oriented historians to say it just didn't happen, to say that the description of the events in the book of Exodus are fictional. I think on a logical level, there's a problem with that. It's hard to prove anything from a negative. A lack of evidence does not mean that something did not happen. All it means is that you do not have evidence. And moreover, a more sophisticated look, especially if you lean towards the maximalist interpretation of this period of history, as I do, I might as well tell you up front, there is a lot of evidence, but it is not as direct and concrete as we might like. It's rather indirect and tantalizing, and I'll leave it up to you, of course, to decide how convinced you want to be by this. Obviously, this is not a neutral historical debate, if there is such a thing. It's highly connected to theological positions and so on. At any rate, why do we have so little evidence? The first most important reason is, the pharaohs, as a matter of habit, were not in the practice of preserving their defeats in monumental architecture or in tomb paintings and things like that. Pharaohs always win. Egypt first, right? There's no strong record of pharaohs expressing humiliating defeats, which is, by the way, another thing that makes the Hebrew Bible as a historical text so amazing, because there's lots of negative information there where Jews do the wrong thing and then they have to repent and so on. Secondly, besides the fact that it's not a cultural thing for pharaohs and Egyptian leaders to preserve this data, there's very little actual material from the area that the Jews were residing in, the land of Goshen shown here in this satellite map. The region was in the Nile Delta towards the easternmost range. The Nile, of course, flows from the south to the north. That's why, by the way, the upper Nile refers to the lower area on our conventional maps. And as it approaches the Mediterranean, it fans out through the lowlands and creates this massive, very fertile region. You can see from the green in this satellite photograph. But it is not conducive to any kind of sustained quarrying or building. All the stone that is used in the building in this region is imported from southern areas, southern quarries, and the course of the low-lying rivers in the delta were known to have changed. As one would silt up, then the river waters would be redirected, and after a certain period of time, the human settlements would be redirected. There's some fascinating allusions to this. Even in Rashi in the 11th century knew about this phenomenon. The major construction in the region was made out of mud bricks, and these are not very durable materials. And in fact, much of it was actually later burned for other purposes that, it was actually combustible. So this is not material that can last a long time. And finally, papyri, or documents written on a paper-like organic substance, just simply do not survive. There are a very, very tiny number of scraps of paper from the region that are basically preserved when they're carbonized. If they're burned, like let's say in a scroll, and the outside is like tight, it's very difficult to even unroll that and find out any kind of data from the period, such as at Pompeii. There are similar types of data. So, it's very difficult to even gather any data whatsoever from the region about a slave people that, as the narrative describes, inflicted a humiliating defeat on the pharaohs that they didn't want to admit. Nevertheless, we do have some fascinating little bits of things. Like, for example, here's a bit of papyrus that is from the late 13th century, before the Common Era, which describes the brick-making work that would have taken place in this region. And we also have some fascinating tomb paintings, such as this vizier's tomb painting from about the time when the Jews would have been in the land of Goshen. And you can actually see them here working side by side with Nubians, that is Africans. And the Egyptians also did not label any of their slaves specifically as Hebrews. They tend to refer to them as one big group as Semites, which included a lot of different people from the region. But that's not surprising either. It's hard to imagine in even 19th century America, the Americans also didn't label their African slaves by the many different tribal designations that they had. So we have lots of evidence that corroborates the story of the Jews being enslaved in the land of Goshen, the Nile Delta, and it's entirely consistent with the description that we have in the biblical text. And fascinatingly, these are amazing discoveries in 2016, later published in 2017, at Pi Ramses, which is the location of one of the two sites described as one of the major areas of building activity in the time of Moses. We discovered some mortar pits that give us an example of what it might have been like to be a slave at that time, where, you've seen the famous scene in the 1956 Ten Commandments where, Moses is in the dirt with the other slaves and he's, working the mud into bricks. This is one of those actual mud pits. And they even found some children's footprints. Now, there's no way to tell if these were Jewish children. There's no way to tell if they were made by slave children. But nevertheless, it is, it excites the imagination to place yourself in these footprints and imagine what it must have been like for the children who made them thousands of years ago. But I digress. Let's go now to the actual moment of the Exodus. Once we have the idea that, there's a lot of data that is consistent with the description in Exodus, it's not, again, direct proof that clearly confirms everything, but it corroborates it. So the most famous element, of course, is the 10 plagues that are visited upon Pharaoh and the Egyptians. And I'm not going to go into details about how we could corroborate them with geographic or geological or weather type advice. There are many different historians who try to walk through each of the plagues and say, there's a problem with the river and that caused the frogs to jump out and so on. And I think those are very interesting, but I think they're a little further away from where I'd like to go with this particular history series. Let's talk specifically, though, about the departure of the Jews from Egypt and the famous splitting of the Sea of Reeds. Now, there are many different theories as to where exactly was the route that the Jews would have taken on their way out of the land of Goshen. I've shown you here in this particular image the best guess of a very well-known scholar, again, towards the maximalist interpretation of biblical text, K.A. Kitchen. And perhaps the most important thing that people who are new to this should understand is that we're not talking about the Red Sea. For some reason, that has kind of entered English parlance, that the Jews crossed the Red Sea, which was to the south of the arrows here. You see towards the Gulf of Suez. That's not where any medieval authority or any modern scholar would place it. The Hebrew term is Yam Suf, which means literally the sea of reeds, right? Like the sea of like sort of bamboo-like shoots that come out of a wetland. And the image is not necessarily of like a massive miles-long sea, but it could have been an otherwise impassably large wetland or maybe a river area. It's very difficult to estimate exactly where it would be today because the Suez Canal was dug, completely changes the nature of the river flow through the water flow through that region. So we don't know precisely. But Dr. Kitchen opines that they went from Goshen here on the left and moving their way to the right through the wetlands, which would have been completely impassable, especially when you're pursued by Pharaoh and his chariot. So it's still quite a miraculous event, in my humble opinion. And then they made their way down towards the south. There are opinions, by the way, that suggest that the Yam Suf was actually in the southernmost part of the Mediterranean and that the Jews somehow went north and then over it. I haven't indicated that on this particular map, especially because it's very clear that the Jews did not take an overland route along the coast to Israel. The Bible specifically says that God did not direct them there because it was filled with armed camps, which in fact we know the Egyptians had many different stations along the coastline there for travel and protection of travelers and so on. So I don't understand exactly why some scholars suggest it went to the north. But going to the south, the next big question is, where is Mount Sinai? I have indicated the traditional location, which is so revered by Christians and Muslims, Jebel Musa, or the Mount Moses in Arabic, or Mount Sinai in English. It's not confirmed that this is in fact Mount Sinai. There are at least two other very viable contenders, one of them in the Sinai, one a little bit further to the west. But for the sake of argument, I've created the map based on Dr. Kitchen's best guess, which is much better than my own. Then they moved up towards the north to a place called Kadesh Barnea, and then looped around, and this is a process which the biblical narrative says took 40 years, looped around up to through Jordan, and then crossed into Israel proper at Jericho, just north of the Dead Sea. That would be the most reasonable route to describe the Exodus. Again, on a historical level, many point to the lack of significant remains of any kind of settlement of Jews as they traveled throughout this region. The biblical text describes 600,000 adult males, which would generate a population of 2 to 3 million people, which is a monstrous number in ancient terms, and it's hard to imagine they didn't leave any trace behind. So there are different ways to approach this. Some historians have said we have to reevaluate what that number means. Does the Bible really mean to indicate to us 600,000 on a literal level, or perhaps it is some kind of metaphor? We definitely have a lot of use of metaphoric numbers in the biblical text, so perhaps it's not anywhere near that large. And even if it is a fairly significant number, whatever it might be, there's still, it's hard to anticipate that a nomadic Bedouin-like lifestyle wandering in the desert is going to leave behind anything. As Dr. Kitchen points out, you're not going to find a lot of ceramic pottery to contain water and wine and things like that, because when you're carrying it around, it's much nicer to carry a wine skin than a wine jug. just for obvious reasons. So I don't want to get too far into details here, but this is basically enough. I want to conclude, however, with a couple more corroborating elements that gives us a sense of how, even though we might not have really strong direct proof, there are so many points of similarity between what we know about the culture and the region as a whole and what's contained in the biblical text that suggests very strongly that the biblical text is authentic in its historical depiction of the Exodus. Specifically, let's have a look at Ramses II. Now, this is the pharaoh that is most likely the new pharaoh who is otherwise unnamed in the book of Exodus. He lived at just about the right time. The Egyptian propaganda we have on Ramses is pretty frightening. He was a terrifying warrior, fought many battles, which are recorded, and so we have a sense of what kind of person he was. Here's a picture of him in battle, and you see he's stomping on the head of one of his enemies and about to drive a spear through the heart of another enemy. And here's a couple of interesting propaganda elements. This is from the Battle of Kadesh, a very important battle that was up in northern Syria. The Pharaoh ranged far and wide through the whole land of Israel, as we saw with Shoshenk in last class, and we're going to see again with Merneptah next class. You can see that on the left here, he is mounted in a chariot, very evocative of the biblical text, gives you a sense of what that might have been like. And notice here that in one of his most famous victories, he's driving his enemies into a big river where they all drown. Now, isn't it fascinating that the biblical account of Exodus has an ironic parallel to the enemies and their chariots drowning in water? I don't know. What does that mean if there is an ironic similarity? I'll give you another one just for you to think about it more. On one of the commemorative wall paintings that describes that particular battle, you see Pharaoh's encampment, and there's a whole bunch of different people here that are performing various functions, but on the right is his sanctuary tent, and you can see there's his cartouche, which has the two winged features, which is ironically reminiscent of the cherubim that decorated the ark. And that's not the only thing that's similar. A scholar named Dr. Michael Holman, who's done some fascinating work on this area in particular, he points out that it's not just the cartouche that's similar. Oh my gosh, it's the exact proportions and orientation of the camp and the tabernacle. You know, the book of Exodus has some really exciting parts, let's say about through 2/3 of it, and then it kind of like gets into the nitty-gritty of constructing this portable ark that will later be transported to Israel and then eventually be translated into the permanent temple in Jerusalem. And the structure of it is very bare, but look how similar it is to the orientation and proportions. This is the second camp. Now, this is like an astounding kind of series of coincidences. And what exactly does it mean? It clearly suggests that the biblical text of Exodus is totally aware of how Ramesses the camp was constructed, and is it similar in order to communicate to the young Jewish people that the tabernacle is a place of sovereignty, like the Pharaoh's tent would be at war? Is it intended to be an ironic kind of jab, saying, you think, a war tent is what protects people rather than this tabernacle of God? These are questions that would cross a rabbi's eyes. I'm going to leave that to the rabbis to discuss, but I do think the similarities are incredibly striking. And I urge you to look at Dr. Holman's work, also Dr. Joshua Berman's work in this area. Absolutely fascinating. I've skipped over a lot of really cool things just to try and give you the highlights. Hope you enjoyed this. We're going to continue with the next lecture as we look at the settlement of Israel, moving towards the golden era of Kings Saul, David, and Solomon. Thanks for watching. Up until now, we've been heavily reliant on the Bible as our primary guide to understand the earliest history of the Jewish people. But as the Jews begin to enter the land of Israel, slowly the archaeological record reveals more and more details that in many ways corroborate the accounts that we have in the Bible. In other ways, they pose fascinating questions, and we're just going to have a quick look at some of the references that we have in the archaeological record to the biblical text and try to understand what we can about this early period of Jewish history. So let us recall, first of all, that we can't think in modern terms about the earliest settlement of the Jews in Israel. It's not like they established a modern state with firm borders that clearly delineated what was their territory and so on. We should recall that for centuries after the Exodus, the land of Israel was clearly under Egyptian sway. Egypt was the major geopolitical power, and although the Jews had certainly some autonomy, but they continued to have conflict and moments of coexistence with non-Jewish peoples living in the land of Israel. One of the most fascinating early bits of archaeological evidence that we have regarding this period is a piece left behind by the pharaoh Merneptah, also pronounced Merneptah, who was the son of Ramses II, and the Ramses II is most likely the unnamed pharaoh that's described in the book of Exodus. Have a look at this map here, which shows you one of Merneptah's forays into the land of Israel, and as he made his way north, he described the various cities that he destroyed and laid waste to and dominated and so on. And when he gets to the north, there's one fascinating thing that he records in this big stone obelisk, which is called a stele, also pronounced stele. Merneptah left behind a record of his exploits in the land of Israel in this stele, which was in the 5th year of his reign, 1209 before the Common Era. And fascinatingly, as he goes through his map of the various places he destroyed, he left behind this fascinating little passage that says, Israel is wasted, its seed is no more. This is the first non-Jewish or non-biblical reference to the existence of the Jewish people. Now, there's been a lot of debate over what exactly does this mean. It might mean a place, but that seems unlikely given the larger context. It seems to be referring to a group of people. The term seed, does that mean literally grain in the sense of like burning down the fields in a particular region? More likely, within the context, it seems it's referring to the progeny of Israel, that is, the children of Israel. And I have to say there's a certain delicious irony here because, it's funny that the very first time the Jewish people are described in history, other than by their own account, they're described as being totally defeated. And, Jewish children, thank God, are still doing very well, as they say, let there be no evil eye. On the other hand, they discovered Pharaoh Merneptah's mummy, and I have to tell you, he is not looking so good. I would show you a picture here, but that's perhaps a little bit tasteless. At any rate, this is his first description of the Jewish people, which tells us that there is something in Israel, in the land of Israel, referred to as the people of Israel, dating from the year 1209. So if we backdate from that, let's say that as per Dr. Kitchen's analysis, if he has destroyed the Jewish people in the year 1209, I should mention in passing, by the way, that this is just another example of, the Egyptian and especially Pharaonic historical distortion, where clearly they didn't destroy the Jewish people, but nevertheless they'll mention this in their monumental architecture. We saw it, by the way, last week when we talked about the Battle of Kadesh, which the pharaohs described as having been a complete rout in favor of Egypt, but in fact the Hittites would disagree, and we know that the region remained basically stable even after the Egyptians leave. So anyway, let's backdate. If Israel was, so to speak, destroyed in the year 1209 before the Common Era, that would mean they would have had to have been there, let's say, at least no later than the year 1210. So that means that the Jewish people, Israel, was in this region in the late 13th century.
And that actually works pretty well. If you look at the Exodus as it's counted in the Jewish tradition, we spoke a little bit about that a few videos ago, that is recorded in the year 2448 of Anno Mundi, meaning since creation according to the Jewish count, which equivalents, which equals 1312 before the Common Era. And again, working with the biblical count of 40 years wandering in the desert, that means that the entry into the land of Canaan, the land of Israel, would have been in the year 1272 before the Common Era. So it actually lines up pretty well. And up until now, I've been very, very vague about dates because, we're relying on so much different contradictory evidence, and it's really hard to pin it down. But beginning with the stele of Merneptah, we begin to see a pattern that we can actually get a lot firmer. We can even post-date some events based on Dr. Kitchen's analysis. We can say that Judges would have occurred, let's say, around a number about the year 1200 before the Common Era, and extending for about 160 odd years. That would mean that King Saul would have begun his reign somewhere around the year 1042 before the Common Era. You'll note, of course, that these numbers get smaller because we're BCE, before Common Era, moving up to the year 0. David around the year 1010, and Solomon, Shlomo, around the year 970. But we're going to catch up with that as we go into later lectures. At any rate, now we have the Jews definitely in the land of Israel in the late 13th century. But it remains to be seen, what kind of conquest are we talking about? What kind of settlement does this refer to? In the popular imagination, we tend to think of the Jews coming into the land of Israel and having a series of phenomenal military successes that eventually pushes out all of the indigenous peoples and establishes the permanent Jewish presence there. Permanent, at least until the first exile, which would occur, some 500 years later. But if we go back and we actually read the text of the book of Joshua and Judges in particular, you'll see that that's not entirely what happened. We tend to work with this idea of conquest, which implies once and for all, but in fact, it seems that was not the case. This is especially so when we look at things like the conquest of the city of Jericho, of Jericho, which is certainly one of the most dramatic early conquests of Joshua and his armies. The famous story, they surround the walls of Jericho, the mighty walls, and they blow the shofar and things like that, and the walls come coming down. So obviously, since we know where Jericho is located, there is a tremendous amount of archaeological interest in the late 19th and early 20th centuries in particular about what exactly happened there, and can we line it up with the biblical account. Perhaps one of the most important archaeologists working on Jericho is the great Kathleen Kenyon, who did some phenomenal work in the region. Let's have a look at Jericho itself. Here's an aerial view of the tell, meaning the actual mound left behind by the ancient site of Jericho. And it's been dug over and over again. You see it's quite scarred by many specific digs. The nature of the wall is not like, let's say, for example, the Kotel, the western wall of the temple, where you have a 90-degree vertical structure that is dramatically distinct from the surrounding territory. Rather, this kind of ancient wall, and as Kenyon described, it goes back way, way before the advance of the Jews into Israel, is really something like a massive kind of ramp, where most of the wall is actually kind of like piled up dirt. And there's like kind of like this ramp-like structure that is separated by two distinct walls, an upper wall and a lower wall. It appears that although this wall was definitely destroyed, it was likely destroyed far earlier than the 13th century. Now, that doesn't line up very well with the biblical account, and there are a lot of approaches to this. Some of the minimalist historians have seen, you see, therefore it was destroyed and much earlier than Jericho, and that would argue that the Bible's description of Joshua's attack on Jericho is really borrowing from an earlier tradition. Others, such as Dr. Kitchen, for example, who would lean towards the Maximal school, would say, no, the wall was destroyed and then it was built up again, and erosion has taken its toll. And in fact, erosion is a fairly good argument for losing a lot of the archaeological data. So it's hard to say exactly what would have happened. Much of this remains an archaeological conundrum to try and fit it together with the biblical text. So a lot of archaeologists have scratched their heads at this and look at what other kinds of evidence indicates this massive scale of Jewish settlement. Many have looked at the style of pottery used in ancient Israel, which argues for some significant shifts in change right around the 13th century. And this would argue that perhaps there was a major population that moved into the region and brought different styles with them. But again, as you can imagine, it's hard to argue exclusively from things like pottery finds. Others have focused on the architectural style, specifically looking at something called the four-roomed house, which seems to be very evident in Israel around the period of time that we're looking at, with an argument that the four-roomed house was distinctly Jewish. And still others have said that, we know that there's interesting things like the lack of pig bones in those settlements, which we estimate to have been Jewish. Also fascinating, but none of these things are kind of like knockout blows for the corroboration of the biblical text. However, recent finds have discovered some fascinating remnants that suggest that there's clearly a very strong connection with the Jewish people living in this region. Okay, I'm joking with that, but you have to forgive me. I wanted to show you a picture of our Nepta. At least I can show you a picture of the Chinese food jar. At any rate, these jars and rooms, arguments, and things like that are fascinating, but what do we know in the end? We know for certain that the Jews are in this region, but we have to go back to the actual biblical text and try to understand what was the nature of that conquest. We tend to work with a sort of cartoon caricature of that period. If you go back and read carefully, as Dr. Kitchen suggests very strongly, the books of Joshua and Judges and Ruth that deal with this period, it's very clear that the advance of the Jewish people was not kind of like conquer a territory and settle it. A lot of the battles described are sort of like sorties where something will happen regarding friction between Jewish people and non-Jewish people living there. Joshua or another general will go out with an army and conquer a territory, and then they retreat. And then there's a similar pattern where there's a threat from another region. They'll go out, they'll fight a big battle, they'll win, and then they will retreat. And it seems like the ebb and flow of Jewish settlement in the region is not so much one in which the Jews are inching further and further towards the sea, as most of these maps indicate. And this is, by the way, largely based on reading earlier parts of the Bible, such as the book of Numbers, where the land of Israel is apportioned to the 12 tribes. And if you look at the regions that are apportioned to the tribes, that may not correspond to the regions that were effectively conquered under Joshua and his successor, Judges. In fact, when you try to map out the regions where we estimate that Jews had control over the land of Israel, it looks something like this. And this is not a map that is widely reproduced, but it's much more historically valid in the sense of you can see that it's kind of a blob, and the Jews are largely denied access to the very important coastal region, largely because the Philistines, the recently arrived sea peoples, and so on. But it does give you a sense of a newly implanted people that have come into the land. They have significant conflicts with the local population. They also have significant conflicts with each other. And in fact, that's where we're going to have to pick up the story in the next video, where we speak about the united monarchy under King Saul, which represented a dramatic political and military leap forward for these scattered tribes in Israel. Okay, I hope you found that interesting, and thank you for watching.
let us continue our discussion of the settlement of the Jews in the land of Israel and their political development into the United Monarchy, which basically is the Golden Age, which is the high point of ancient Jewish civilization after the remarkable Exodus that we talked about a couple of videos ago. So this background image, by the way, is a detail from Marc Chagall's remarkable depiction of the life of David. At one point towards the end of his life, David faced a rebellion from his son Absalom. Terrifying, terrible story described in Samuel 2, in which, among other things, he has to flee Jerusalem, the capital, barefoot, with a handful of men with him. And he is derided by passers-by, Shimon ben Gera. It's an absolutely terrifying look into the collapse of a person's entire world, really an entire empire, and then his remarkable recovery, which is political in nature, but not necessarily familial in nature, because, of course, Absalom is killed in the civil war that ensues. But Chagall really beautifully evokes the depth of feeling in this light, looks like charcoal depiction of David's life. Okay, let's go straight to the historical period as we have it today. And I want to emphasize that we're going to try and look at the history here. We're not really going to touch the tremendous depth of the biblical text, which is phenomenal, filled with insights, absolutely beyond what I can possibly provide in this very brief historical summary. And so I encourage you, if you're fascinated with this period, as I am, you've definitely got to go to the primary sources. You've got to read the text, particularly of the book of Samuel and early Kings. It's overwhelming, and you'll see what I mean. Okay, so let's go back to where we left off. So the Jews have arrived in Israel under Joshua. We described how they set up a loose-knit series of tribal holdings throughout the land of Israel, engaged in considerable conflict with the other peoples who are still living in the land of Israel, and of course with each other. There's a remarkable array of fantastic figures that are described in the book of Judges in particular, such as Samson, shown here in his battle with the lion. Later, of course, he would have that tremendous battle with the Philistines, but really he has a tremendous battle with himself throughout his entire life, and you got to see the text itself. But the biblical narrative that we have in the book of Joshua and the book of Judges, and to a lesser degree in the book of Ruth, tells us a little bit about what it must have been like living, at least from a political standpoint, in Israel. The historical period, just to give you a sense of timeline that we're describing, is roughly from about the year 1300 before the Common Era to the turn of the first millennium before the Common Era. The high point of the United Monarchy will extend for another 150 odd years after that as well. During this period of Judges, as is repeated several times in the biblical narrative, it was a period of near anarchy, really. Quote, all did whatever was right in their eyes. You had individual tribes, making their own decisions, very kind of like, from American perspective, very states' rights over federalism kind of approach to their political existence, which led sometimes to chaos and indeed violence. These conflicts flared up from time to time, and they really had no unifying figure that could bring them together to meet any mutual challenges. By and large, towards the end of the period of Judges, the Jewish people themselves were quite upset with this, and they implored the prophet Samuel to please give them a king. Samuel actually tries to talk them out of it, saying, no, this is not a good idea. Do you know what it means to have a king? Do you know what the taxation, what the conscription is going to be like? You're not going to be happy with the king. And nevertheless, the Jewish people say to Samuel, give us a king, kechol hagoyim, like all the non-Jews. Like, we want to be a country like every other country. We want to be the same. This is viewed in a critical light. At any rate, Samuel goes ahead with it, and he identifies Shaul, Saul, as the first king of Israel. This is a early 15th century illuminated manuscript, a Christian Bible, that shows you the anointing of Saul by Samuel. Saul was famously much taller than anyone around him. My grandmother, Allah Hashem, used to say, the verse in the book of Samuel is that from his shoulders up, Saul was taller than everyone around him. And my grandmother, who comes from a family of fairly small people, she used to say that that's exactly how your height should be measured, from your shoulders up, which was always a great consolation, I have to tell you. At any rate, Saul becomes the king of Israel. He does not reign very long, and in fact, he will be overshadowed by his successor, King David. And the relationship between King Saul and King David is absolutely fascinating and is really the stuff of Shakespearean discussions later. It's so packed with drama and interpersonal intrigue and psychology, and just absolutely fascinating. Again, you got to read it yourself. But Saul's major political achievement was he was able to unite the tribes under his leadership. It did not happen automatically. There had to be several false steps, but finally, when they met an external foe at one point, Saul, in a very dramatic move, challenged all the other tribes to come together under his leadership. And in fact, he saved the people of one particular town from the marauding of a non-Jewish neighbor, and this cemented the beginning of the United Monarchy. Here, we can speak of the United Monarchy in the sense of it's the union of all of the tribes. Later, we'll speak about the divided monarchy, which represents the time when several of the tribes to the north split away from the United Monarchy, which would at this time be under Solomon. But nevertheless, his main rival was his own successor, and in fact, his son-in-law, David. David is certainly the largest figure to walk across the pages of the Bible since Joseph, that we spoke about in a couple of lectures ago. David's life is absolutely fascinating. He goes through an entire arc of personal development. He is the master of repentance after having made some decisions which he later regretted very deeply, and he occupies a fantastic figure in the Jewish imagination as the greatest warrior in Jewish history, and at the same time the greatest poet in Jewish history, being able to express the depths of emotion in his psalms, among other things, which are recited with great passion by Jews even to this day. Under David's rule, after an extended conflict with his father-in-law, which ultimately ends in Shaul's death at the hands of the Philistines, David is able to consolidate control over the land of Israel such that the map looks something like this. It's much less the unformed blob of multiple tribes that we saw in the period of the Judges, and instead it is a fairly contiguous area with significant coastal holdings and even a significant amount of land on the east bank of the Jordan River into what would be today contemporary Jordan, and some sphere of influence that reached down quite a bit further south and north as well. However, he had an extended conflict with the Philistines, shown here, which had 5 cities in particular that were especially troublesome. Although, when you read the book of Samuel, you see that it's a kind of a neighborly conflict in some ways. That, for example, at one point when David is literally fleeing from his father-in-law who is trying to kill him, he runs to the city of Gath, shown here, and he approaches the king there, and he tries to, blend in with the population. He is discovered, and there's a whole, discussion of how he manages to escape that situation. He feigns insanity and so on. But nevertheless, just the fact that the borders were so permeable and that populations could move back and forth despite the hostility is in itself quite telling of the nature of Jewish society within the context of ancient Israel. The life of David is primarily recorded in the book of Samuel, the book of Kings, towards the beginning of that, when he, of course, approaches his deathbed and gives his charge to his son Solomon. Also in the book of Chronicles, and as I mentioned earlier, many of the historical passages that are described in Samuel and Kings are amplified upon in the book of Psalms, very beautifully so. Now, at this point, I've given you essentially the biblical narrative, and the reason for this is because we have very little archaeological record to support any of the details that we have here. It's a fairly compact period. I mean, we're looking at, instead of the scope of centuries, which we looked at earlier, now we're looking at the scope of decades, and we just don't have the kind of external validations that we would hope for in this period, especially when you think about the the expanse and power of David's kingdom, at least viewed through the perspective of the biblical narrative. One of the major reasons for this is, first of all, Egypt is completely unreliable as a historical source. They are very loath to refer to their erstwhile enemies, their erstwhile slaves, in any positive sense, but we shall see a couple of interesting hints. And the Assyrians, who would be the next great power on the scene, they don't make contact with this region until the year 853, before the Common Era. And so there's no Assyrian records either, and that's really why David's monarchy basically slips through the cracks. But there are these couple of fascinating finds, and a few others as well. There is the Tel Dan stele, which was discovered in 1993, and it dates from the 9th century. And this block of text, which is of Assyrian origin, essentially records battles with various personages in Israel, identified in the biblical text, and specifically identified, as you can see in the chalked-in region there, as part of the Beit David, the house of David. Now, this block refers to the house of David in the past tense, in the sense that these are descendants of the house of David, which again is confirmed in the biblical text, but it is 150 years later. So that's really helpful for us, but not a specific look at David within his own lifetime. The closest we'll get to it, even though this is a validation of the existence of something called the House of David from a non-Jewish source, we have this. We actually looked at a modern version of this a couple of lectures ago. This is from the King Shishak, or Shoshank, who invaded Israel in the mid-10th century. And one of the phrases that is referenced here is Highlands of David, right? Remember, these are the topographic names, all the various places that Shishak claimed to have conquered. We can't always rely on his testimony, but nevertheless, he lists someplace as the Highland of David, which sounds a lot like what we saw earlier, the Field of Abraham. So there are a couple of these tantalizing things which suggest that there was a very important famous person named David that had a place named after him, and that had a house, a progeny named after him that was sufficiently famous to be recorded in stone. And that's basically all we have from external validation. There is, however, one other really fascinating archaeological find regarding the House of David, but I'm going to leave that for the next lecture. The last king that we should talk about in this context, of course, the last king of the United Monarchy, and that is the King Solomon, shown here in a Renaissance painting meeting with the Queen of Sheba. It's interesting because sometimes the Queen of Sheba is clearly Caucasian, sometimes she is clearly African, but in this particular representation has a certain evocative quality to it, so I like to include it there. Solomon's great achievement was primarily in the area of statesmancraft. He had major diplomatic achievements with linkages with several figures in the area, expanded the borders and consolidated them, and really had some real important connections with the region. He also famously centralized the worship in Jerusalem with the construction of the temple. It's referred to as the Temple of Solomon. It is, of course, on the site which would be destroyed, as we shall discuss, in the 6th century before the Common Era. It would be rebuilt and then renovated again, and it would be destroyed again in the 1st century. And now the Temple Mount still remains, but it has a mosque on top of the Dome of the Rock. We'll get to that, God willing, probably next semester. But for the time being, the centralization of worship, which began under King David, was really confirmed with the construction of a temple under Solomon. Very important centripetal element in creating a unity of all the tribes by demanding that all formal ritual worship no longer be relegated to individual backyard sanctuaries, but rather to this central sanctuary in Jerusalem. Now, let us issue a small corrective here. Again, like we saw with David and certainly with Saul, we don't have much external validation of the biblical text for reasons that I've discussed: the lack of contact with the Assyrian Empire and the Egyptian untrustworthiness with their documentation. But what we also have to realize is that, we're talking now in the early 21st century, after 2,000 years of, Christian impact on Western civilization in particular. And we tend to view the Solomonic Empire as being something massive. Just like in our very first lecture, we talked about how the geography of the land of Israel is tiny, but it is, looms large in the Western imagination. The Empire of Solomon was also tiny compared to much larger empires active in his day and certainly afterwards. King Solomon's empire, basically extended through much of what will be today the land of Israel and parts of Jordan, with spheres of influence in Syria, and that's it. You have to think of Solomon's empire as being incredibly important for Jews, the people who lived there, and their immediate neighbors, but not so phenomenally important on a geopolitical level for the entire region. And so what seems so important to readers of the Hebrew scriptures and then the Christian scriptures, when looked at in a narrow historical perspective, it's really a minor, smaller empire that is active for less than a century by the time you get to King Solomon. So it's not surprising that it does not make more of a blip on the radar, so to speak, of other countries at this time. Nevertheless, that blip would extend over centuries and have a phenomenal impact on the development of Western civilization in particular. Okay, that's it for our discussion of the United Monarchy. In the next lecture, we're going to look at the way this unfortunately fell apart with Solomon's successors and the division of the Jewish people in the land of Israel. Thank you very much for watching. Let us resume our discussion of the history of the Jews in Israel by looking at the period of the divided kingdom. And I'd like to begin by going to another Gedanke experiment, another thought experiment that really comes from an old joke. The joke goes like this. This time of year, I'm recording in late October. It's still dark early in the morning. So the joke goes that Reuven comes out of his house one day and he sees down the street is his neighbor Shimon, who's rooting around in the gutter. And he goes up and he says to him, "Shimon, what are you doing?" And Shimon says, "I'm looking for my car keys." And Reuven says, "But you live down the block. Why are you looking over here?" And Shimon points to the lamppost and he says, "Well, I'm looking over here because the light is much better over here." So obviously it's silly. If you're looking for your car keys, you have to look near where your car is parked. But the Gedanke experiment is we're kind of like very interested in the earliest periods of Jewish history, looking at the sources that are discussed in the Torah, Genesis, Exodus, and so on, and they're really hard to find. But that's because the light over there is very dark. However, when we move down the street a little bit and we're under the light, suddenly we see so much more material. That's really what happens in the period we're going to discuss today. There's so much more archaeological evidence that confirms the narrative of the biblical text, albeit hundreds of years after the events described in Genesis and Exodus, that we're tempted to say that maybe we'll find the information we're looking for. The analogy breaks down, however, because you probably would find some things in the gutter. You might find, let's say, for example, a receipt from the bakery that fell out of your pocket when you're walking into your house and the rain washed it down to the gutter. You might find a loose sock that matches another one that belongs to one of your toddlers that's upstairs in the drying machine right now. You might find all kinds of connections from what's in the gutter down your street to what happens by your car. You won't find your keys directly there, but they might lead you back to where the keys are. We'll just have to wait as the archaeological evidence is uncovered, literally, as historians and archaeologists go to work in the land of Israel. But at any rate, let's look at some of this stuff that we can find now under the bright lights. Now, Dr. Kitchen points out very clearly that this is such a strong period compared to what we've been talking about earlier. There are 14 kings of Israel, the northern kingdom, and 9 of them are mentioned in documentation from outside Jewish sources. That's an incredible number, 9 out of 14. And that lends a tremendous amount of credibility to the, at least, general scope of the biblical narrative. And we'll look at a couple of examples of that. But let's go into the historical period itself. So Solomon, as king, as we discussed in the last lecture, expands and consolidates his control over the land of Israel, building on the conquests of his father, King David, and cementing it really with a lot of statesmancraft by, engaging in diplomatic relations with a lot of the kingdoms surrounding the land of Israel. He also centralizes ritual worship by building a massive, glorious temple in Jerusalem. However, what that means is inevitably taxes. There's a great tax burden that is placed on the Jewish people as a whole, and they resent the huge taxation. Under the wise leadership of King Solomon, there was just, scattered grumblings. But once Solomon passes away and it goes to his son Rehoboam, there is a tremendous amount of resentment that's built up over the heavy tax burden. Rehoboam is really of two minds. He, on the one hand, wants to react to the popular pressure, but at the same time, he wants to maintain the fairly lavish lifestyle that he is accustomed to. And prodded by, unfortunately, as the text mentions, younger, inexperienced members, rather than the steady guiding hand of his older ministers that served under his father, Rehoboam, in a very dismissive manner, insists on pushing ahead with his heavy tax burden that the northern kingdom in particular is loath to accept. There is a very fascinating and powerful passage. And by the way, I want to reinforce that I'm just going to be skimming over the tops of the historical record as we find in the Bible. It is so important that you actually go back to the text and read the primary documents themselves, because they are fantastic. And if you have a sense that, it's going to be dry or boring, just want to refer you to one specific passage with Rehoboam. It's shown here in this wall painting in Basel that's done by the great Hans Holbein. You see that Rehoboam here is portrayed with holding out his little finger. And this is in reference to one highly dismissive and disrespectful remark that Rehoboam makes regarding his father, in which he says that Rehoboam says that his own little finger, his pinky, is thicker than anything his father could bring to bear, meaning to dismissively compare himself with his father, the great King Solomon. And of course, this act of hubris and vulgarity really sends him down the rabbit hole, which will ultimately result in civil war. But I just wanted to point this one out because it's one of those passages that shows you that the biblical text is really, it's quite racy, and it has a lot of very powerful information in it that you don't get with sanitized translations quite often. Well, let's not go any further down that scope, but let's go back to where we left off. So under Yeravam ben Navat, the kingdom of Israel, which is to the north of Jerusalem, splits away from what becomes the kingdom of Judah in the south. Yeravam ben Navat, by the way, receives a very, very bad press in the rest of Jewish tradition. He's considered one of the greatest sinners because he introduced that divisiveness in Jewish politics at the time. Here's a map that shows you the relative locations of the kingdom of Judah and the kingdom of Israel. The capital of the kingdom of Judah is, of course, Jerusalem. The kingdom of Israel is in Samaria or Shomron.
In subsequent lectures, we'll speak much more about what happened to the people in the Kingdom of Israel. They are the so-called 10 lost tribes. More about that in a few lectures. But it's interesting to note that it seems that they have a consciousness, they retain a consciousness of being one people, albeit separated politically. And although they will fight a civil war and they will have ongoing conflict over the next century and a half, they'll also recognize the centrality of the value of worship in Jerusalem. They will also occasionally marry each other. The royalty of Israel and Judah will still intermarry. And although they have a lot of conflict, it seems to be really a family conflict. But more on that later. The civil war that erupts when Yeravim ben Navat breaks away with the northern tribes is taken advantage of by Egypt, and King Shishak enters the region, and he makes essentially this parade up the land of Israel, conquering cities as he goes and bringing Israel firmly within its larger sphere of influence. Although Israel still maintains its identity, Israel and Judah, that is, maintain their identity as independent principalities, but nevertheless falling within the geopolitical orbit of Egypt. We've seen this in a couple of previous lectures because he left behind these topographical lists of the various places he conquered. What's interesting for our point is that when he gets to the north, to Megiddo, the site of a place known in English as Armageddon, it's actually a place in Israel, Megiddo, he left behind a stele that is kind of like a Shishak was here stele, that although it's badly damaged, it still retains its cartouche, the sort of nameplate of Shishak, also pronounced Shoshank, by the way, that indicates he did in fact make his way through northern Israel. One of the most fascinating archaeological finds from the 9th century, however, that corroborates much of the biblical text is this amazing find, the so-called Mesha stele, also known as the Moabite stone. It was discovered in Dibon, which was in the kingdom of Moab, which is today, of course, Jordan, and it records from the Moabite perspective the results of a very prolonged conflict between the kingdom of Israel and the Moabites. And in fact, this is confirmed in the Book of Kings. There's a lot of discussion of various military engagements they had, which the Jews frequently lost. And here you have this interesting passage that's taken directly from the Moabite stone, in which Mesha, the author of the text, son of Chemosh, God, Chemosh, of course, being the name of their god, complains about how badly he was treated, in particular by the son of Omri, which is one of the Jewish kings. And the Omri dynasty was actually one of the most important in the northern kingdoms, especially in terms of its military activity throughout the region. And he talks in this stele about how he beat back the invading Jews, and therefore he deserved to create this particular monument. It's a fascinating stone, so much more to say about it, but in this brief series, we just got to quickly look at it. The Omri dynasty mentioned in the Moabite stone is one of the most well documented of the Northern Kingdom's dynasties. Now, during this period, when there is a separation between the kingdom of Judah and the kingdom of Israel, we have recorded in the Bible some of the most fascinating passages from two northern prophets in particular, Elijah and Elisha. The great miraculous activities of these prophets are among the most dramatic passages in the Bible, including a personal favorite of mine, the resuscitation of the son of the Shunammite woman, shown here in this remarkable 19th century painting by Jan Sleuters, where the mother is reunited with her son who has returned from death. A fascinating passage, definitely worth reading. However, our task here is to approach the prophets as historical sources, and I want to comment on two specific aspects of the prophetic works as being especially valuable. Let us recall that the text that is called by the Jews the Tanakh, the Hebrew Scriptures, is made up of three distinct sections which have very, very
distinct hermeneutic rules applied to them as well. The first 5 books are known as the Torah per se, although that term Torah is also used in a much larger sense, meaning any kind of religious teaching that pertains to the general values of Judaism. We'll talk about that more when we get to the rabbinic tradition in greater detail. But there's the first 5 books of Moses, which have a very high threshold of sanctity within Jewish theology. They are considered to be dictated by God to Moses. Some interesting discussion about what about the passages in which Moses describes his own death, but not for us here. We're looking primarily at the history. From the book of Joshua on, there's a large section called the Nevi'im, or prophets, which is a mixture of materials, sometimes much more historical data, sometimes much more kind of ethical teachings. And then finally, you have a section called Ketuvim, or writings, which include things that really don't fit into either category, like Psalms, for example, or prophets, the Song of Songs, the Book of Esther fit in there, and so on. And these second 2 sections, Nach, or Nevi'im and Ketuvim, the prophets and the writings, are considered to have a lower degree of sanctity to the first 5 books of Moses. They are clearly written by human beings and recognized, so not dictated by God, but perhaps inspired by God. The commentators will have different approaches to what they actually mean, what's their, so to speak, nuclear weight in terms of understanding the task of Judaism. But from a historical perspective, some of the prophetic works, like Kings and Chronicles in particular, seem to take upon themselves the task of preserving the historical record, much more so than other documents, such as, for example, Isaiah or Jeremiah, which have tremendous amounts of historical information, but seem to be much more focused on delivering the prophetic message of repentance and drawing closer to God. In Kings and Chronicles, there's even some, so to speak, kind of footnoting, where from time to time, the author of those texts, by the way, the Book of Kings is normally attributed in the rabbinic tradition to Jeremiah himself, which fits at least with the time period that we have. It seems reasonable that it was written in the 6th century. The Book of Kings and Chronicles will refer to earlier texts, such as the Annals of the Kings of Judah, the Annals of the Kings of Israel, which implies that they've done research in terms of the record books of the dynasties. They tend to be really focused on the leadership of the Kingdom of Judah and the Kingdom of Israel, and they say a tremendous amount about the individual activities of this king or that king, often applying a very strict moral and religious judgment to their activity as well. Fascinating. Other prophets, however, do not spend quite as much time talking about, palace intrigue and wars and things like that, but spend a lot more time, exclaiming an ethical and religious message. And so approaching these texts, one has to kind of tease out the historical information from some of the later prophets, and at the same time understand the overwhelming religious goal of the more historically oriented prophets. In many cases, they offer us tempting, tantalizing historical data, and it's often confirmed by the archaeological record. For example, there is the horrendous queen Jezebel, or Izebel in Hebrew, and the archaeological record has found this remarkable cartouche here, which is very appropriate to have been owned by a Phoenician woman. It has the same kind of symbols and things like that, whose name was Izebel. Now, it's possible that it belonged to Queen Jezebel herself. It is very large and very expensive compared to similar types of these artifacts, but we have no real proof that this is specifically belonging to Queen Izebel and not to some other Izebel. But nevertheless, fascinating materials that generally point us along the same kind of direction as the biblical text offers. So, returning to the historical narrative, what happens in the Northern Kingdom is basically they come under the
sphere of influence of the Assyrians. You recall that Israel is locked between two major geopolitical powers. To the south is the Kingdom of Egypt, or the Egyptian Empire, and to the north is, at this point, the Assyrian Empire, later the Babylonian Empire that overlaps. And Israel, being of the northern part of the dual monarchy, Israel feels the threat of Assyria more powerfully. The Assyrian Empire expands in the 9th century and begins to impact the northern part of the land of Israel, place the local kings in a state of vassalage. This vassalage begins in the year 853, and we see, for example, of King Yehu, who is shown here showing obeisance to King Shalmaneser. This is up from the black obelisk of Shalmaneser that we discussed, I think, the third lecture or so of this series. And the northern kings of Israel are heavily burdened by additional tribute and taxes that come from the north. Eventually, as we shall discuss a few lectures from now, the Assyrians will simply say, well, that's it for their independence. It's too much of a hassle. They're too rebellious. And the Assyrians will come and take over the northern section, take over the kingdom of Israel. And that's when we talk about the lost 10 tribes. We'll return to that, but for the next couple of lectures, I'd like to take a break from the sort of political narrative of history, and I'd like to look at the daily life in biblical history. We're going to look at the economic, the social, and the familial, and the ritual life of Jews for a few lectures, and then we'll return to a discussion of Israel under Assyria. Thank you very much for watching. Let's move away now from the primarily political and religious history that we have explored up until this point, and let's look a little bit more closely at the daily life of the large mass of anonymous Jews living in the land of Israel in the biblical period. And we're going to focus in this little lecture on the economic life, and then we're going to look at family life and ritual life. But for now, economics. Now let's have a closer look at this remarkable painting by Nicholas Poussin, which is titled The Summer, and in brackets, Ruth and Boaz. And obviously it's taken from the biblical story that is described in the book of Ruth, where the wealthy landowner Boaz, shown here in the center with a magnificent yellow cloak, meets Ruth, who is there as a very poor woman, and she is engaged in the gleaning. That is the biblically mandated leaving behind of various sheaves and whatever comes to fall on the ground during the harvest season. You get this kind of bucolic feel of the farmland and things like that. It's really very beautiful. By the way, I have a son named Boaz, and we once went to the post office, and the clerk there was so amazed, the African-American woman, that we had a son named Boaz, who said, "What do you call an unmarried Boaz?" And we said, "What?" She said, "Ruthless." At any rate, the problem with using the Bible as our source for economic history is that, as Sala Whitmire Barham, the great 20th century historian, put it, it's more about the Zolan than the Zion. Meaning it tends to talk a lot more about how the ancient Jews should behave than really giving us a clear picture of how they did. The Bible is rife with data about, for example, like in this picture, how there are mandated, divine mandates of specific kinds of tithes, charitable donations, of a whole variety of types. And the Talmud goes on great length, categorizing these, talking about the stipulations of who is eligible, who is required to give, and all kinds of things. Maybe we'll get to a little bit more when we get to the Talmud period. But nevertheless, the Bible is a tremendously rich source. We just have to sort of read it backward to get a sense of what the economic history must have been like, as long as we understand that the primary thrust of the biblical text is ultimately to bring people closer to God, ultimately to make them more compliant with divine mandates, and so on. So we do have, however, many other sources outside of the Bible for
economic history period they're discussing here, but they tend to be really quite fragmentary and cryptic. Like, for example, there are 102 scraps of tax receipts written on pieces of clay that were found in an archaeological dig around the city of Samaria, Shomron, believed to be associated with the palace of King Ahab. And these are essentially sort of tax notations. It appears that when various taxes were brought to the king, like let's say an amphora of wine or a big container of wheat or something like that, then probably the person who was giving the tax would write, how much wine was in here and who was giving it to whom, I presume which tax collector or something like that, and the date and so on. And it was kind of like a primitive tax collection record system. Unfortunately, of the 102 scraps, only a little more than half of them are legible, and they're all like broken up like this. So it's very difficult to tease out really detailed analysis of the economic life, except that there were taxes, which, as they say in Hebrew, Yasher Koach, there were taxes. That's pretty much a permanent aspect of human condition. But at least we get some sense of how it must have been delivered from one place to another. However, as Dr. Barron also goes on, Israel is one particular area, and it's true that we have this very dense text called the Bible to give us some, insight into the economics of the region. But we also have much data from the surrounding region, particularly the region of Ugarit, for example, which would be in contemporary Syria, Lebanon, where if we put together all of this economic data, we can get at least some better sense of how Jews live economically, how they support themselves. Let's try and understand a little bit about what we know. So one of the most profound shifts that we see in the Israeli economy, or the economy of the Jews of ancient Israel, is the shift from animal husbandry to agriculture. In this portrait, not a Jewish portrait, obviously it's a Christian portrait from Rothschild, the Trials of Moses. Moses is shown here in a yellow robe, and there's kind of like a comic book panel with all kinds of adventures that Moses had in his life, and you can see he's reproduced several times over. And in several of them, he is shown as a shepherd. And in fact, the identification of Jewish leaders with shepherding is quite profound, and it has, philosophical ramifications as well. But David is a shepherd, Abraham is a shepherd, Moses is a shepherd. Over and over again, we see animal husbandry as a feature, particularly of Jewish leaders. When the Jews enter Israel, however, it's clear that there is a shift from animal husbandry to agriculture. And that makes sense because Israel is, after all, quite a diverse area. There are 40 distinct geographic units of the economy in ancient Israel. And the way that the Jews were settled at a time, and I'm now sort of generalizing, by the way, over a little over 1,000 years, there are 400 settlements, which are called arim in Hebrew. We would translate that as cities, but with less than 1,000 people in each of those cities, to be sure. They're essentially farming communities that would have some kind of village settlement, perhaps with some kind of wall around it, to protect them from marauders. If you have a look at the map of ancient Israel, you can see that it is dotted with a wide variety of economic resources. Looking from the north, which would be closer to the region of Lebanon, you have timber, of course, the cedars of Lebanon. You have mines for iron and copper. It will be especially important once coinage begins to be produced. You have the so-called Tyrian purple, in Hebrew known as argaman, which is produced from a particular kind of sea creature that lives on the shoreline, and it's essentially harvested for its blood or some other bodily fluid that is then made into the techela, the specific color that is used. Orchards, you have textiles are a very big produce, iron, salt, metalwork mines, and of course dates, especially around Jericho. Very, very important export. The Jews were known especially for the date palm. And so you can see there's all kinds of different industrial activities going on in ancient Israel. In terms of commerce, I mean, obviously that flows from the variety of goods that are available in the area. Biblical text refers to what we might call guilds, artisans, individuals. Sometimes, especially in the Talmudic period, there are particular towns that are devoted to particular crafts, like, for example, villages that are filled with tanners, that all they do is they tan leather and so on. We do have biblical references to Jews engaging in international trade, especially during the high point of the United Monarchy under Solomon. Then, of course, they moved to the divided monarchy and the civil war. The northern kingdom of Israel, in particular, begins to lose its sway, its international sway over the region, and so they're cut off from a lot of their natural markets and a lot of their natural resources. But we see the economy gradually growing from that original animal husbandry through industry and then commerce, and ultimately you have regular coinage produced by the 6th century before the Common Era. And I just wanted to show you this one great image. This was just discovered this month, a 2 shekel weight from the First Temple period. Obviously, it's the stone on the left there. Can you imagine what it must have been like to deal with these weights and measures in your daily shopping lives? Okay, I hope you found that interesting, and we'll continue by looking at family life in the next short video. Thank you for watching. Let's take a little detour from our historical narrative to just talk a little bit about terminology. We're speaking about the continuous history of one people, one ethnos, and that is the people who are known today as the Jews or the Jewish people. Note, of course, that this is not a racial category because there are Jews who come from all types of different races that make up the Jewish people, but it is something kind of Bible in nature because traditionally, Judaism is a religion, but it is passed on through one's mother. That is, it's matrilineal. In the 20th century, the Reform movement added a patrilineal option to it, but that we'll get to, God willing, when we talk about the 20th century. But for now, I've been rather sloppy about referring to these people as Jews, even well before they would have used this term to describe themselves. And I think that's justifiable in the sense that we are talking really about one continuous group of people. But let's just sort out the names for those of you who want to get this exactly right. So the oldest term that is used for Jews is the term Hebrew. And this comes from the fact that Abraham crossed over the Euphrates River on his way to Israel. The word Ivri, which is used to refer to a Hebrew person, comes from the word avar, which means to cross over or to transverse. And we're talking about a Semitic people who appear in the land of Israel, the ancient land of Israel, but their origins from Abraham are, of course, in Mesopotamia, where he comes, as described in the book of Genesis, from the city known as Ur. So the term Ivri is used to refer to a person, it's an ethnos, but it's also used as an adjective. The term Ivrit means the Hebrew language, for example, although it's an adjective that we use to all kinds of things as well. So the term Hebrew is the oldest term, and this is what we see especially in the earliest books of the Bible. However, the term Ivri is often used in a retrospective fashion as well, and it's synonymous with Israelite and Jew, as we see in the book of Jonah in the first chapter, where he says to the other members of the boat, Ivri Anochi, I am a Hebrew, and I fear the God of heaven, right? So the term Ivri, although historically it is the oldest, and it is used later on in time as well, it specifically refers to this people that came from the other side of the Euphrates River. Now, the term Israelites is a little more complicated because the name Israel, of course, corresponds to Jacob. Jacob, the third of the patriarchs, has his name changed in a dramatic scene in Genesis to Israel, which means one who struggles with God.
fascinating kind of thing. We'll talk about that later. But at any rate, Jacob and Israel are the same person. And the Bible will use the terms children of Israel, house of Jacob, more or less synonymously, although Rashi will explain that based on the Talmud, the children of Israel refers to the men, the house of Jacob refers to the women, things like that. And in fact, through much of the early parts of the Bible, the people who we call now Jews are typically referred to as the children of the patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, also known as Israel. But it's also the term that's used to refer to the Jews once they settled in the land of Israel after the Exodus, after leaving Egypt. And in fact, we even have evidence from non-Jewish sources, such as the Merneptah stele shown here, that dates from the year 1209 before the Common Era, which has the first reference to the word Israel, referring to a people living in the land of Israel, probably towards the northern part of the land of Israel. So by the time we get to the late 13th century, Israel is definitely used as a term by Jews and non-Jews for this people. Hence the term Israelite in English, meaning one who pertains to Israel. The term also attains special significance because that's the name that applies to the northern kingdom. The Jews in the land of Israel suffer a civil war and a fracturing of their state in the 9th century after the rule of King Solomon. And the southern part is called Judah, as shown here, and the northern part is called Israel. They're all still one people. They recognize themselves as being part of 12 tribes, all descendants of the children of Jacob, Israel, but they call their political entity to the north Israel. And you can see this in the book of Kings, for example. There's a lot of discussion of what that kingdom of Israel is. So the term Israel, which is used prior to the division of the land into two separate kingdoms, it is especially used after the division. The term Jews becomes especially prominent after the 8th century when the northern kingdom is destroyed by the Assyrians. Here you can see in this map that the Assyrian kingdom expands and eventually conquers the northern part, the kingdom of Israel, and then ultimately destroys its sovereignty and will exile the Jews from there. And as you can see in this map, there is a significant portion of Jews, the so-called lost 10 tribes, who are sent into exile in Assyria in particular. However, what's not widely understood is that not all of the Jews were sent out of the land of Israel by the Assyrians. In fact, it's probably a number around 30,000, which would leave a much larger number still in the land. However, under the political pressure of the Assyrians, many of them fled to the south, to the region known as Judah, right? That's the southern kingdom. Judah, by the way, is Yehuda in Hebrew. J and Y often switch between Western European languages and Hebrew. So a lot of those people who were from the 10 tribes in the north made their way down to Yehuda, where there was considerable mixing of the peoples. So much so that long afterwards, you have a description of a person who was not of the tribe of Judah living in Persia, of course, the great Mordecai, who is referred to as Ish Yehudi, a Jewish man. So it's really in this time period, the 8th century and onward, when the name Judah is especially associated with Jews, no matter what tribe they may have come from. And in fact, tribal designations are gradually lost. By the time you get to a few centuries later, we have no idea which tribe any people come from, except for the tribe of Levi, which is another section. So that's basically how we get these three terms: Hebrews, Israelites, and Jews, all one people with different names they might have used for themselves at different points in time, but they would often use earlier names to refer to themselves later on in time. Okay, I hope that clarified things. Thank you very much for watching.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. My name is Henry Abramson, and I'm glad you're here. Let me just take a couple of minutes to explain what exactly is going on in this site, and if you find it interesting, how you can get more involved. So first of all, what is this Jewish History Lab? What am I talking about here? So a little over a year ago, I was offered a contract from Koren Publishers in Jerusalem, a great publishing house, to produce a 3-volume survey history of the Jews, which I have creatively titled The Jewish People, A History. And I was really looking forward to getting involved in it, beginning to plan it and outline it and so on, and then COVID hit. And with the coronavirus, I had to kind of shift things around, but surprisingly, shifting it around has created some new opportunities that have really turned this into something different than I originally intended, and I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic. Specifically, when I'm involved in a creative project like writing or like making these lectures and things like that, I really depend heavily on the energy I get from my students. As Rabbi Hanina says in the Talmud, Tractate Tainus, I have learned much from my teachers, more from my colleagues, but from my students most of all. But with the coronavirus and our enforced separation meant that I didn't have the same kind of interaction with students that I typically did in a live classroom, and I had to rethink a lot of that. But what has resulted is now I'm thinking a lot about crowdsourcing my scholarship by sharing my research in a very different way, and it's proved to be extremely beneficial. Let me explain what's involved. There are several pieces that are all moving together in this Jewish History Lab. The first is, of course, these YouTube videos, and they are research in progress. I'm going into a lot of areas that I had not really delved into in previous years of research. So, you know, they're a little experimental, a little bit rough, but nevertheless, they seem to be working. The second part is I was still giving live classes, both in person, especially once the vaccine came out and people were able to be a little bit safer in gathering, and also on Zoom. And these things are still going on. And I just recently began issuing the draft chapters to my students so I can actually invite people from all over the world to help me write this book, to engage in some of the actual writing process. It's been absolutely fascinating. The fourth part, which is just still in my head, I have not actually done a lot of work on this yet, but I'd like to prepare a teacher's guide. All of these things will go together with this 3-volume history, and I'm really excited about it. So why would you want to get involved? I don't know. But if this excites you, there are several ways that you could be involved in this creative process. The first is, of course, you can just enjoy these videos. I have a strong belief that this kind of information should be as widely available and free to everyone. So that's why I put these videos out there, so that more people can enjoy them and learn from them, discuss them, and so on. The easiest way to do this is to find my channel on YouTube. You just put in my name to the little search box, and then you click on the subscribe button, which is marked on the right here by that blue arrow. Once you are watching the videos, of course, you can comment on them, and I love seeing those comments come in. And the subscription is really good for me too, because it makes me feel like, wow, there's some validation to what we're trying to achieve here. And then, of course, share the videos so that more people subscribe, and it becomes like a big snowball effect. And I like snowballs too, because I'm from Canada. One of the things I realized early on is that there are so many people who enjoy the videos, thank God, that I simply could not keep up with the comments. In fact, if I were to devote the amount of time required to responding to all the comments, I wouldn't be able to be working on more research and more videos and the book itself. So I've created a few sort of ways in which people can choose to self-select to be more involved, and with those smaller groups, I'm able to devote more time and responses and more interaction. So let me tell you about those ways that you can get more involved. The next level of involvement is membership. If you click on that join button, which is not available in all countries, I have 3 levels of membership. Now, members get extra perks. Members at the student level get, for example, early access to the videos, and sometimes help me weed out really big mistakes before I let it go to the wider world, and give me some useful feedback sometimes on things that's going on. Members at the researcher level get access to more focused and advanced videos that I occasionally make that I just don't feel like sharing with the wider world because I would be deluged even more with comments that not necessarily helpful. I only want to work with people who are a little more serious on those more difficult topics. And then finally, members at the colleague level get all of that, and they also get access to the live classes that I offer pretty much on a weekly basis right now, but it varies from time to time. So that's another level of involvement. If you really are enjoying these videos and you want to get more involved in the process, please consider membership. And finally, the last thing, I think this is so cool, is I've begun creating courses that incorporate the YouTube videos and some, quizzes and self-testing things and elements like that. And here's the best part, the actual draft chapters of the book. The first of 3 courses is now online. It's called Biblical Jewish History. It goes from the very beginnings all the way up to the period of the Mishnah in the 2nd and 3rd century. So it's kind of like a bigger biblical history course. I have a special place in my heart for educators who should get lots of this access without any hassles. So please write to me directly if you're an educator and you want this. I will gladly send you a coupon code. So that's basically what this Jewish History Lab is all about. I'm glad you're here. Please enjoy the videos. Please let me know what you think, and I hope you have a wonderful day. Let's take a few minutes to discuss the nature of the family in biblical Israel. Now, this is an incredibly complicated and massive topic that deserves a phenomenal amount of attention, but we're just going to be able to touch on it briefly within the scope of our historical survey. We will come back to many of these aspects in a much later video when we talk specifically about women. That's going to be an important part of today's brief lecture as well. But I'll explain why this is so challenging. I'd like to speak very briefly and in general broad strokes about the nature of the family from the earliest sources we have of basically Genesis up until the end of the First Temple period, which is 586 before the Common Era. So that's a massive chunk of time. We're speaking about really over 1,000 years. So, we're generalizing very heavily within the space of a few minutes. Secondly, we should understand that it's very challenging to try to describe things which are so elemental to the human condition. I mean, we use the word family in a historical context, and we use the word family today. Family is, of course, something that all of us are wrapped up in extremely complex and deep-seated ways. Family is basic to our identity. And so it's very difficult to separate our own experience of what family is or ought to be from what we read in the textual tradition. For example, if you look at this classic image, it's Norman Rockwell's famous painting, Freedom from Want, which of course was featured in the magazines throughout the middle of the 20th century. And this is obviously a Thanksgiving dinner, and you see the happy family around it, and the patriarch and matriarch with multiple generations of the family members around the table, all smiling as they enjoy this large turkey, right? That's the title is Freedom from Want. But this is clearly an idealized image of what a Thanksgiving dinner would be like, right? Everyone's happy, everyone likes each other, no one's on their phone, no one's arguing politics, no one's wanting to get back to the football game. This is kind of like what we want family to be, but it's not necessarily what family actually is. So there are elements of an idealized meal that are shown here that we'd like to sort of project backward in time, but it would be absurd to say every single Thanksgiving dinner, especially in the year 1943. Think of what that must have been like, at the end of World War II and the battle in the Pacific and all kinds of very difficult times for Americans. This is clearly an aspirational Thanksgiving dinner. So when we go back and look at the family in biblical times, we're kind of trapped within our own mentality and human experience,
And then furthermore, we can't read past what the text actually gives us as data. The text is moreover layered. I mean, we have the biblical text itself, which describes family to some degree, perhaps aspirationally for then in the ancient period. But then it is interpreted through the Mishnah, which we're going to speak about in later classes, but then that doesn't reach a textual form until centuries later. The Talmud still later, the Halacha, meaning Jewish law, still later than that, and then there's individual custom or minhag. So these textual layers, we're reading all of these things backwards to try and ascribe what we think a family should be to sometimes very fragmentary descriptions that go back thousands of years. So with that kind of caveat, let's try to understand at least a few basic things about the family in the ancient world, which may be somewhat counterintuitive to what we think today in the beginning of the 21st century. Perhaps one of the most striking aspects of the family in the ancient world is that one of the relative non-issues is race. Race is incredibly important in American culture, and this is, of course, the legacy of the transatlantic slave trade and Civil War and civil rights issues, Jim Crow, which is still playing out as I'm speaking these words. We're deep, a huge Black Lives Matter social justice movement that's rocking America in the context of a very contentious election. But race does not seem to be a significant category for the Bible. There are references to peoples, and there are occasionally references to skin color, but generally speaking, it does not seem to be a huge, issue. For example, here's a 17th century representation of Moses and his Ethiopian wife. In fact, she is described, Tzipporah, as a Cushi. She's also described in another context as a Midianite, and there's some dispute over what exactly that means. But the commentators don't seem to be especially bothered by the idea that Moses, who is presumably Semitic in racial characteristics, would marry an African who could be, theoretically Nubian, as we see in this particular representation. So race itself is not nearly as important as peoplehood. That is, who is your ethnos? To which ethnos does one belong? But continuing with gender, that's a far more important thing in the definition of the family in the ancient world. Whether or not one is born male or female is huge. There's a lot of discussion, which I think we won't be able to discuss it here for now, but heterosexuality is considered the norm, and homosexuality is deeply frowned upon, especially male homosexuality. There is a discussion in the Talmud later of multiple genders besides simply male and female, and perhaps we'll get to that when we get to more Talmudic discussions. But for the time being, let's focus ourselves on two sexes, male and female, and they're considered to be exclusive for the institution of marriage. However, that marriage can be polygamous. That is, one husband and multiple wives, as in the famous story of Jacob marrying two wives.